this team, my perception, I can just tell you what I see. I see a team that has been showered with praise. Not universally without any criticism, but for the most part, they have been given the love they've earned to their credit.
Yeah, and it, like I mentioned, it took some people a little bit longer to jump on the bandwagon. And you finally got there with Goff, but you needed to see. You didn't say it at the beginning, but you were playing my game.
Oh, no, don't do this.
You did it. That's what you were doing. Now, you were critical along the way, which is fine. And then when he finally did what you wanted to see from him, a division win, a playoff win, making plays as a quarterback when you have to go out there and make plays, and you were able to then flip the page and say, you know what? Yeah, pay the man.
Yep. I would also like some of our listeners to maybe take a mirror sometimes, because here's the deal. When Jared Goff was traded for, everybody thought he was a throw-in. Rico and myself were at least open to the concept that, wow, he actually might be the guy they commit to long-term. I didn't think it would happen. Jared Goff's changed, I would say, 99% of this city's opinion about him. It just happened at different phases, and finally Costa came around.
Yeah, that's what winning does.
That's what opinions are. It's an opinion-based thing.
Well, and okay, we don't need to get too inside baseball on it. Yes, just say what you mean. Mean what you say. And you have every right to change your opinion when things change, when the situation changes. And I wasn't late to the party on seeing the Lions be successful. I was on Goff, and I'll own that. I was wrong. Let's get to Trevor in Royal Oak. Trevor, what's up?
Hey, Cookies, fire up.
Fire up.
Dude. Listen, man, I'm happy to hear that you finally admit that you were wrong, and it's really refreshing to hear. But I think it's a little bit unrealistic and unfair to expect someone who has heard nothing but like question marks for almost 3 years straight to kind of push back a little bit and walk back on some of the words. I mean, you were thinking that Teddy Bridgewater was maybe could be a better option than Jared Goff.
No.
I mean,
I would challenge you to find the tape on that. But your point about Goff, three years of being inundated. I'm going to let you finish, Trevor. But to your point, yes, he was inundated with criticism for several years. I would say welcome to being a quarterback in a passionate sports city. And secondarily, I'd point out his own team did not, and as of yet still has not extended him. They at least wanted to see it play out too.
Fair. Yeah, they did want to see it play out. And how did it play out?
Well, they're about to pay him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, like, in regards to the negativity, like, I mean, it's the radio. I mean, this station's pretty fair weathered, right? Like when we're winning, it's a good mood, and when we're losing, it's kind of doom and gloom. And I guess maybe you guys think it's not that way, but like the last caller said, like after the San Francisco game, that he couldn't listen to the station. I would agree with that. There was about a week and a half, 2 week period where it was very doomy and gloomy, especially in the slot after 3 to 6. But,
say it.
Yeah,
Mike and Rico, those negative SOBs. Say it, Trevor. Say it.
Hey, listen, Mike. At least Mike shoots it straight. But
I know. I'm just giving him a hard time.
Listen, I appreciate it. All I'm trying to say is, like, dude, you can't talk trash about someone for 3 years and then expect for him just to like like be okay with it. He's gonna walk it back. Like, he walked the walk. He's gonna talk the talk now. And the very last thing, and I'll let you go. I'm not gonna make it seem like I thought he would take us to the NFC Championship games, but the dude was a number one pick.
Yep.
Like, he did play in a Super Bowl.
Yep.
He made big plays. Like, he's not like I believed in him. I believed in him since day one. I was happy for a fresh face. So, like, I'm on Jared Goff all day, 24/7. Let's keep it going, and that's all I have to say. Fire up. Bye.
Yeah, fire up. Okay, his point about Jared Goff and walking the walk and talking the talk. I can't say this enough times. We're gonna dish it. We got to take it. If Jared Goff said to my face, "You were wrong," fine. I got to own that. I got no issue. When Brad Holmes did his receipts routine, I think it did ruffle some feathers in that room. You write about it. You're wrong. you can get called out. Like, we're not above that just because we're in the media. If anything, we're more accessible, and we have to be willing to take the pushback.
And here's another thing that Trevor said, and I thought it was interesting because he said, well, when you win, the mood is positive, and when you lose, the mood is negative. Well, hello. I mean, that's...
Could you imagine the opposite? How the hell would that make any sense? Hey, the Lions are 0-8, but things are good.
It does. I mean, that's the... But it's like the Wings game on Tuesday night, right? It was a must win. And we could be critical that they didn't win the game that they had to win, but they actually played pretty decent hockey.
Right, and we had talked about that. I think it made it more frustrating that they played decent hockey. Actually looked like the better team.
Like the Tigers. The Tigers right now are a 7-win team. They're inviting the Minnesota Twins into their house for a 4-game stretch. Do we look at this team as a team that we think is going to, maintain, a 10-game buffer above 500? Probably not, but we can enjoy the moment. But we have to talk about what they are.
I mean, look at Kenny yesterday. So he was tweeting all the positive stuff after the Wings lost, and he got crucified on the show yesterday. And people were piling on him. That's the listeners. It just gets a little extreme both ways.
Well, and even the sign stuff we talked about earlier, a lot of that was from regular folks who saw the sign and said they were underwhelmed. I mean, this is, when things are good, we say nice things. When things are bad, we say not nice things. I think that's normal of people. Like, John, you're a human being. You're a regular person.
Yeah.
Even though you have a weird childlike sense of humor, you're a regular person. When things are going good, you're in a good mood. When things are going bad, you're in a bad mood. Like, the station you listen to should reflect that. That's what fans are like. That's what human beings who are invested in this team sound like. I don't know another way else to do it. 248-539-9797. Some ticket texts on the tone and how you feel like the Lions have been covered, and whether or not you think there is too much negativity. I said, we'll not be overly defensive. You want to come in hot like some of the callers? Knock yourself out. That's what we're here for.
When I saw this, and I mentioned it in the previous segment, I laughed for 5 minutes because I knew, especially since it was Jared Goff, that a lot of fingers were going to be pointed right at you because of your take for how long it took you to come around. But to your credit, when you did, you owned up and you said, hey, he's proven that he is a guy that we should extend, that we should be here. And the other thing that he said when he was talking about that, which not many people are talking about, he said, hopefully I'll be in Detroit for a long time. And whether or not that deal gets done today, in a week, 2 weeks, in a month, I think we all believe it's going to get done, and we'll celebrate the moment that it happens.
Yeah, I think that was the thing that got buried in the clip.
Yeah.
Because he used, the buzzwords relish and negativity. And the funny thing is, the writer that he was referring to, and this is the ultimate punchline, by the way, the writer he was referring to was Wojo.
Wojo seems like a nice guy.
Right. That's my point. It was Wojo. Wojo is one of the least serious, and I mean this nicely because he's very smart too, but he's very gregarious and fun and goofy, and I don't think he's taken an axe to anybody, really. If anything, he's one of the guys late to the party when the body's already cold. He's not an overly negative person, and he had that exchange with Goff about, San Francisco's got really good players, and Goff says, well, so do we. Wojo, I think it shows you, like, the idea of how this stuff can get misconstrued. Like, Wojo is not the bad guy here. Anyway, we're going to get more of your thoughts on the phones and the ticket text. We should get to those mock draft scenarios. 2 weeks from today is the draft. 2 names keep coming up more often than anybody else. Want your choice between the two. And a thought on the Red Wing game. John, I have a statement to make. It's 97-1.
Hey, it is Thursday. The NBA is going to be playing tonight, so bet the NBA with the no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. This one's open to everyone. You're going to get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays is the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play. Just head to FanDuel.com/Jansen to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Not a surprise, but some breaking news. The Tigers game today has been rained out. They will play a straight doubleheader on Saturday, starting at 1:10.
Oh, for the Jansen family, that works out pretty good.
Yeah?
Jack is going to the first game, was scheduled to go. Now he can stay for both. There we go. That's a lot of baseball.
That's a lot of baseball. 18 innings. All right, buckle up. Here we go. This weekend, 4 games against the Twins in 3 days now because of the rain out today. Quick note on the Red Wing game tonight. It is, stop me if you've heard this, John, big game.
Oh, is it? Is there any predictions that you would like to let us know, like your thoughts, your feelings on the game?
I'm not doing that.
No, hey, it's a new day. It's a new game, new opponent, new location. Maybe you feel passionate about this one as well.
John, I'm an emotionally broken man. I still have a glimmer of hope because it's not over yet. But
beaten down by the Wings,
but a lot was
Goff.
beaten out of me. Yeah, well, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Ticket Texture says, all I want is a Diane Sawyer style interview with Jim Costa and Jared Goff. Cody in a car. People have said that. They root for radio. Get Goff on the show. That's Doug and Scott's thing.
Yeah.
And what do I have to argue with Goff about at this point? You just have him on and he can say mean things to me. I think people would enjoy that. You doubted me. You tweeted on the following. Have him read mean tweets that I have sent about him.
But here's the question. Do you think, how much do you think, other than that exchange with Wojo and other personal exchanges, how much does he hear us talk, whether it's 6 to 10,
I don't want to flatter myself.
Show?
I don't think
right.
my ideas are rattling in his head. Right, exactly.
So it's...
You're an NFL quarterback. Come on.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard not to, hard to miss some of the, like the writers. He talked about a writer.
They're right in front of your face at the press conference.
Well, yeah, but you also get notifications on your phone for articles that come up on the Free Press or the news or, the Athletic or ESPN. Like, it doesn't have to just be those sources, but they get picked up by the national ones as well.
All right, let's go to the phones, and then we do have some mock draft stuff to get to 9:35. 2 names, 2 weeks out, 2 most common names mocked to the Lions at 29. Paul in Clinton Township. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
I think, oddly last year, after, if you're a lifelong Lions fan living in the area like most of us, press is typically negative always. I thought last year it was pretty fair. I thought they dipped off after the Thanksgiving Day game. And I don't mean, being critical of how they played because they played
Yeah.
And they lost. But, it always goes to the next step of negativity. Okay, well, this proves they're not among the best teams in the league and they're not going to be able to get, past the first round of the playoffs. Because it always, delves into that from there. And I think it's a lot of it has to do with, obviously, Lions history, which is hard to blame them. But I thought it was a pretty fair media last year because I listened to a lot of the stuff. Before you guys went to break, you were talking, Gov was talking about, the fans and, or callers that call in and, drive these narratives. And I think a lot of that has to do with the shows themselves. If you listen enough and regularly, you got Doug and Gator who, pretty much get a lot of, I would call the more positive, glass is half full fan base, whereas Mike and Rico cater more to the negative fan. They want to voice their opinion. You can almost guarantee that if there's anything even remotely bad that goes on between 3 and 6, that's part of the fan bases of all the teams are going to call that day because that's their voice. And there's nothing wrong with it. You guys got shows to do, right?
Right.
But I think the shows themselves drive the fans that they get. Mike's brilliant at it. I mean, he wants fans to call in, the negative part. He's the only guy I know that can dig out the negative part of the Michigan football fan base to call up and agree with him at times. Over the last 3 years, you would think that's impossible, but it's not.
Right.
And it's the beauty of the show, But I think, how fans, as Gov was saying, I think a lot of it has to do with the show and the way it's presented.
Well, and we're all
what fans they bring.
We're all people with our own personalities, perspectives, opinions. And I can just speak for what I observed, how I felt this last year. I felt it was refreshing that they were good, and I felt like collectively we all wanted to, use Goff's word, relish in that. We wanted to kind of bask in this as something different, something fun, something new. That's how it sounded to me this season for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly that they were winning.
Yeah,
was new, and that they were winning consistently. They won a division, which they hadn't done since the NFC North had even been created.
There was a narrative out there, or a talking point I heard some people say when they beat Tampa. Oh, they only beat Tampa. Oh, they got lucky and got a second home game because of an upset. That's what people don't want.
Right.
Nobody wanted to hear that. That is negative. That is trying to look at this and tear it apart.
Right.
Denigrate their accomplishments, as Greg said.
Right. And I don't feel like that was really a common thread. I can't tell you nobody wrote a tweet or nobody wrote an article or no host or no caller ever made that point on the air. I just don't think it was prevalent.
No, it wasn't. I mean, everything was facts. Like they had to face some demons against the Rams, and they did. And it was a home playoff game. It was Matthew Stafford coming back. Like there was a lot of conversations about storylines going into that game, but we also talked about the actual X's and O's and the story of that game.
Maybe a hindsight one. Most people thought they had to have home field to get to the Super Bowl. I don't think that's what ended up costing them.
No, I don't think they lost because they were in San Francisco. I don't think they lost because of a fourth down decision. I think they lost because of drops. I think they lost because
sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way.
Well, yeah, and they didn't get enough stops at the end. Anyway, we don't have to
Say it.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a Pontiac woman has been charged after allegedly stealing thousands of dollars from an 85-year-old Bloomfield Township woman that she was caring for. So police say that this woman transferred $160,000 of the victim's money into her own accounts, and then she spent thousands of that gambling on different websites. And then she also used the victim's debit card to make thousands and thousands of dollars in purchases on Amazon and also on Instacart. Now, this woman was caught by police after they received a tip in January and then launched a big investigation. So she has now been charged with 1 count of embezzlement, 12 counts of uttering and publishing, and 5 counts of identity theft. Busted. And hopefully this woman can get her money back, right? Mm-hmm. Let's hope. Robots will be roaming around Belle Isle Beach this summer in an effort to help pick up some trash. So this high-tech cleaner, which is dubbed Beebot, which is short for beach robot, yes, is going to be operated by a human. So it's not like a Roomba quite yet.
It's a remote controlled.
Yes, it's remote controlled. But they do say that if everything goes well and this Beebot is successful, that in the future we could see them be like more like a Roomba, where a human is not
bebopping around without
a human controlling them, basically. Yeah. So if you're there, maybe you'll see these around. They're going to be unveiled to just the media on April 22nd, which is Earth Day, and then the public will be seeing them early June. So
cool.
Be on the lookout. Kind of cool. It's like that robot police dog we talked about.
Yeah.
Seeing more and more of these types of things.
Just not as badass.
No, it's not. Not nearly. Greenfield Village is opening this weekend. This used to be one of my favorite places. I haven't been in a long time, but if you go, you're going to see some new changes this season. So it opens on Friday for members, opens to the public on Saturday. And for the first time since 2019, the Detroit, Toledo, and Milwaukee Roundhouse, Dr. Howard's office, and Grimm Jewelry Store will all be open. They also say there's a new restaurant there, Stand 44. It's going to serve a scratch menu featuring local and seasonal ingredients. And then the Greenfield Village store has also been renovated.
Okay.
Some nice little updates.
There you go.
Have you been to Greenfield Village recently?
Not since I was a kid. I do want to get back out there because my wife's never been. So I keep saying, hey, when it gets nice out, we're going to, yes.
I just feel like it's something you have to do. Mm-hmm. At least go do it once while you're here.
We go every couple of weeks.
You go a lot.
Yeah. Are you a member? You have like the...
Yes, we have the membership, the Henry Ford membership, all that stuff. Yeah, because we do the museum, we'll do Greenfield Village, we do all of the special events, in regards to like Thomas the Train is coming. And it's a big one for Teddy.
And I want to take Emily. We've taken her to the museum.
Yeah.
But now that she's a little bit bigger and can actually do some things, I think she'll have a lot more fun. Listen to this. A California man is suing more than 50 women for $2.6 million after they shared some negative stories about him on a Facebook page that's called Are We Dating the Same Guy? Yeah, and apparently they were negative. They didn't present him very well, so he was upset about that. So he's suing them. The women say that, you know what, he's using legal action to intimidate them, and obviously hoping that this is going to get thrown out, that this can't be right. On Monday, a judge in LA did rule that at least one victim did nothing wrong by sharing her opinion of the guy online.
What did she say? Now I need to know.
I don't have all the
really
reviews,
offended.
but
Like
some of
bad
these
breath or
women
didn't
never
pay?
even met him.
Oh, really?
Some were just online dating where they exchanged text messages, maybe a couple phone calls, and just that was enough to say like, hey, I'm going to put this out there. I wouldn't want my friends dating a guy like this. I want to let other women know, hey,
Yeah, this
proceed
is
at your
my
own risk.
experience
Right.
with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was just curious. Did they say like he shouldn't be the franchise quarterback of the Detroit Lions? Because I know that can be upsetting to people.
They might have. They probably did. Yeah. I'm sure they could have. Finally, a Florida woman is being charged. She's behind bars after allegedly pretending to be a 14-year-old girl on social media and then had sexual encounters with multiple teenage boys that she met online. This woman is now 23 years old. She was first arrested in November, charged with several charges. She allegedly would chat with these teens on Snapchat, TikTok. She was pretending to be a homeschooled student. And then there was an investigation. She was arrested last week on more charges because she wasn't in jail for that whole time, right? So I guess they found more. And a judge said this: "You really don't seem to grasp the problem here. You are the problem here. Your actions on these boys are illegal." So she's going to face some time behind bars.
Well said. Heather with the news. Coming up next, 2 weeks from the draft, two names that just keep coming up. It's 97.1. Steve on the ticket text. Steve in a truck says, stick to your guns, cookies. Anything can happen these last few games. In the immortal words of the famous speech, John Belushi in Animal House. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Nothing is over until we decide it's over. Sounds like he wants me to Costa lock the game.
Well, I mean, we're just, you did such a good job on Tuesday.
Yeah, here's the deal, guy. The charm of the Costa lock is I have to truly believe it. Going into Pittsburgh, I do not have the same level of confidence. I'm still holding out hope. Of course I am. I want my team to win. For everybody that's called me negative today, I went to the game Tuesday night, excited to see my team win, and was let down. I hope they let it. It'd be the most Red Wing thing in the world, by the way, to win the game tonight. Hook us back in for the final 3 games.
Yeah.
Let's see it happen. 2 weeks from tonight, the NFL draft. Does it feel like we're 2 weeks away, John?
It's hard to gauge because it's kind of snuck up on us. Like, it feels like normally we've gone over and over and over mock drafts.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't had to do that. Well, we haven't had to do that because, one, the Lions were good and they pushed the season well into January. They're picking 29 instead of a top 10 or a top 5 pick. Plus, we've also had the Wings. We've got the Tigers to talk about, so we haven't had to be inundated with the mock draft. So it feels like the draft is kind of sneaking up on us.
Yeah, when you don't have a pick in the top 10, it kind of goes to the back burner a little bit.
Well, a little bit, yeah.
And listen, it'll be here in 2 weeks, and we're all going to be excited when it's here, but I don't think it's as top of mind, even though it's in our own backyard, because the Lions don't have a pick at the top of the draft, right?
Yeah, they're not picking. Now, we don't know what Brad Holmes is going to do with 29
right.
or with all of the picks, 29, 61. Does he trade both of those to try and move up? Who knows?
You know whose fault it is?
Yours?
Jared Goff's.
Oh, so I thought we were doing the whole, what can we blame Cookies for?
Oh, yeah, that's a good bit, right? Jim's fault that the Wings lost. Jim's the negative media. My eyes hurt. Jim's fault. A cicada humped my leg, gave me an STD. Jim's fault. Yeah, yes. Everything's my. You go ahead. You guys can flood the ticket text to wrap the show with that. 248-539-9797. Things that are Jim's fault. No, it's Goff's fault, tongue in cheek, that we don't have a top 10 pick. He played well, and they'll pick at 29 unless they trade. There's 2 names that keep showing up on mock drafts. Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, he had his latest, Chop Robinson. Feels like it's Chop Robinson and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry and Chop Robinson. 2 great nicknames, 2 guys that could help on defense, 2 names that are most commonly mocked to the Detroit Lions. 2 weeks, 2 names. Which one do you want?
Between those 2, and I do have a caution, which I'll get to in a minute, but I would prefer to see Chop Robinson be a part of this team. When I watch, and I got a chance to watch both of these guys, Kool-Aid McKinstry in the Rose Bowl against Michigan and Chop in State College against Michigan. When I watched the impact that Chop Robinson had on the game plan, Michigan literally did not throw the ball. They did throw the ball one time in the second half, but it was overturned because of a penalty.
Yeah.
And from the midway through the second quarter, through the rest of the game, they didn't throw the ball one time. There's no registered pass because Chop Robinson and his initial step, his quickness off the ball, Michigan couldn't block him. They couldn't block him or Adisa Isaac. And so they adjusted their game plan, came up with one that wasn't sexy, wasn't beautiful, but they did win the game. But it was because of the impact of one player.
Kool-Aid McKinstry has a better nickname. Let's just start there.
Well,
the idea
cool.
that the Detroit Lions would draft a player with the name or even the nickname Kool-Aid is outstanding. 6'1", press man corner from a school that Brad Holmes has familiarity with. He's taken some skill position guys with high ceilings from Alabama, whether it's J-Mo or Jahmyr Gibbs. Kool-Aid McKinstry feels like he would check a lot of the boxes. But Brad Holmes is also a guy who wants the highest ceiling. And I think that's your point about Chop. Quick first step, defensive end. Defensive ends get paid more than corners. At the highest end, a dominant defensive end changes a defense more than a corner does. If he looks at it and goes, hey, that first step, that translates. I'm not worried about sack production at Penn State. I'm worried about being a game wrecker. Put him opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Marcus Davenport's only a 1-year deal, and the consistency hasn't been there lately. Get somebody else on the edge of that defense. Can never have enough pass rushers. Between the 2, I'd pick Chop. But I think Kool-Aid McKinstry, I see why he's mocked because of all the boxes he checks. I just don't think Brad Holmes looks at it that way. He's not going to take a corner because he, quote, has to take a corner. He's going to take the guy who has the highest ceiling, the best available player.
Yeah, and I mean he can have an instant impact, and he can have a very long career of impactful plays, especially opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Now, it's not to downplay Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry is going to be a quality NFL player. I really believe that. And, he's not getting maybe some of the same love because of Arnold on the other side, and Arnold had a better year this year than Kool-Aid McKinstry had maybe a year ago. And it's not, and I don't think it's that he's fallen off. It's just that he didn't play to the same level. Maybe he didn't get the same matchups because of, there's a lot of different things in football, motions and all that stuff where, he's not going to follow him. They didn't play a lot of man coverage. He is good in man, though.
Those two names aren't the only two names, though, right? Mel Kiper's got a 2-round mock 2 weeks away. We're doing a lot of 2s here. 2 players for the Lions to draft in the first 2 rounds. You got that?
I did have it.
Okay. I know he had them taking a wide receiver at the end of the first
round. It was A.D. Mitchell.
Yep.
And then in the second round at 61, he had Adisa Isaac.
The other Penn State pass rusher.
Which I mentioned a little earlier today. Don't be surprised if they do go Kool-Aid in the first round, that they don't try and get the other Penn State defensive end in the second round, Adisa Isaac. He was almost as effective as Chop was in that game. But here's my caution to Lions fans. When you see these mock drafts, most of them are designed by those that are creating these mocks, whether it's 1 round, 2 round, 3 rounds, they're putting what they think is a good fit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're using the top-rated guys, but some of it goes to fit. That's not how Brad Holmes is going to draft.
No, we know that. He's kind of mocks, right? The idea, he said it with us. He said they're need-based. All these industry mocks they just go, what does the team need? Who is a player that's going to go in that range? And they assume fit.
Yeah.
That's all they do. Essentially, he said the mock drafts, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so if the best available player, let's just say, because we have talked about Cooper DeJean,
mm-hmm.
if he's the best available at that time, don't be surprised to take him. Now, it's a corner, so it fits what the need is,
mm-hmm.
but let's just say it's Jerzon Newton out of Illinois.
Defensive tackle, yeah.
He could be a guy that if he falls to that point, that he's available and they're going to head and take him. In this one with Mel Kiper, they took, A.D. Mitchell, a wide receiver in the first round. Not the most important need, but if he falls there and Brad Holmes has him or any other wide receiver ranked higher than Chop or ranked higher than Kool-Aid, he's going to take the guy that is the highest rated on his board.
The 2-round mock gives you a little bit of an idea of what positions get addressed. They still have 1 more in the top 75. I really feel like they need an offensive lineman in the first 3 picks, right? Are you with me on that?
Oh, I would.
Not that you should force it. We know the Lions won't force it, but knowing what we know about how important the offensive line is for this team, knowing that the future of that position group, there are questions. Ragnow contemplating retirement. Decker, 1 year left on his deal. Zeitler, who they brought in his
1 year deal.
Yeah, he's 34 years old, 1 year deal. I would love if one of the better offensive linemen is there in the first round and they take him. If not, maybe one's there in the second. If not, the third is and that's where Jonah Jackson was taken. The third is kind of where you're hoping buck stops here. Got to get an offensive lineman, right?
And money should play a part of this as well, because in the next offseason, who is the number one? We're talking about right now, Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Next year, who is it that is going to be the big topic about,
the best athlete in Detroit?
Extending. It's going to be Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
And so you got to get younger and cheaper on the offensive line. You want to make sure that you maintain a certain level of performance, and you can do that, or you're more assured to be able to do that if you take an offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds.
Some ticket decks coming in, things that people want to blame me for. We'll get to those, plus reactions to some Lions scenarios. 2 weeks, 2 names, it's 97-1.
Hey, the sun will come out again, and with this rain that we're having today, the grass is going to start greening up and growing. If you want a great green lawn, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. The number that you can reach them at is 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And here's what they're going to do. When they come out, they're going to assess the situation. If you've got some crabgrass or you've got some remnants of it, they're going to take care of that, because you got to take care of it now. When you see it this summer, too late to fix it. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices to take care of the job. Each lawn is assigned its own specialist, And then they're going to send out certified applicators and arborists to perform the custom tailored solution specifically for your yard and your home. They're so sure that they can get the job done. They're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green. Stay green with Natural Way.
I said a dreaded 3 words just a second ago. Feels like Friday. It's not Friday. I'm sorry, guys.
Can't say that.
Sorry. Another thing to blame me for.
Yeah.
Ticket text. It kind of does, though, right?
No.
Just me.
Kind of know I still got to come in tomorrow.
Okay. You sure about that? Ticket texter says,
I am. You're the one that's going to be celebrating tonight. Hopefully.
I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Get a big win against the Penguins. Ticket texter says, Armando Galarraga blown no-hitter. Jim caused it. Javi Baez swinging and missing. Jim taught him that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's all those. You've done this before, where you put the extended bat in his hands. Have you? You've either retweeted one of those, or I've seen it where
like Sister Jean throws the ball and he can't hit it.
Yeah.
Those are great. They're funny. It's like 50 Cent throwing it in the dirt and Javi's still swinging at it anyway.
Or negative.
Yeah.
Ticket
texter.
Kind
of a negative approach.
I'm constipated today. Probably Cookie's fault.
Yeah.
Coffee grounds in my coffee cup this morning.
Cookie's fault.
Jim's fault. My dog peed on the rug this morning. Jim's fault. Cookie's cat knocked up my cat. His fault. Bad parenting.
Oh,
Jim's fault.
Yeah. Cat sex.
Speaking of, that's a weird segue. We covered a lot today on the show.
Speaking of.
We covered a lot on the show today. Tiger Woods. It kind of works, right? Tiger is going sexless for the Masters. We talked about it earlier. To lead up to the Masters, if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, go back. Yes, we talked about the golf comments today. We talked about the sign for Detroit, for the city of Detroit on 94. People's thoughts, a lot of thoughts on the sign. Bunch of it. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, go back. It'll also get podcasted later, so you can listen whenever you want. One more. Ticket texter says, Jim, stop with your locks, the flags, and going to games. We need to get in the playoffs. Focus on the play on the ice. Chuck, working from home.
Well, I can pretty much assure you that our listeners, that you will not be in-house tonight. You're not making the trip.
I'm not going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fly the car flags. I have not Costa-locked the game. This is officially not my fault. And
tonight's the night that they're going to win then, right?
And I said, wouldn't that be the most Red Wing thing? Nedeljkovic is the goalie on the other side, former Red Wing. They've been playing him a lot. I think it's 9 straight games.
And it's Lyon in net for the Wings, right? I think I saw that.
Okay, I'll believe you. So the idea here is you can't hold anything back. They're playing their best goalie. Do you get any wear and tear? Can you get them? Can you not get goalied for the second game in a row? The problem is Pittsburgh's on fire. Crosby's playing like Fountain of Youth prime Crosby.
Well, okay, but we can't use that every single time. Like, yeah, they're playing well, but Washington wasn't. And that you couldn't find a way to beat a team that wasn't. It would be the most Red Wings thing this year to step up.
You can't beat the bad
stand
team.
on your head and beat somebody in their house when they're playing good.
And it would kind of reset the standings a little bit here. I mean, it put them not quite back in the driver's seat. You need a Washington loss, but Washington plays Boston and Tampa down the stretch. So there are scenarios where we don't trust Washington's a good hockey team. If they go 2-2 down the stretch, Wings go 3-1 with the Penguins win, I think that gets them in. Yeah. But that's with a Penguins win. If you lose tonight, they won't be mathematically out with 3 games to go.
It'd be an extreme long shot.
Yeah, you'd be blocked by teams that beat you. You got to win your way in. You can't just exist on the bubble. You eventually have to win some of these games.
And Saturday they're in Toronto.
Yeah, and I think it's the final Saturday of the regular season. Probably hockey night in Canada. They hate the Red Wings. Anything they can do to keep the Red Wings out of the playoffs. It doesn't get easier. It's not supposed to get easier this time of year.
No, the only way it's supposed to get easier is that you take care of business when you're supposed to, like a couple of times against Arizona. I'm not going to continue to go down that road, but they had their opportunities. They made life hard on themselves. They even, 2 days ago, were in the driver's seat. Well, let's make life a little bit harder on ourselves, and let's lose this one at home.
Let's make this harder on ourselves. That's the entire thing. The one that got away, the game they should have won, and now they face Pittsburgh. And it's Crosby, it's Malkin, it's Carlson, it's Letang. It's guys that if they get in, they probably feel like they could do some damage.
Yeah.
Right? They go, hey, one last hurrah with this group. Let's see what happens. Wings play tonight. We'll find out. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Phones, Rob, you've been waiting patiently. Rob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just want to say that I think it's refreshing that Goff has some opinions on this compared to Stafford, who was almost robotic with the media. And I was listening live when Coach challenged you on that. I thought it was great radio. I don't think the previous coaches would even care to have that type of exchange with you. And like you said, he moved on. The rest of the interview was fine. These guys are both accessible. I mean, I'm sure it's in a contract somewhere, but when they do come on Goff at 10 o'clock in that hour and coach with you, they'll answer the questions, the fun questions, the serious questions, everything in between. With not a lot of coach speak, not a lot of QB speak, it's pretty genuine compared to in the past where you get things of that nature said 50 times. Coach is going to tell you how it is and what he was thinking and say, you know what, we rolled the dice, it didn't work. We got to go play the next game, and it's really refreshing. And maybe they do keep a few receipts on things, and they say, well, you don't need to be pissed at Costa to be motivated to play a football game because you're supposed to be a professional. Well, all those bad teams were professionals too, and they just collected the check. So maybe these guys got you on a dartboard. If it helps them on 4th and 1 sometime along the way, they'll be like, you know what, they had that Jim Costa, we're going to get this 4th down, then whatever. And I think it's healthy.
I would give anything for open locker room to walk in there and see a dartboard filled with Costa's picture on it. Oh my goodness, it would make my life.
So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Rob.
That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
And I go ahead.
We're selling stuff on this 97.1 ticket merchandise now. We're going to have the Costa dartboards.
I wouldn't put it past his place.
As long as you're getting a cut, right?
Yeah. How's that work? How do we work out?
You got to trademark your face.
We got to get your NIL deal.
There we go.
Get it lined up. Yep, little NIL there for you.
The Costa dartboard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My face right at the center.
Hey, I'll be first in line.
Gator, what's up? I didn't Costa lock tonight. Everything's fair.
Yeah, everything's on the table.
Hey, but he's threatening you.
Oh, I deserve it.
You got other people threatening you.
Well,
Heather's like, yeah.
They're some of the listeners, whether it's on Twitch or they've actually, sent the text in. There is, I think, money on when it is that I'm going to reach across and give him a jab.
People have said strangulation, punch. What is going to be the first altercation? You can bet on that now.
Okay. Have you measured the reach?
Should we? You want to? Here. What if I get I'm really aggressively?
Just
how far can you get?
I don't think.
Like if I'm getting real into it.
The Viper over there, he can reach it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Do you know John's tall?
I was aware of this. Yeah. I noticed that. I noticed that one day. It's working with somebody who's tall, as I do, because Doug is a few inches taller than I am. And I don't consider myself short. At one point, I think I was 6'1", probably around 6 feet now. Well, you shrink over the years.
Yes. Doug, do you consider yourself tall?
But Doug's like 6'3", 6'4". And
that's tall.
Yeah, that's tall. But then I watched Doug stand next to John, and I'm like, oh, well, here we go.
Yeah.
It's the TV show that John and I do together, Inside Michigan Football,
Melrose
field post game. You don't know how many people say, God, I swear, I thought you were tall.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, I thought so too.
It's fun. Some of the feedback I got from doing the post-game interview, because they video that one with Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And people really liked the fact that in the interview, because of where the mic was and when he was talking to me, he was actually looking up as well, which was kind of a new perspective for me.
Well, I think of myself as tall until I come in here for crosstalk.
Yeah.
And every Saturday from either noon to 3:30 or 3:30 to 7.
Or April 20.
I went to a concert like 6 years ago at St. Andrews to see the band Candlebox play. And great venue to watch music. Band's great. But as I'm on the floor and I'm looking around, I'm like, I'm tall, but I'm not tall anymore. Every guy that was there, I swear to God, 90% of the guys that were there were 6'2" or taller. I'm like, what is going on? It's not like the tournament wasn't in town,
Right, yeah.
It just, sometimes it could be a little...
Gator in the Globe.
They didn't mean to make you feel short, but they did it anyway.
This guy.
Did you just try to candlebox this?
I candlebox the conversation.
Don't ever do that. What the hell, man?
All right, tee up your show. What's up?
More gems like that over the next 4 hours.
All right, stay tuned. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1.
So the Tiger game this afternoon already rained out. Doubleheader on Saturday. You can pretty much count on Matt Manning starting one of those games as he got scratched from his start last night for Toledo. So Matt Manning will be the added person to the roster for doubleheaders, which you can do. And so,
is this already a given, or is this a Doug Karsch?
This is called a shot. But it's pretty obvious.
You were spot on last week. Well, it's obvious now. I don't think it was obvious last week when you made the call.
Okay. Well,
nice job.
It's far more obvious now, yes, than it was a week ago. But if we want to keep bringing up correct predictions I made, please feel free anytime.
You want to pat me on the back some more? Go ahead.
I mean, we can talk about it for 4 hours.
Feels good. You want
Because God knows when you make a bad one,
right?
People remind you of those all the time. All the time.
You raise me up. We want to put you on the pedestal there.
It's quite all right.
Sorry, did I give you a rich rod?
You know, I wasn't there.
Flashback.
Yeah.
There
are moments in time that I look back and go, did I dream the Rich Rod era? That didn't actually happen, did it?
Well, that happened.
There were so many weird things.
He was here. There was excitement for a minute.
There was a lot of weird stuff that era. A lot of strange stuff.
Really exciting quarterback.
Well, you know, it's funny because in the end, I wasn't really well liked by that crew. I don't think there were some good people in there, but there were some ones that definitely did not like this guy right here. That's okay though. That's okay. With that said, huge Red Wing game tonight. Third matchup with Pittsburgh this year. They have swapped 6-3 wins. Detroit won the opener pre-Kane 6-3, lost the rematch once Kane was here 6-3. And home road. I mean, how much does this stuff really matter in playoff hockey, which is essentially what this is? It didn't matter to Washington 2 nights ago. Probably really shouldn't matter to Detroit right now. Look, this is this game's in a lot of ways just as big, if not bigger, than the game on Tuesday. They didn't get the job done Tuesday. Gator, dare we say that they have shifted into high gear for this postseason run? Can we safely say that, or is that assuming too much?
That they've shifted into high gear? I think that they have definitely raised their game up a level. I think that has definitely happened. Are they playing playoff brand hockey? In some ways, yes. You know, the game we saw the other night was definitely a playoff-like hockey game because, unfortunately, we've seen that game done in the playoffs. It wasn't that they came out flat. They came out on fire, but they couldn't score. They dominated the game, probably outplayed Washington for 50 of the 60 minutes, but they couldn't score until there was 1.1 left. So it's that was frustrating. That was unfortunate, but the season's not done. If they lose tonight, the season's probably done.
Yeah,
you would have that.
It would take a bunch of other losses to make it feel like it wasn't.
Then you really have to start scoreboard watching and doing some voodoo tricks on other teams and stuff like that. But they got to win this game tonight. This is absolutely must win.
I feel like something may come back tonight. There are eras of Detroit sports. I think of eras of our show together, Gator. There was an era of our show where the number one villain in Detroit sports was Sidney Crosby. Mm-hmm. People hated Sidney Crosby. And I remember talking about how my oldest, who is now 22 years old, when he was young, he was a Crosby fan. And people said, Doug, you're a terrible parent. And I said, I said, I know. But I realized that Crosby, he was affected by the marketing of Sidney Crosby, who was a great player, but he was a villain. He was the biggest villain in Detroit. And now he's 36 years old. He's still scoring 40 goals. And rekindling the hatred, like I'm rekindling something that has been kind of dormant for a while. It may come back tonight. I'm not going to force it. But now I kind of want to hate Sidney Crosby again.
Yeah, I get it.
And I want to evoke those deep-seated sports emotions. I use hate in a sports term. I don't hate the man, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it won't be hard once you see that uniform skate out on the ice, and the fact that he still has that kind of skill.
He's got to do something though. To me, he's got to start whining to the refs, and I'm like, there it is, it is.
I have grown to respect him immensely.
Yep.
As the years have gone on, and it really there was a linchpin moment for me of when it turned, and I was watching a documentary on tough guys in the NHL. And there's a million of them. I can't remember which one this was. I might give wrong attribution, but I'll take a shot anyway. I think it was something where Chris Nyland, the former enforcer, was talking. Mm-hmm. Or at least he was involved in this documentary. And they were talking about all the tough guys, the enforcers in hockey. And somebody brings up, who's really tough is Sidney Crosby. And he goes, before you laugh, think about this. Look at the era Sidney Crosby's playing in right now, where fighting you don't really have a role for the enforcer in today's NHL. And we haven't had that it's been 10 years, 12 years.
Yeah.
So we've had that. He goes, this guy has had to play without having somebody riding shotgun with him to protect him. Like Gretzky had Semenko, Steve Yzerman had Probert and Koster. You had all these great players, had players that would protect him. Sidney Crosby didn't. And think about early in his career when he was out with concussions. I mean, this guy missed like a full season because of a concussion. But he still got back up and played, and plays at the highest of levels. He gets knocked around every single game. The other night, he got knocked down like 3 times in a couple minutes and got knocked silly in one play. He and Austin Matthews collided, right? I think it was inadvertently, but they did collide. but the guy still gets out there and plays at the level that he plays. It's nauseating how good he is. But I think as time goes on and he's won Stanley Cups, and you got to respect him. He's tougher than you want to give him credit for.
Kang, this guy here, why don't you marry him, Gator? I mean,
showing respect for a guy.
Leg humping Sidney Crosby all of a sudden?
All right, slow down.
Yeah,
you got a poster up in your room?
No, I don't think Gators think about him in the shower or anything like that. I think he's just paying his respects. I'm defending you, Gator.
Thank you.
All right, yeah.
Thank you, Ish.
Gator.
Just saying. One of the greats. He is.
You
can hate him. You can still hate him. You could just still despise him.
I mean, what he's doing now is incredible.
That was just a bit lengthy.
That might be true.
Lengthy there.
Well, I felt like I needed to because we here in Detroit, we're programmed to hate this guy.
It's been a dormant hatred, though.
Well, yeah, because the Red Wings have been irrelevant for the last 7 seasons or whatever it's been, more than that. And, yeah, you only see the guy a couple times a year. But I understand.
248-539-9797. Wings fans, big game tonight. You want to get into it. We will also talk some Tigers coming up. Stunning stat from a Tiger insider today at 10:35. I'm hoping, Gator, that you will embrace it. I suspect that you won't. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. Doesn't get much better, and it doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays, you combine a bunch of bets for your chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, just hit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued and non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Who was the little twerp from Pittsburgh that scored twice in that Game 7? Remember, it was a little twerp. Letang?
Oh,
Was
Chris
it Letang?
May have been Letang. I don't know why I'm thinking Malkin did, but Malkin didn't play.
I wouldn't call him a twerp.
No, I was going to say.
That was the guy I think Detroiters respected.
And I don't even think Malkin played in that second half of that game. Didn't get hurt. But yeah, I believe it was Letang. So long ago now, right? I mean, that is one of 15 years ago.
Yeah, but when I look back at the end of the career and you sum up the stuff you got to see, the games you got to go to, that one makes no sense. It makes no sense. It was Maxime Talbot. He was the one that scored. Yep.
Was it 2-1 or 2-0? What was the final in that game?
It was 2-1. Erickson scored.
God, it was just the worst game to watch.
Yep. But anyway, yes.
Erickson scored? That's his Jonathan Erickson?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. From Lidstrom and Hoodler.
Hoodles.
Yeah.
Stole my pizza.
My God. Anyway.
Hoodles is great, though, because it's a great story. Yeah, he stole my pizza when we were at the parade. We're up at the next to the podium doing our show.
During better times.
Yeah. And Hoodles comes up there, and they brought a bunch of pizza over, and Hoodles just grabs a slice that I had sitting in front of me. And then Kang's got the great story of Yuri Hoodler.
I was wondering if you remember.
Oh, I love this one.
For people who haven't heard it, Kang?
So this is back in my younger days when I was single and still going out to the bars and nightclubs and whatnot. And we were in I believe it was Birmingham, downtown Birmingham. We were about to go into a place.
you were at Royal Oak.
Might have been. It was in that area.
We went upstairs to the bar in Royal Oak.
And we're waiting to go upstairs. And you know how it kind of gets crowded at entrances, so you don't know if there's a line, if there's bouncer, security, whatever. All of a sudden, a guy starts asking for IDs for my group. And it was like a couple girls, I think, maybe a guy. He just looks at it, goes, okay, you're good. Walks, goes up. Next, yeah, you're good. He's like really just glancing at him. Comes up to me and does it. And I'm like, this is Yuri Hoodler. This is not a security guy. It was Yuri Hoodler. It was just messing around and joking because he happened to be standing by the door. And people were like looking to him for guidance. And he's like, yeah, ID. And then people would just give it to him. And it was hilarious. He let us know after, like, 4 or 5 of us went up. But I was like, that was hilarious.
That's really funny. That is classic.
All right, Yuri, you got us this time.
Classic Hoodles.
Hoodles.
Anyway, yeah, that Stanley Cup, that Game 7, it just made no sense. It made no sense. And I swear Lidstrom had a shot to tie it in the last seconds to send it to overtime. And we had big plans, man.
Yeah. We were ready to party at my house. We were going to go to the downtown Royal Oak and hang out all night. And as soon as that thing ended, we went back to my house where, you had your car. You're like, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, yeah.
Nope.
I mean, you were going to spend the night. We tried to convince Kang to come on out and hang out with us. No. I got to go, man.
We should dwell on the year prior. But I feel like that's the way it happens and you remember those losses, they hang with you. Anyway, so tonight's huge, right? So on the ice, there is no Rasmussen, no Kopp. All right, so guys got to step up. And we could talk about Zarnik or who's the emergency call up yesterday? Austin, that dude.
Yeah,
whether or not he's... Some guy.
Sorry.
Watch him be the hero tonight.
Sorry. It was Zach Aston Reese.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like an actor. Doesn't it?
It does.
Was he in Rudy?
No.
Okay.
That would, but well played actor with last name. Aston would play Rudy. Well done.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so watch him be the hero tonight. But when I say people need to step up, it's usually somebody else. Like, I feel like tonight, you know what I think we might be talking about tomorrow? Dylan Larkin. I think Dylan Larkin, this is a new era of Red Wing hockey, and he's the lead dog. No matter how good or bad you think he is, he's their lead dog. Dylan Larkin this to me feels like a Larkin legacy game. Go win this game behind 2 goals and an assist from Dylan Larkin, behind a hat trick from Dylan Larkin. Larkin blocks a puck with his helmet, like just stuff that you need to cement legacies. And when you get to the big games, everything is multiplied, right? It's the Powerball. This is a Powerball game tonight. And I have a feeling tomorrow we're going to be talking about Dylan Larkin. And I hope it's not because he no-shows, which, I mean, sometimes in hockey, the puck luck. Now, a skater like him and his ability to gain the zone and keep possession of the puck, it stands out. And so I don't know that he can necessarily no-show. I suppose he can, but feels like a Dylan Larkin game to me.
I'm not going to disagree too much with that, but I'll offer up another name. I think the guy who stepped up and has really performed this year and been as consistent as the rest of the guys is Lucas Raymond.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's got that dangerous snapshot. He's a sniper now, and I think he is – you can see on his face the determination that he wants his team to succeed. He's trying really hard, and I think it's gonna pay off for him again tonight. We'll recognize him tomorrow on the show.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, the way that Lindgren on Tuesday night, tapped into the ghost of Olaf Kolzig and became the best goaltender in Capitals history. I hope that Alex Lyon taps into the ghost of Dominik Hasek and has one of those kinds of games too, because, I mean, any success they have has been predicated on that guy's emergence this year for the Detroit Red Wings. 248-539-9797. If you want to call your shot on who the hero is, let us know who you think the hero is going to be tonight in a massive hockey game for the Red Wings. They've backed themselves into a bit of a corner. It feels very do or die-ish this evening. In the meantime, we are left to scoreboard watch because they no longer control their own destiny. Washington's in Buffalo. And so hopefully Buffalo, who can give teams problems. We know they've given Detroit problems when things weren't going well, but hopefully Buffalo can get the job done.
Yeah, hopefully it's more Buffalo and not Buffalo. Get out there and play. Get off to a good start. Don't lag.
Yeah.
But it would be nice if they did a little bit of heavy lifting for the Red Wings. And Philadelphia feels like they're in its downward spiral anyway. They're at the Rangers, so. How about the home teams take care of business outside of Pittsburgh? That'd be great.
248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback. I mentioned at 10:35 a Tiger stat. The Tigers lead the league in this. We'll get to that, and it's not pitching related.
Oh,
we'll get to that at 10:35 here on 97.1.
Well, all this rain we're going to get, it's going to test what you've got going on in your house. So if you've got a flooded basement, or maybe you're worried about the scorching hot house because your AC unit just isn't working, look for the red, white, and blue trucks. They're all over the place. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They know what they're doing. Frank, he's the owner. He's got a great deal going on right now. This spring, they're giving all customers a free tankless water heater included with the purchase of a full furnace and air conditioning package. Doesn't matter if you've got a flood in your basement or a clogged drain or the AC unit that's just not worth anything. Give Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling a call today or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Massive game tonight for the Red Wings. Tigers rained out this afternoon. Plus, we got a Frozen Four tonight. Denver and BU in the opener. Michigan and BC in the nightcap. A bunch of blue bloods of college hockey going at it in this one. Have you and I follow college hockey. We don't talk about it much. It doesn't have quite the mass appeal we wished, but I've always held some of those old out west WCHA schools in a bit of a romantic place, like Denver, Colorado College, North Dakota. I've always looked back at those guys and as like, I mean, Colorado College is a tiny little school with an elite hockey program.
Well, it's like a bunch of the schools out in the East, the tiny little schools
Yeah.
where they have outstanding hockey colleges. I mean, I guess I always thought of, like, when I hear North Dakota, I think two things. I don't know why, I guess I think of the movie, Fargo, thank you. Good God.
When you need movie references, my friend,
exactly.
I'm here for you.
Yeah. Brock Lesnar, Fargo, and then I think of Tony Herkus, former NHL player, who, if I'm not mistaken, played at North Dakota.
Really?
Herkus, who played with the St. Louis Blues, among other teams, but HRKAC for those keeping track at home. I just always associate that with it. There's a little bit, I guess, 'cause being a kid and looking at the box scores in the newspaper occasionally when they would have them for some of those great teams that Michigan State had, and then you would see like always North Dakota ranked. Well, who the hell are these guys?
Yep. And Colorado College, man. Why would you have ever heard of Colorado College if not for college hockey? I mean, I guess that's our
Why would you ever heard of Quinnipiac?
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, Colorado College.
RPI.
Yeah, you're right. Colorado College has an enrollment of 2,200, but
that's small.
If I'm correct, I think their play-by-play guy is Ken Landau. Do you remember him? Is it Lansing area?
Vaguely.
Yeah. And I think he did Michigan State hockey for a while. And I think he is the play-by-play voice of Colorado College. I got to be careful here because I really don't know that that's a fact, and I don't like doing that. But, yeah, Ken Landau's the voice of Colorado College. All right, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. And we have a Tiger game, like I said, rained out. And I do want to get to some Tiger stuff here, but we may have a pretty major breaking story at this hour.
Oh.
Yep. O.J. Simpson has passed away.
The juice is no longer? Really?
Yeah, Dan Wetzel has tweeted out a retweet from O.J. Simpson's account. On April 10th, our father, Ornell James Simpson, succumbed to his battle with cancer. He was surrounded by his children and grandchildren during this time of transition. His family asked you please respect their wishes and their privacy and grace. The Simpson family. Clearly a polarizing figure.
Well, polarized, I don't know if there's the right way to put it. Like, polarizing, you still would think like there's people that still love the Jews. I don't think that's the case. This is the classic case of fall from grace, and shock the world what happened, right? O.J. Simpson, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was dealing with cancer.
I saw that a while back, but apparently O.J. Simpson died at some point yesterday. And again, Dan Wetzel is the one that retweeted a post.
See, Nicole Auerbach's retweeted it. A lot of people are retweeting it now.
Yeah. So there is that.
Well, listen, obviously you've got the pre-trial and post-trial, or the pre-chase and post-chase OJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pre-chase OJ was beloved. People loved OJ. Great running back in college and the pros. Became a broadcaster, got into acting, Naked Gun, the whole bit. Loved them in Naked Gun. Norberg, loved them.
Was he in Towering Inferno?
Yeah, he was in Towering Inferno. Did the Hertz commercials and the whole bit. But then we're watching the NBA Finals and you see the car chase and then everything changed.
Yep.
And I don't know if there's ever been somebody that had a fall from grace like that.
I mean, it's an unbelievable story.
It really
is unfreaking believable. And look, you don't know people. You watch them compete, and you see them on the field of play, or you see them on television, and you feel like you know them, and of course you don't. You don't. And then you see what he was accused of and what I think just about everybody's convinced he did. And what I found was that the behavior after that made everything worse, way worse. Because as bad as that was, I'm like, okay, in the court of law, and I didn't follow it that closely, but he seemed pretty guilty to me. But then the stuff he did afterwards, just like, my God, what has happened? And it was just, I don't think he got back in very many people's good graces. Some people did celebrate when he was.
Well, there were definitely people celebrating. Yep. And I think as time goes on, people probably feel guilty about the celebration at the time, but I don't know. I wasn't one of those that was celebrating, but I was working.
You were working in news radio.
Well,
right?
at the station. Yep. We were at AM 1270. We were News Talk, and we covered this story as close as any story could be covered. I mean, it was every single day. I was an associate producer at the time, and then a full-time producer when everything was all said and done. It was just a unbelievable story where you're talking to legal experts literally every single day.
Yeah, but for you guys too, like you guys knew him as saw him. Did you guys see him play football?
Yeah.
And
for me, I mean,
because
it was kind of towards the end.
Yeah.
His last year, that was like maybe the first year I started watching football.
From me, I never saw him play football live. Like what I knew was he was in the Hertz commercials, I think it was, and then he was a commentator for NBC football. So that's why I knew O.J. Simpson from, and I still remember vividly to the day watching the NBA Finals when the whole Bronco chase happened because it interrupted the NBA Finals, and that's what So I never saw his peak was playing football, right? Like one of the best running backs of all time. I never saw that. I knew that, but I never saw that. So for me, it was that was what I knew of OJ.
He became bigger after football.
Did he?
Because media got bigger.
Well, because
there were other things. Because it ended up he was doing movies and commercials and on TV all the time. So he made this brilliant transition from being a player. And by the end of his run, when he was playing, he was done, man. He was totally done as a player. His legs were shot, and but he was remembered as being this great player, Heisman Trophy winner at USC, and then moving on with the Buffalo Bills and the 2,000-yard rushing season and all this. But at the end of his career, his last couple of years were terrible.
Well, I collect cards. You guys know this. I saw a card of him a few months ago. He was with the Niners at some point. I was like, O.J. Simpson was a Niner? I had no idea.
Yeah. Yep. It's like Jerry Rice was a Seattle Seahawks.
Well, I knew that. Yeah. You know what I mean? But
Joe Namath was a Ram. I mean, this is how the end of the careers went. But when he was done, but that transition to the media was fantastic for O.J. Simpson. He was all over the place. Did commercials for or print ads for, I think, Durango Boots or something like that. And he was a big freaking star.
He did something in sports that was magical at the time, which is 2,000 yards rushing. I mean,
in a 14-game season,
1,000-yard back was such a big deal, and it still kind of is to get to 1,000 yards. It's a milestone. And he did what? He got to 2,000, and I didn't see it, right? It was 1973. I wasn't paying attention. But I remember seeing a football card and all that. But then, just like you said, the fall from grace it's still hard to believe that happened. When somebody has everything going for them, everything you could probably ever want, but the wiring's not right.
Yeah.
And to snap that way, and a horrific crime.
Well, I mean, Kane, to your point, you collect cards, and I did too when I was a kid. I always like the history of sports. I always would go back and see who the greatest players of the games were, whether it was baseball, football, basketball, or hockey. And when it came to football, I knew about OJ. And I remember going to one of the first card shows I went to. I wanted to get the football card for the year that he had the 2,000 yards rushing, so I could flip the back of the card and see the most recent update. Oh, there he is, 2,003 yards, the 1974 O.J. Simpson card from the 73 season. And I went and got that card, and I love that card. Was it the most valuable O.J. card? No, but I wanted that one because of that year.
Well, O.J. did something where he was very, very famous to very, very infamous.
Yeah.
You know? Like, he did both. Like, that's pop culture, sports. People know the name O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, and this was one that on one night everything changed. It wasn't like gradually. You heard stories, this and that, and eventually stuff came out, and more stuff comes out, and more stuff comes out. You know, like say with like Michael Jackson type thing. O.J. was overnight. What just happened? That I was just watching the game, and next thing I know, I'm watching this white Bronco going down the freeway, and what happened? There was a murder? What?
Yep.
Unbelievable. And then we got introduced to Kato Kalin, and everything changed.
Oh, my God. I forgot about that guy. All right. That's a big breaking news story today. O.J. Simpson has passed away. I'll get to this Tiger stat. Tigers lead the league in this. We'll get to that today at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, spring is here, and so are the Silverados and Equinoxes. It's your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. And that means Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of Silverados and Equinoxes that are ready for you to test drive and take one home today. Plus, it's truck season, so now's the time to get that Silverado you've been dreaming of. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke. Do what I did. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, Tigers rained out today, and which is unfortunate because I absolutely love having a team that's intriguing, and in the early going here, it's without question intriguing. But Gator, I found this. Actually, Chris McCoskey is the one that put it out there, so it wasn't much of a find. He's a Tiger beat writer. A lot of people follow Chris McCoskey. And I don't know that you would have expected this, but early in the season, according to fieldingbible.com, which does the metric defensive runs saved, the Detroit Tigers are number 1 in the majors in runs saved with 12. Now, this is one of those things that I don't know how many people understand how it works. I did some reading on it this morning a little bit to say that they've tweaked their model a little bit, and it has a lot to do with arm strength and range. They measure where you are, where you line up for a play, how far you have to move to field a baseball. But according to their metrics, the Tigers are the number 1 defensive team in the majors based upon runs saved through this first 11 games.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they just haven't been throwing a ball all over the place. They don't think they've had too many errors on the team. I haven't looked at the stats, but I think that they've made the plays that need to be made.
I think probably the one that is been most encouraging, or the thing that I'm most thinking, okay, this might work, is there were questions about Colt Keith's ability to play second base. And I'm not going to say it's victory lap time after 11 games for Colt Keith defensively, but he looks, I mean, they just asked him to make the average play. He's made several well above average plays, ranging to either side. Had one that they almost turned a double play on in the Pittsburgh series. I'm very pleased with what we've seen out of Colt Keith. And the number 1 position on the Tigers in terms of runs saved has been left field, Riley Green. We've seen him lay out and catch a couple of baseballs this year. Parker Meadows also does really well in center field.
And Vierling was playing center field when he made those plays? I guess
he was playing center field. He made a hell of a play out there.
2 really nice plays.
Yep.
So yeah, they've gotten, like I said, all around. It's been really good play. I think there've been, I'm trying to remember a bad play. I think Ibanez may have booted one point earlier this year.
Yep.
And maybe another player at third base made a mistake, whether it was McKinstry, I forget who. But other than that, it's been really clean. Baez has been above average at shortstop.
There's a lot of he gets both opinions of his ability to play defense and his ability in his range and to make the spectacular play, but then also throw a ball in the dirt or overthrow first base. But he's been pretty good himself. Tigers with 3 errors through 11 games, fielding percentage of .993, is 1/100th behind the Braves and Twins, who are tied for first at .994. So good start defensively. And look, when you're not a great team, okay, when you're not loaded from top to bottom with all-stars, you got to find other ways to try and win. And it's an underrated part of the game. I've always tried to value it very much, but defense is a big part of how this team has to get it done. And playing good defense is what they've been doing so far. So just love it.
Yeah, keep it up. Don't start booting the ball.
Yep.
Don't do that.
Yep.
But left field is the number 1, huh?
Yep. So good for Riley Green. Okay, we were talking about the Red Wings a little bit earlier on. And the Birch Kid did a story on our website about sort of where this team is, big picture and small picture. All right, big picture, it's another step forward in the growth of this roster under Steve Yzerman. It's not a big step forward, but it's a step forward. The point totals go up every year, and if that continues from this season into next season, regardless of what happens at the end of this year, they'll almost assuredly be a playoff team, which is a low hurdle to clear, okay, and where we are in terms of years with Steve Yzerman. If you can accept the fact that he took over a big mess and has, kind of had a couple of years there where they had no chances of competing, and now they are competing. We went over some drafts the other day, Gator. You brought up the drafts prior to Steve Yzerman taking over and how remarkable they are for zero yield.
And there's nothing.
Yeah.
They're like literally they're one and dones. Like maybe the first round pick did something and nobody else did after them.
Yep.
Or the ones that they did just weren't any good. I mean, you go back, look at the Philip Zadina draft. That one hurts. That was a higher pick, and they swung and missed. And it's hard to kill the organization at the time because you go back and think about that draft and what was said about Zadina after the draft. Everybody thought that was kind of a steal. This guy slipped, and Red Wings were able to snatch him up, and he's done.
Apparently, some people in the league knew something because they didn't go after him.
Well, but he was gone by the 6th pick. You know, I mean, if those teams are picking the same spot where the Red Wings were instead of picking the first couple picks, I don't know. It's just one of many examples. Where you go back and look at those picks that they had, and Dennis Cholowski, players like that they got nothing out of. Svechnikov got nothing out of, and that's what hurts.
So there's a few things here. In the Birchie story, he writes, it's hard to imagine Steve Yzerman axing alone after 2 seasons, even if the Wings squander this chance. Their next 4 games could determine whether Lalonde reaches the end of his reported 3-year contract without a single playoff appearance. Optically and logically, Yzerman would be hard-pressed to bring him back. Detroit's playoff drought would be at 9 seasons. This is the season to end it. The Wings are a rebuilding team that has attacked the last 2 off seasons, for better or worse, like a team trying to win. Missing the playoffs in a year where they've arguably never been easier to make would increase the scrutiny on Yzerman. Now, he writes that because of the low point total. He typically, and Lalonde has talked about 96 points, and they're not going to get to 96 points, but they could still get in. So that's why he said missing the playoffs when they've arguably been easier to make. He goes on to write, patience is a virtue, but so are hope and faith. How much will be left if the Wings don't seize the opportunity in front of them? This team is probably where we thought it would be this year, flirting with 90 points in a wild card berth, but the East is a lesser version of itself, at least in regards to the playoff bar. It's crucial for Lalonde and the Wings to clear it while they can. Then there's a quote from Lalonde. This is interesting. From Derek Lalonde, we were talking about this the other day. This was a dream scenario to be in games like this. No one had us here. Most people projected us 7th in the division. No one had us in the playoffs. And again, not a knock on our group. This was the division, the conference, to have an opportunity right here. We may not be here next year. You look at some of these lineups and teams that are growing, not to mention other names. I don't foresee New Jersey flirting with 100 points next season. So when he says, you look at some of the lineups teams, may not be here next year. Is he talking about himself and the regime, or is he talking about the team?
It sounds like the team.
Okay.
To me, it sounds like the team.
I wanted to clarify this.
Because there are other teams that, like teams that are below them right now, like a Buffalo, that has a lot of talent. That they're a very young team. Even like you look at Columbus. Columbus is missing so many players right now, and they're young players that have been lost for the season because of injuries. That's a team that's going to be really good in a hurry, I think. And they're right there. The Red Wings are kind of one of those teams. If he's
talking about the team, you damn well better be there next year.
Well,
I mean, honestly, I am not fire the coach guy. I really we do that when we think it's time. But there's so many things that lead into winning and losing. I tend to put more heat on general managers and coaches in particular. But in this case, this feels more like coach than GM here. And if he's talking about the team, and I want to be careful here, when he says we might not be here next year, they have to be here next year. And if here is in the playoffs, or if here is, like, maybe they won't be fighting for the playoffs. I think they should be in the playoffs. If this growth is to continue, am I wrong?
No, and the expectation is you get better. Yeah, younger team gets better year to year. That's the expectation. I expect them to be in the playoffs this year. So do I expect them to be firmly in the playoffs next year? You betcha.
I guess both apply here. If he's talking about himself, if you're not in the playoffs this year, you might not be the coach this time next year.
Well,
and I'm not in to fire him if they don't make the playoffs place. But next year, if they're not right there from the beginning, acting like a playoff team, winning and a month into the season, I might be ready to move on then.
I wonder if this is just one of these subtle parts about who Derek Lalonde is and the way that he talks that maybe we're making we can make too much about any kind of quote.
He's pretty blunt.
Yeah, he's always been very blunt, and I like that about him. Kind of been quick to calm down expectations, but also when people are down on the team to build them up too. We've had coaches like that in the past, and I don't mind that approach. But when it comes out like this, and whether it's taken out of context or not, it just seems a little odd.
Be careful.
It seems a little odd to say something like that, but at the same point, maybe what he's saying is that there are a lot of good teams. There's a lot of good teams in the Eastern Conference, or a lot of teams that are kind of in the same spot here, and you have to play better. I wonder if there was another line that he wanted to say afterwards, or not. Like, we may not be here this year, but we better be. Like something like that. Although I have a hard time thinking that Birchie would leave that out. This
concerns me. Like, did he go rogue, or is this also Yzerman's thought? Like they're not ready next year either because everyone around them is young and getting better, and I don't foresee New Jersey not flirting with 100 points next year. I mean, we didn't expect to be in this position this year. We need to seize this opportunity.
I'll read. Yeah, I want to read more.
Because he also says you don't get these opportunities. We're in one. We had one last night, came up short. That's the game they lost. He admits
there's a sense of urgency. Of course, 100%. That's a quote. We were talking about this the other day. This is a dream scenario to be in games like this. No one had us here. Most people project us 7th in the division. No one had us in the playoffs. And again, not a knock on our group. That was the division, the conference. To have opportunity right here, we may not be here next year. You look at some of these lineups and teams that are growing, not to mention other names. I don't foresee New Jersey not flirting with 100 points next season. There are teams around us. You don't get these opportunities. We're in one. We had an opportunity last night. We came up short. We have an opportunity tomorrow against Pittsburgh. We would like to seize that opportunity. I don't know. I mean, I don't
love it.
I don't love it either.
No, not at all. You better be in a position to fight for the playoffs.
I like Lalonde, and I really don't like that quote.
That's the first.
I really don't like that quote.
Yeah, that's kind of turned me off.
That does not make me feel confident at all that this is the guy that's, leading this team. I don't know what he says behind closed doors. I think there's plenty of reason why when people get upset with Derek Lalonde and say he's got to go, I understand it, right? You go through that. They had the 6-game win streak, then the 7-game losing streak, and losing 8 out of 9 and the whole bit. We know. And that's part of what's going to test your mettle as a coach. How do you get them back on track? And it took a long time before he was able to get this team back to playing a style of hockey that should win games that they haven't been winning.
I'm going to make some calls and make sure this is not out of context because this to me is not a great quote from the coach. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
On news coming down this past hour, O.J. Simpson's social media confirmed that he has died at the age of 76 after succumbing to a battle with cancer. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer back in February. We knew it was coming. The Tigers confirmed that today's game at home is postponed and will be made up on Saturday as a straight doubleheader against the Twins. Everyone with a ticket for Saturday can attend both starting at 1 o'clock. If you had a ticket for today, you do have to exchange them. Also, a lot of precipitation this morning at Augusta. The Masters started 30 minutes ago after a 2.5-hour delay. The pushes times way back, including Tiger Woods, who won't be out there until about 4 o'clock. Betting favorite Scotty Scheffler goes at 124, defending champion Jon Rahm at 1 p.m. Hoping for a different result than their last enormous game, the Wings are on to Pittsburgh to take on the Penguins, who they're tied with in the standings, though still a game behind the Caps. Head coach Newsy Lalone knows that the effort has been there. They haven't necessarily played poorly, but now wins are all that truly matter in this crowded race. Also on the ice, Michigan will play their Frozen Four semifinal against Boston College. That's going to be an 8:30 face-off. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Not thrilled, but trying to seek proper context for that quote from Derek Lalone that calls in, implying that they might not be in the playoff chase next year. Like, I'm sorry, but then I don't know that you're the coach for this team. And I don't know that the expectation should be anything short of, like, a year from now, I don't want to be talking about games in hand. I don't want that to be a thing. I want this to be am I wrong? Is it not fair to next year be thinking about who the first round playoff matchup's going to be? I mean, maybe I don't want to stir up a whole bunch of mess here before they play in another biggest game of the season. A y'all better win a game. But that's a weird quote.
It is a weird quote. I don't like it. And I feel like I need more context with it. Because this isn't something you want your coach to be saying. I mean, what I would expect him to say is something like, hey, each season it's tough to make the playoffs. You may not be there next year. We expect to be. That's the mindset we have as a team. Like, what's the following quote? Is there more to it? Yep. There has to be. Because if there isn't, this is like, oh.
That's a terrible quote if this is just the way it is. Because remember at the end of the season last year, or this past season with the Lions guys, Dan Campbell brought up, like, hey, we may not be in this opportunity to go to the Super Bowl again. Right? Because you really don't know. It's really hard to get to the NFC Championship game, Super Bowl, all that. There's a difference between saying that and saying we might not be in a chance to make the playoffs next year. This is not like the Stanley Cup Finals. This is just to play for the playoffs.
You got to do a lot to rile up 10-2, and you kind of got us riled up. And I got to make this.
I think there's calm and collected here, but that's not a good.
I've been around when I've heard coaches talk, and then I read it on paper, I read it online, and I realize that comes across way different than when you're sitting there and hearing the nuance and the nonverbals, which is why I got calls into people who are. I mean, the Birchie kid wrote it. So I got to call into him, but it seems awfully odd, and maybe we shouldn't dwell on it until we're sure. But I mean, there are people right now that want a change in regime because they aren't well into the playoffs this year, and I can believe there is such a thing as slow and steady progress that leads to good things. There's also quick fixes and quicker turnarounds. Got it. There's more than one way to get it done. The quick turnaround is way more gratifying because you see results right away, an affirmation that your crew can get it done. But as long as they're taking steps forward, I can be patient. The idea that we have to be patient beyond next year doesn't feel. I feel like that's too big of an ask. Honestly, for both Yzerman and the loan. But let's cross that bridge when we get there. We're doing next year's topic now. Make sure we get the proper context.
Well, this is not what I want to hear on the eve of this game.
No. Nope.
I want fire and brimstone from Lalone at this point. Right?
But you pointed out he's been always very pragmatic, realistic, and when you hear him talk on the air, sometimes it's really insightful because he doesn't feel like he's holding back.
No, and look, I have no idea what he's like behind the scenes. I would love to know what he's like in the locker room. Does he get after it at all? Because if he doesn't, now is the time to do it because it would have a great effect. Because it's not what you're used to. I'm not used to, whoa, where did this come from? Okay, all right, He seems like he's a coach that players want to play for. That he's a guy that people get along with, and he's very personable. We know that. He wants to get to know the players and all this, and comes from an organization where they know how to win. Okay, great. But is there fire? They need fire tonight.
Yep.
If we're going to forget, I don't want to focus on the quote. I want to focus on what the Wings have in front of them. Unfortunately, that quote's out there, and now I'm like, is this the guy that can lead this team into Pittsburgh to get the win tonight that they need?
Just win the damn game.
Win the damn game.
Yep.
Win the damn game. Win the next damn game. Win the damn games after that. Go 4-0 to finish out the season, make the playoffs, and then let's get fired up for that.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. Honestly, guys, he's dropped several head-scratching quotes lately. Sam writes in, reminds me of the Ken Holland quote of not expecting to chase the cup each year, loser mentality. Jilly at work says, I want Lalone out immediately. He clearly can't get the most out of this group. And to be honest, it feels like guys on the team don't respect him in the room or fear any sort of accountability. I'll say this, Jilly, if the guys in the room don't respect him and don't have fear of any sort of accountability, then the GM knows that, and no, you can't operate that way. Russ in Livonia, those are words of a coach who's not happy with the roster he's been giving. Tipping point for him. Tipping point to him giving up. Tipping point to him giving up. I don't know what that means. Tipping point. Yeah.
Well, does that show that he's given up?
What a defeatist statement. Fire him now. Wouldn't want my coach making statements like that. I wouldn't want my coach making statements like that every year they should be in. Well, when you're starting where they started, but once you have it up and running, right? Once you have it up and running, then you keep it there. Once you've got in, the expectation is to be in every year and to be competing to go to the Stanley Cup Finals every year. But anyway. 248-539-9797. One other note from the NHL. Yesterday, the percolation really started on the Phoenix Coyotes moving to Utah, to Salt Lake City. And
that's temporary, right?
No,
that's
permanently.
Okay,
permanently. They're talking about moving them permanently to Salt Lake City. That organization, they were in Winnipeg. When they were in Winnipeg, that organization, that was the smallest market in the NHL. They moved to one of the growing markets in America, in Phoenix, which is still growing at a rapid pace.
Yeah, but it's growing because everybody moves there. It's not like, everybody's moving from, Tucson to Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's people move from all over the place. So it's a little bit like California or Los Angeles in particular. Nobody's from there.
No, maybe not, but I don't know that a move like Salt Lake feels like more of a hockey town to me because they have winters there.
Well, yeah,
more so than Phoenix.
They've had a Winter Olympics.
Yes. But it's funny to me that they couldn't make it work. They went from one of the smallest markets to one of the hottest markets and apparently can't make it work. It's an ownership issue too, right?
I think it's part of it. Yeah. I guess I'm just biased on this because I think about when the Red Wings go to Phoenix, what happens? It's a Red Wing crowd. It's taken over by Red Wing fans. Yep. And yet I think that's the case for every team that comes into town because everybody moves there. So you have no fans that support your own team. It's from out of town where everybody comes from.
Okay, Gator, we got a 7-round mock.
What's that?
I know, right? These things are just a total guessing game. But would you like to know the Lions Haul in the 7-round mock?
I would.
We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. What's better in Detroit playoffs? The Detroit playoff hockey push. It's watching the game at Twin Peaks. There's only 4 games left, and they try and position themselves into the playoffs, and they're back in action tonight against Pittsburgh, 7 p.m. Apart from the actual game and being there, no one has a better atmosphere for game day than Twin Peaks. Wall-to-wall TVs, ice cold, 29-degree draft beer, a scratch kitchen, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. There isn't a better place to enjoy all the center ice action. And remember to mark your calendars for next Tuesday, in-store photo shoot at the Madison Heights location from 5 to 11 p.m. as contestants from Livonia, Madison Heights, Southgate, and Toledo. They compete for the crown of Miss Twin Peaks for that location. The winning Twin Peaks girl from each location will have a chance to be crowned Miss Twin Peaks in Dallas in June. Live DJ, bikinis, lingerie, ice-cold summer shandy, scratch food. You don't want to miss it. Come see for yourself why Twin Peaks throws the best parties. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com and to hear about all their promotions, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to call about Newsy. I think you guys need to slow your roll a little. You know, I think you're creating a little bit of panic. What he was basically saying is not dissimilar to the Dan Campbell. He's saying, look, we've got to handle what's in front of us. We may not be in this position next year. Nobody's guaranteed this position. So we need to take advantage. I think he's lighting a fire. I mean, do you really think he's just saying, well, shucks, guys.
Does that light a fire into you, Jeff?
No,
when you're a team right now, it's in a, hold on. When you're a team right now, it's in a position right now where you're outside the playoffs looking in. You have to win out to guarantee that you'll have your spot. You're likely having to win 3 of the next 4 games just to even have a chance to play in the playoffs. And then to say that, yeah, next year could be the same thing. We're lucky to be in the position we're in, and that's lighting a fire?
Well, now consider what Gator at the beginning of the year, the expectation was they were borderline playoff, right? And then they went on this 16-4 run, and everybody, said, oh my gosh, they're probably the best team, and nobody wants to play them. And they had their slide. So I think we need to understand that this is exactly where everybody expected them to be. And he's saying, look, we have, nobody expected us to be here. We're in a position to do this. We won't necessarily be here next year. We're not guaranteed that spot, in other words. So we need to take advantage of it now.
No, I know. You're reading your words are the same thing that Alone said, and I still don't feel inspired by it. I'm getting upset.
Did you listen to when you listen to Villar's update? He just said, listen to that quote in conjunction where he says, "Hey, we've got a chance against Pittsburgh. We have to take care of everything in front of us." And that's all he's trying to do.
Well, that's a different topic. Yeah, that's a different topic. Maybe it's a poor choice of words. Maybe it is making a big deal out of nothing. I tend to think that we're very careful and try not to do that, but you could be right. There's one person that quote he needs to be accountable to, and that's Steve Yzerman. And if he and Yzerman are on the same page and he says, no, that's not what I meant. What I was trying to say is, we need to relish this opportunity because you're nothing in life is guaranteed. So when you have an opportunity like this, you got to seize it. And maybe that's a better way he could have put it. But short of that, I don't know what else to say other than I don't like the quote.
Yeah, I get that they want to seize the opportunity right now, but I'm alarmed about next year and how that quote's portrayed. I have the quote here if you guys want to hear it from the.
Oh, do you have the actual soundbite? So do you know what the question was or no?
No, I just have the.
All right, here we go. Then let's play it. I still don't like it.
Was I there and it just blew? Because was that after the Washington game where he was speaking? Because I was in the room when he did, and it completely was a nothing quote. Nobody in the room went, "Whoa, what did he just say?" I don't know if we're all just mesmerized by they just lost and we're just listening to gibberish after a game. But I was part of the group that was there that nobody said anything. Nobody had to follow up. Wait, hold on. What'd you say?
When was that put in the system, Kang? Was that yesterday or was that Tuesday?
No, we just put it in now because we had to go get it.
All right. Sorry. We got calls in just to make sure that we are hearing this the right way. They better be there next year. They better not be playing games like this next year. Right? They kind of have to be
not.
Healthy and into the postseason. I mean,
I'd like them to be in a position that Tampa Bay is in right now.
It sounds as though part of the context is we might be able to get in this year with fewer points than we thought. And if we have this amount of points next year, we won't be. I don't think this will get it done on a year in, year out basis. Mid-80s points. They're 84 points? He said he'd been setting the goal at 96 to get in. And if his point is, this is a low total to try and get in, we won't be in this chase next year if we have this total. That could make more sense.
All right. I still don't like reading it, hearing it. But I understand what you're saying. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. And like I said,
we haven't been.
No, we haven't been. And I was in the room after the game, so I was there for that, and I didn't have the takeaway that I'm having now. So maybe it's unfair. Because in the context, maybe it all made sense at the time. I don't know. It's just kind of a blur.
Craig is next on 97.1. Hi, Craig.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just jumped in the car. Kid's sick, so I'm dealing with that. But, man, I just wanted to add this. I think the way Lalone approaches this team, I mean, you got a group of guys in there trying to fight their butts off. And you're coming out and you're going like, yeah, maybe, we shouldn't even be here. Like, we're lucky to be here. We weren't supposed to be here. Like, that come on, man. Like, you got to step up and say, hey, we will do this. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. We're going to do we're going to get it done. Like, we just can't have this. This sends a loser mentality message. And he said it after that 7 or 8 game losing streak. Like, oh, well, we're just lucky. We're lucky to be in this spot. We're lucky to be. It's like, no, you earned this spot. You got here because you have talent. You add Kane. You add these guys. Like, what? You're just sending the message. Am I wrong with that? Like, whenever I hear him talk like that,
I know that the feeling after they lost the game to Washington, I know that the feeling that the players had and that he had and that felt like the whole media had afterwards was this was a missed opportunity against Washington, and these are games that they have to win to get into the playoffs. And I think that's kind of what everybody was feeling that, despite that this quote is out there. It's they know that they have to be better. And they made mistakes that they can't make. They were catastrophic that led to goals. They know that they made mistakes because they had opportunities with wide open nets and they couldn't put the puck in it. They outplayed the Washington Capitals on Tuesday night thoroughly and didn't come away 100%. With the win. And that's what's frustrating is that they're playing good hockey right now and it's not showing up with points.
Yeah, I know, and I guess maybe just from like a coaching point, like I guess maybe I just want a bulldog. I want a guy kind of like your Dan Campbell. Like, you know what? Damn it, we're good enough. Like we're good. Like we're a good team. Like I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing like we're lucky to be like that. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. No, I feel it.
Can Dan Campbell skate? I mean, I would love to have a Dan Campbell type coach.
Oh yeah.
It's the positive reinforcement that gets you to want to run through that wall and protect this team and not berate players. There are plenty of coaches that get out there and get in people's faces, the Mike Keenan types, and
right.
Those stars burn bright, but they burn quickly.
Yeah.
And they wear themselves out, and they're out of town after a couple of years. Move on to the next guy. John Tortorella, I think, is another guy kind of like that. But to have a guy like Dan Campbell that's fire and brimstone, but is there in a positive way to motivate the players, it seems like those guys are few and far between, and I'm not sure how long of a shelf life those guys have either.
Maybe this is why Lalone's been asking for Campbell to come out there. He can't do it himself. He's like, hey, man, could you please?
You're doing a solid.
Yeah.
Get out there and talk to the guys.
Well, there are guys that aren't great at the pregame speech.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one. Jim Harbaugh wasn't great at the pregame speech.
He's just awkward.
Ben Herbert, the strength and conditioning guy, I think it's why he wanted him in L.A. This is my opinion. I think he wanted him in L.A., not to get the guys in shape, because Ben Herbert makes him run through a wall. When I was preparing for the national championship game, I went to some people that were there for sort of some of the pregame stuff. And I said, was there anything in the locker room or anything that was said back at the hotel on the way? And they said, well, Ben Herbert said, and I used Ben Herbert's stuff on the broadcast because the strength and conditioning guy in Michigan was considered elite at pregame speech stuff. Harbaugh, not quite as good.
Well, the speech is one thing. The in-game management is another, and to keep the guys playing at a high rate. Like I said, they played well, but it hasn't resulted in wins.
All right, the old saying, April showers bring flooded basements. It's true. The last thing you need is a faulty sump pump. To have yours inspected or upgraded, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC will send one of their plumbers out quickly. Ask CGC Water about their Navien tankless water heater and get 10% off the installation. No more running out of hot water. You reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. We'll circle back to this when we get more intel. In the meantime, I mentioned a 7-round mock. Okay? Now, these are laughably inaccurate.
What? How dare you?
But I can't help it because did you say draft? Draft?
Oh,
yeah, here we go. 7-round mock, all 257 picks.
We are like less than 3 weeks away, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
2 weeks away. It's 2 weeks from tonight.
Yep.
Wait a second. Let that sink in. 2 weeks from tonight. The Lions are on the clock, you know?
I'll just say this, too, because we did draft stuff.
Oh, here we go.
We did draft stuff yesterday. We do draft stuff. We're kind of getting to where we're doing it every day. And I know some of you out there go, you do draft stuff too much. We are doing a scant fraction of what we used to do, bro.
We've done nothing on the draft. I feel like we need to start doing some draft stuff.
Dude, we're 2 weeks away from booing the crap out of Roger Goodell.
Yes.
Like, we get to boo him live and in person.
We're 2 weeks away. We're 2 weeks away from teaming the excitement when Goodell says, we have a trade.
Oh, here we go. The Detroit Lions are on the. Yes, they are. I mean, we haven't even done the Carson Anderson mock draft. Not 1.0.
Well, there's a reason for that. 2 of the 3 of us think it's impossible to execute,
and 1 of us wants it.
And we're 2 weeks away from Gator being upset that there's a kid announcing a pick.
That's right.
That's not true. Don't bring that up.
We're 2 weeks away from it being in our backyard, boys.
Yes, that we can bring up.
So, yeah, wildly inaccurate 7-rounder. Let's go.
Who knew there was a Monroe Midway? I do now. Why? Because the draft is over by the Monroe Midway in Campus Martius.
All right, CBS Sports 7-round mock draft done by Chris Trapasso.
This guy loves mock drafts.
You must.
You know, this guy has a new mock draft all the time. I love it.
At 29, the Detroit. We're not going to have you pick every pick.
I got it.
Yeah. At 29, the Detroit Lions select Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay.
Cornerback.
Hey, man.
Alabama. Start mapping this out. They got a corner. Second round at 61.
Hold on. Hang on a second. Let me just.
Gators got to take notes, though.
Hold
on. Wait for him to take notes.
Yeah, okay, okay. So Kool-Aid. Gotcha.
Kang, at some point, I understand why perhaps some of his teachers didn't actually think of Gator as a great student. I'm just saying.
I don't think of myself as a great student. I don't need teachers telling me that. You don't apply yourself. No kidding. Let's go. How soon till lunch? Don't talk to your mother like that. I'm sorry, Mom.
All right. The pick is in at 61. The Detroit Lions select edge rusher from Washington, Braylon Trice. Now, crazy thing is, the Lions pick just 9 picks into the third round, so they're right back on the clock shortly thereafter.
Yes, they are.
At 73, the Detroit Lions select wide receiver Javon Baker, UCF. Now, I did some reading on him because I can't remember who it was, had him as the draft prospect you need to learn more about. Translation, sleeper.
Javon Baker?
Javon Baker.
Did you learn some good stuff about Javon Baker?
Well, other than, like I said, a draft expert thinks that he's a player that we need to learn more about.
Well, let's learn a little bit about Javon Baker because we haven't really heard of him. 6'1", 202 from UCF. Ran a 4.5, 440 with a 37-inch vertical leap. So there's that. Last season, first team All Big 12 Conference, led the team with 52 receptions for 1,100 yards. That's 21.9, almost 22 yards per reception, 7 touchdowns. That's a lot.
You know what's funny?
That's impressive, actually.
I remember, this is funny. I just Googled because Javon Baker, didn't something go viral with him And the answer is yes. He's the one that caught the pass at Oklahoma, and as he ran past their bench, he was blowing kisses to the Oklahoma bench as he ran down the sidelines.
Nice.
So anyway.
Okay, got him down.
Yep.
Javon Baker.
The next pick doesn't come until round 5 and pick 164.
It's a lull.
And the pick is in.
Oh.
And Gator, this might be announced by a child at this point. But at pick 164, the
Sounds
Detroit
great.
Lions select Shaheem Battle, cornerback, NC State. Now, I have to admit, I don't know much about Shaheem Battle. Some of these other guys I do, but I don't know much about Shaheem Battle.
Shaheem Battle?
Shyheim Battle.
From where again?
NC State. He goes at pick 164 to our Detroit Lions.
Hold on. I'm still scrolling. Okay.
Same round that Blake Corum goes in and Jalen Harrell go in. 5th round.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all we got.
I got nothing on him.
All right.
I don't think he was a participant at the combine, so I have nothing on him.
All right. Next pick comes at 201. Lions are on the clock, and the pick is in. The pick at 201, the Detroit Lions select Marist Marifau, linebacker, Notre Dame. Now, this is a guy I do know something about.
It's a linebacker, you say?
Yeah, Marist Liufau.
Oh, Liufau.
Yep. Did I say Marifau? Liufau.
You did.
It's Marist Liufau.
Rarin.
So he was the guy, number 8, that was always blitzing. I feel like every time I noticed that guy, he was the shot out of a cannon linebacker blitzing.
Well, Notre Dame went to the pipeline in Hawaii for another linebacker.
Yep.
6'2", 234. Ran a 4.640 at the combine. They say he plays with good football IQ and field awareness. Recognizes combos and will challenge the gap before blocker climbs to him. Plays with enough violence in his hands to take on blocks. Scrapes with square pads and proper bend and accesses a burst to close in space.
There you go. We continue with the 7-round mock. 205 is the Lions' next pick, and the pick is in.
Okay.
With the 205th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac Guerendo, running back, Louisville.
Isaac Guerendo?
Guerendo. Now, what do I know about him? He was a transfer from Wisconsin, and thus concludes what I know about Isaac Guerendo. I remember he was at Wisconsin.
Isaac Guerendo.
Yep.
Not somebody who participated in the combine. So I know even less. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He did. Isaac Guerendo from Louisville.
Yep.
It's actually kind of highly thought of here. 6 feet, 221 pounds. Excuse me? Ran a 4.33 40.
At 221 pounds.
At 221 pounds. A 41.5-inch vertical leap. Excuse me? What? Played in all 14 games with 1 start.
I love this, Kang. I feel like Gator's already on the Isaac Guerendo bandwagon.
Let's
Did you
go!
say 1 career start?
Well, 1 start last season, but he had 132 carries for 810 yards and 11 rushing touchdowns. He also caught 22 passes for 234 yards and was a kick returner, 11 kick returns for a 19-yard average. Sounds like a versatile guy that the Lions would kind of look at.
They like versatility.
They like versatility, but do they need a running back? That I can't answer. It doesn't seem like they do need a running back, but listen, when you see somebody who runs a 4.33 at 220 pounds, you can't help but go, wow.
All right, one more pick for the Lions, Gator.
Oh.
This is near the end of the draft. There are 257, 257 picks this year. At 249, the Lions pick, and the pick is in. With the 249th pick of the NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sundiata Anderson, edge rusher, Grambling State. So
It's my cousin.
Probably. In fact, I'm surprised you don't talk about him more.
I probably should.
Yep.
Edge rusher, you say?
Edge rusher, Sundiata Anderson. Same level that produced James Houston. Sundiata Anderson. Well, as you look him up, we are going to do something here. And that is, who is your mid to late round sleeper pick? Who is your mid to late round sleeper pick? A guy that you either saw in college or you watched the combine or you just can't believe isn't getting more love. Whether it's a local guy, non-local guy. Who's the guy in a mid to late round? So we're thinking rounds 4, 5, 6, 7 that you want the Lions to take or think they might take. We'll take 10 texts on this right now. All right, so 10 texts, first 10 texts. Who's your mid to late round sleeper guy? Text that name over to 248-539-9797. Name, position, and school if you can. And we will read the first 10 texts that come in. Make sure you sign your text. On top of that, I got a guy I want to see the Lions take in the mid to late rounds. Gator's got a guy who wants to see the Lions take in mid to late rounds. Kang's got a guy who wants to see the Lions take in mid to late rounds. You will hear all of that coming up today, starting at 11:48 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We, it's funny because the exercise of the 7-round mock, it does accomplish something. Truly outside of maybe into the 3rd round, there's a whole lot of, okay, who's that?
There's a lot of that. You know what it is? It's when you're watching the draft, that's where you can't wait to hear the insight. Like, okay, because they've scouted every player, and let's get the deep dive on who Sundiata Anderson is,
Yeah, who is Maris Larafau?
Right. Exactly. And then you hear, Mel start talking about, he's a 6'5", 240-pound defensive end prospect out of Georgia. Had a real nice job. He played 6 years at Grambling State. In the last 2, he had 12 sacks combined on the end and 23 and a half tackles for loss. He was a big-time, prime-time player for Grambling.
All right, sweet.
Thanks, Mel. Got it. Wouldn't have known that otherwise, but great.
Yep. And those are the moments, by the way, that Mel lives for.
Yeah.
Mel lives for when the name Sundiata Anderson pops up.
Yeah. They're like, Mel? And Mel's like, I got you.
I was happy. I remember Javon Baker blowing kisses to the Oklahoma bench.
I'm happy.
All right, but we asked for your mid to late round sleepers. 10 texts. Okay. So, Gator, I'm going to read these, and then we'll get to ours. An unnamed texter says, Lions select late offensive lineman Trente Jones, Michigan. From Paul the Electrician. Excuse me on the pronunciation. I don't have this one down yet. Ruke Orohoro, the defensive lineman from Clemson, local kid. That's what Paul writes.
Defensive tackle, I believe.
J.M. Wixom says, Braylon Trice from Washington is my sleeper pick. That's a guy who plays a lot of energy and would be a great fit for Lions defense. Is he a sleeper? I mean,
I don't think he's a sleeper.
Trice?
He was one of the first 10 texts, so I put it on there.
Okay. Will in St. Clair, Braden McGregor, edge rusher, pressure from Michigan. Mike in Belleville, Will Reichard, 7th round kicker from Alabama. That guy has a cannon, an absolute cannon.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Read in a car. Give me Marshawn Nealand out of West Virginia, edge rusher, round 3 or 4.
Western Michigan?
Yep.
Was he? Yeah, he said West Virginia.
Did I say West Virginia? My bad. Western Michigan. Nick from a van says Zach Zinter.
Well, I'm not sure how much of a sleeper it's going to be. If he goes beyond a third, if he's still available in the 4th round, like at that point, then I think it becomes you might get a steal type thing. But a lot of mock drafts I've looked at have him going in the 3rd round.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if that's sleeper territory, but you're wanting to take a chance on a guy who's not going to play, likely not to play a down in the upcoming season.
Yeah, I mean he's
I'm not against it. I'm just saying that's what it is.
You've actually pushed this one a little bit. My mid to late round guy is Ricky Pearsall. That's from Don on a Truck. He's getting some 2nd round love. I don't know if he qualifies, but whatever. Philip at work says Marshawn Nealand, edge rusher out of Michigan, out of Western Michigan. Sorry, I've screwed that up twice now. He is a beast with a high motor, perfect for pairing with Hutch. Love the mock draft talk. Thank you, Philip.
He's not getting a whole lot of. I wouldn't look at him as a sleeper. This is another guy who's thought of as being like a 2nd day guy. Nealand. I see a lot of 2nd, 3rd round mocks with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not as household of a name, but and the last one here, Mark from Kigo says, wide receiver Jalen Coker from Holy Cross. He's a big kid, if I recall correctly.
I believe he is one of the guys that took. No, it's not. I've looked him up, but
6'3". So big-ish wide receiver. All right, so we each have our guy. I have one, but one that everybody's heard of because he's doing a pre-draft visit to Detroit. Sione Vaikai, the safety from Utah. He strikes me as a Lions target because of his versatility, his ability to play basically in the secondary linebacker. He was a running back. He set a record for rushing by a defensive back, which is hilarious. And he also took snaps in quarterback. He's a poor man's Taysom Hill, Gator.
Wow, just rubbing it into Gator.
Ooh. Come on, man.
But the guy that I like, based on his college day, that was always around the football, is safety Bo Braid from Maryland. I haven't seen if he's even projected to get drafted, but he's got his last 2 years at Maryland. He picked off 3 passes. He had 11 PBUs. He forced 3 fumbles. In his career at Maryland, he had 177 tackles. Now, it's typically not great for your safety to be your leading tackler, but Bo Braid often was for Maryland, but he was a sure tackler. So Bo Braid from Maryland is my mid to late round sleeper. And I need to see if he went in this CBS Sports mock draft at all. 7-rounder. 7-rounder. Gator,
that's a big one.
Gator, who would be your sleeper?
For me, it is a corner, and it's a Decameron Richardson from Mississippi State.
Okay.
Good size at 6'2", 188, and ran a 4.34 40. He's got the speed. The knock on him is that he's doesn't have the mechanics that are great to be this corner, but you're talking about a late round guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at developing a guy who's got good size and got good speed, and maybe he can, be lined up on the outside and prevent the deep pass from happening. But you don't find that many corners that big at 6'2". So when you see them and they're available and you can go ahead and try to develop them, why not?
It was a dude from UTSA last year, went to Seattle. Wooten?
Reek Woolton?
Yes.
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
He had that size. Kang, you got a mid to late round
Woolen.
guy?
Tyreek Woolen.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually someone texted in. It's defensive end from Michigan, Braden McGregor. Now, I fully admit this, okay? Obviously, he's a local guy that I saw play, so I feel more comfortable picking someone like, that I've seen play a few times. He ended the year pretty well. I think he had like 3.5 sacks last 5 games or so. And like I said, I'm going to fully admit, he looks a lot like Max Crosby, the white dude with a lot of tattoos, okay? He fits the part as far as this. He's 6'5". Yeah, exactly. He looks like he's got, like he's a guy you're going to need to work on, of course. I mean, he's probably going to be maybe a 6th-round pick, but if he's got the mentality, the motor, I can see Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes getting into him and making him that try-hard, be a rotation guy, an edge guy. So that's my sleeper. I hope they take a real strong look at McGregor. I think he could possibly be something in this league.
I'll give you one more, and it's a position that the Lions took in this mock draft. I love Audric Estime, the running back from Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He seems to me like he would be a great third back. So I'm watching a lot of Estime. Now, with the right pick, right? I don't want to draft him very high.
It's a running back, so it's not necessarily a position of need, but I understand.
Yep.
Another guy I had was safety Malik Mustafa, plays at Wake Forest. A little undersized at 5'10", but strong at 209 pounds. And this is a guy who put on 25 pounds of muscle over his time while at school. He's great against the run. They say he swoops downhill and run support with good balance and tackle-ready posture. But as a cover guy, may not be all that great. But I'm not looking for my safety to necessarily be a cover guy. This is a late-round pick, somebody that you want to come in, maybe a special teams guy, just seek and destroy type player. And that would be somebody that fits that bill.
All right, so there it is, some of our mid to late rounds picks. Thanks for all of your entries here. So yesterday, Jared Goff went on a podcast and it got some play because he said some things about the Detroit media, but he said a lot more than that. Some real interesting things that we want to play for you. So we'll hear the latest from the Detroit Lions quarterback, and I kind of thought of a bit of a comparison of who Jared Goff is in terms of a player that we've seen come to Detroit and have success. We'll get to that again today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Just a reminder for those of you that are going to be tuning in for today's Tiger game. There is no Tiger baseball today. They've already called it, rained out. Doubleheader coming up on Saturday. You can pretty much count on Matt Manning getting one of the starts on Saturday. He will be the extra player that is called up after they scratched him from the lineup last night, anticipating that they would have a doubleheader. He's kind of perfect for that role. Come up, doesn't count on the roster. Give him 5-6 innings and go back down. I don't think there's much doubt that he will be seen more than just once or twice this year for the Detroit Tigers. But all that just to bring you up to speed. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the Detroit sports calendar, it's full. Baseball, hockey, draft coming up. Pick your favorite Stoli vodka flavor and pair it with a refreshing lemonade to enjoy while you watch. Make it the summer of Stoli. Celebrate with a Stoli blueberry lemonade, or maybe try Stoli vanilla espresso martini. No matter what your drink of choice is, remember Stoli. It's your premium vodka, whether it's at a game, your backyard patio, or rooting for your favorite player to be drafted. Stoli vodka has you covered. Pick up a bottle of Stoli vodka today. And as always, Stoli asks that you please drink responsibly. Those of you just tuning in at lunchtime, welcome to the program. Thank you for listening and choosing 97.1 The Ticket. Those of you streaming on the Odyssey app, you're the best. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Gator, we also have streaming to our website, 971theticket.com. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket, and you can see us. And what you're about to see is me starting to sweat. That burrito bowl, the leftovers, way hotter than they were last night. And, whew.
You're right. The hats are already askew.
I like spicy foods, but I ain't gonna lie, that's kicking my butt right now.
Is there a little shine on your forehead?
It might be. It's fresh cut, too.
Oh,
but
maybe that's it.
Yeah.
I was worried that we're glistening because of the heat.
That is spicy.
The spicy meatball?
That'll happen. That'll happen. If you got some spice on something, you let it sit overnight.
Just concentrates.
Yep.
Gets even more potent. Better.
It's good. It's good. Probably wasn't a wise idea to eat it during a commercial break because now I'm going to be dealing with the ramifications here on the air. But you can stream with video, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and stream with video on YouTube, youtube.com.
I hope your boom boom's okay later.
It might be. It might need
it could leave a mark.
The old sitz bath. All right. So the big stories today, Tigers rained out. Huge Red Wing game tonight. I mean, a huge Red Wing game tonight. We're seeking some context on a Derek Lalonde quote that we're not sure we love, but trying to be fair to all parties included. And we will get to some Jared Goff comments that was more than just the stuff that got some play yesterday about the media. Whatever. This was more about the Lions, and I think he said some really interesting stuff. But Gator, the O.J. Simpson story, we kind of caught off guard as during our show, the news broke that O.J. Simpson had passed. And I was trying to think about sort of my feelings towards O.J. Simpson. A horrific crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Incredible athlete, horrific crime. But even after the trial, and what seemed rather obvious that he was guilty of said crime, I was still in the, I can't believe it. Like, I can't believe that in sort of a, I can't believe that happened. Not, I can't believe that he did it. I can't believe that happened. Like, O.J. Simpson, why would O.J.? And I realized over the course of the years that followed, what he said and what he did helped me believe that he did it.
Yeah, his actions didn't exactly portray that of an innocent person.
No. And, you know, when he had to steal back the memorabilia, that heist that he pulled, that he ended up in jail, I'm like, oh, okay, now I can believe it. When he had that weird music video that came out, oh, now I can believe it. When he wrote a book that said, the book titled, If I Did It, now I can believe it. When I heard some of the things he said, now I can believe it. And I'm not saying
when he jumped on his social media and Twitter, and that was a big deal. And he's from his golf cart, and he's doing like these little vignettes.
Awful. He helped me believe that he did it, and the trial was enough for me. But you know how when something happens and you say I don't believe it, even though you believe that it happened, and you believe, but you're like, I can't believe that person did that. And then over the years that followed, he helped me believe that he did it. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess now I can see it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it makes sense. I don't think, I mean, growing up and knowing of O.J. Simpson before the chase, it's like you didn't want to believe it. Why would anybody want to believe that somebody who might be considered a hero to many at the time?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to believe the worst about your heroes. And you don't want to listen to the mounting evidence that was coming in on a daily basis. And then the trial goes and, you know, it ran its course. And then all the stuff that happened afterwards, you're right, it made it worse. Or made it better because maybe you got a little bit more closure on it.
Yeah.
Thinking, hang on.
Yep.
This guy, maybe now he finally got his. He had to spend some time in jail because of, you know, the heist Not a ton of time, but did serve some time. But now he's dead.
Suffice it to say, yeah, his years after the trial defined the guy that I couldn't believe was a murderer, and he helped me believe it. So, all right, so we've got a bunch of stuff here for the second half of the show. Like we mentioned, the Tigers are rained out, but there is a big series this weekend with the Twins. All of that probably gets overshadowed by a Red Wing playoff push. There are 4 games left. They're a point out of the playoffs. They're tied with the team that they are playing tonight, who also has 4 games left, in the Pittsburgh Penguins. Gator, it's time to rekindle some old Pittsburgh hatred, don't you think?
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh, they still have Sidney Crosby. Now, what's weird is as time goes by, I remember I couldn't stand the San Antonio Spurs because of the 2005 NBA Finals. But when those same guys, Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, were like still playing years later, they were a link to Piston greatness of the past. And I kind of appreciated them late in their careers. In some ways, I have the same feeling towards Sidney Crosby because it's linked to a great era, an incredible era of Red Wing hockey and back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. They played one another. And I mean, you want to win them all every single time, but obviously Pittsburgh got theirs in 2009. The Red Wings got it in 2008. But I'm ready to hate again. I'm ready. I've healed, and now I'm ready to hate again.
Ready to take a chance
in a
again?
sports sense. I don't literally hate somebody.
Right.
Yeah, I'm ready to take that chance and start hating again.
Yeah, at least for tonight, and then let's render them irrelevant and move on.
Yep.
Pittsburgh kind of threw in the towel at the trade deadline when they traded Jake Gensel.
Yeah.
Then they were done, right? Not so much. They started to win, and here they are. They're in a position where they could make the playoffs. They're one of the teams that the Red Wings have to dispose of. They blew an opportunity on Tuesday night against Washington. Well, tonight is the next best opportunity they're going to have. They have to win this game. It feels like it's a must-win. Even though technically I suppose they could lose this and then win the next 3. But it would be nice to win this one because it's a team that you're tied with.
Yep.
So knock them down a couple pegs because you'll pick up the 2 points on them. Win it in regulation, please. Do that. You don't want anybody hanging around because you tied. So let's win this in regulation, take care of business, and hopefully Buffalo and the Rangers hold serve at home tonight against Washington and Philadelphia, respectively, and the Red Wings can catapult themselves back to where they need to be, which is in that second wild card spot.
Well, suffice it to say, huge hockey game, and one if they lose, then they're quite frankly will be pretty deep into a hole and will be needing probably too much to ask for help to get out of it. Like this feels like an elimination game.
It does, and I wonder which goaltender we're going to get. Are we going to see the old Red Wing Alex Nedeljkovic or not?
Oh, okay. I thought you.
No, Alex Lyon is starting for that I know. But
Okay.
who are they going to face?
Yeah. So big game tonight. That will not get rained out tonight here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also tonight, game 1 of a 3-game winning streak. The Pistons beat the Bulls. Calling my shot.
You're doubling down?
No, I'm calling my shot. If I were going to double down, I'd say I'm doubling down. Do you have ears? Do you listen? I would say I'm doubling down if I'm doubling down. I'm just saying I'm calling my shot.
Did it sound like that when he says he's calling his shot that it sounds like he's ready to press the bet?
I mean, I don't want to speak for Doug, but yes.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
You guys are morons.
I don't want to speak for you.
We're not the one that,
back in
we're not the one that
December,
said they'd win 3 in a row.
Back in December, I predicted they would win 3 in a row. Tonight it starts. It's a bit of a lag time on the prediction, but tonight it starts. All right, Jared Goff spoke about a lot yesterday, including some foreshadowing and what the trade for Detroit meant to him. Hear what he has to say today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Dude, it's been a half an hour. I mean,
I know.
30 minutes of you fumbling.
Well, it's only commercial break, so it hasn't been 30 consecutive minutes.
Well, it's been 30 minutes of you fumbling with your sausage.
Those of you watching online, I have a Kroger.
Careful. Yeah.
A Kroger smoked turkey snack stick. Now, I've said repeatedly on the show that I am terrible with packaging.
It's the smallest snack.
It's the tiniest little thing ever. Yeah. It was a bad purchase. And quite frankly, they're not great. I ain't gonna lie. But we bought them and I'm gonna finish them. Here's the thing. I can't break into this plastic vault that it is in. And I've been trying every commercial break since 12:45 or 11:45. And Gator, you are laughing at me.
I'm laughing at you for two reasons. One, that you spent this long fumbling through it before just doing the obvious, which is grab a pair of scissors and cut it open.
Yep.
But the fact that you can't open it and you don't know if it's one of these things where you go to a corner and peel and then pull really hard to get it open, or if it's one of these things that you go to a corner and you simply rip it.
I'm done. I'm
You're done like you gave up, or you
No,
opened
I'm
it?
done like we're not going to do this on the air, but we will continue to update you throughout the show if I can.
I just have one question, because you're a dad.
Yep.
You've had, your kids are older now, but when they were younger, they need their parents to open things for them, like snacks.
Yeah.
Did they just go right to mom, or did you not open up any snacks for them?
Yeah, like you can have struggle with things like, I don't know, Capri Sun packages. Gator, can you relate?
Oh, sometimes you got to stab a thing in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
the pouch. I never understood the pouch.
It obviously worked because they still use it to
I know.
this day.
It's amazing that the pouch. This is what we're doing. I mean, the better ones are the drink boxes, and you just grab the straw off the back and poke it in the hole. Here we go. Sometimes it felt like the Capri Sun pouch. Sometimes it felt like it just didn't have the pre-perforated hole there.
Yep.
And then you're just stabbing at things.
Yep.
Stab it too low. I stabbed it too low.
You're stabbing with a plastic straw.
Yeah.
That has a somewhat sharp edge.
Yes.
But not sharp. Not that sharp.
It's an angled edge.
It's an angled edge that is. They had to be very careful. Like they didn't want to turn it into a lunchroom weapon.
Or did they?
A lunchroom shank.
We'll make them fight for their drinks.
But they had to make it sharp enough to pierce the outside membrane of the Capri Sun packaging. Packaging. I struggle with packaging. Okay.
That's funny. You struggle with packaging on your sausage?
In this particular instance, it is an accurate description of what's going on. All right. So Jared Goff was on a podcast, the Trading Cards podcast. Now, it sounds like these are two dudes that go way back with Jared Goff. Like, I don't know if they're like high school, when he was in high school or Berkeley or whatever, but they go way back. And the podcast was like an hour long. And he said that stuff that yesterday got some play about the Detroit media, which we didn't really get into. But we did find some stuff that we found very interesting. And we'll start with this. Again, this is Jared Goff, Lions quarterback from the Trading Cards podcast. I'm being thrown in, be the throw-in quarterback in the Stafford trade, right? It was Stafford for 2 first-round picks and to make the cap work, whatever. Here's Jared Goff, right? And Brad Holmes had a commitment to Goff, but Goff was being portrayed as the throw-in quarterback, and here was his thoughts on the trade when it went down from his perspective. Okay, there's a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with this. In hindsight, it's the best thing that happened for my career and personal and my development as a human being. Wow.
Well, it's a lot, yeah. But think about what happened to him. What happened to him was this is a guy who was 1-1 in the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
And had taken a team, helped take the team to the Super Bowl, didn't win it, but got there early in his career, and then fell out of favor. So there's a fall from grace. It's like, how does this happen? Wait a minute. Am I playing that badly that you've totally given up on me? This young coach who everybody says is this brilliant offensive mind flat out gave up on him. That's got to take a toll on you mentally.
Yep.
You know, when you're being scapegoated for the team not being as successful, and yet they make the playoffs, and then they got to go back to you because an injury happens, and you still win the playoff game, in part because of what you're able to do, but then you're cast aside, right? Trade happens. Not only are you getting traded away to another team, but they're trading for the guy who's your replacement. That's the trade.
Yeah.
So I can see why any growth you have from that point is going to change you as a person and make you hardened, and I guess, and make you better, look introspectively, and you got to be better. What I took out of that is
hold on.
that
let me just add to what you just said. The career part, the greatest thing that happened in my career. Let's think about what that. I still do this all the time. A player is saying that the best thing that happened to his football career was being traded to the Detroit Lions. This is not congruent with our first 17 years doing this show together.
No.
This is not what was said the previous 30 years. Like this was
50 years.
This
60
was
years.
This was death to your career.
Yeah.
And this is an established, well-respected player now in the league. So it's the best thing that happened for my career. We've done this a lot, pointing out all these signs of how things are changing. That right there is another example.
I think when we're going to look back on this years from now, and we can do it now, frankly, I think what we're going to realize is this was the perfect storm that happened with the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
They, when Sheila Ford Hamp made the decision to move on from the Patricia era, get rid of Bob Quinn, let's bring in new blood and figure this out, and consulted with Chris Spielman and others, and this is what they spit out: Dan Campbell. And then shortly after that, Brad Holmes.
Yep.
Okay? And then, oh, by the way, our star quarterback has asked for a trade. This is the perfect storm of things to happen. This perfect lineup of events. And for Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to say, you know, behind the scenes, they're like, okay, well, we're making this trade. Would I imagine that the Rams said, you guys got to take Jared Goff and his contract? I imagine that was part of it.
Yep.
I don't know if the Lions were like, we got to have Jared Goff. It may have been like,
Holmes
we
portrayed it that way.
Sure. And maybe Holmes like, yeah, we wanted Jared Goff. Whatever it was, they got Jared Goff. And then the next thing that had to happen was you needed to do a major sell job on Jared Goff to build his confidence back up and say, you're our guy, man. We are. And this is where, when he
Is
talks
this what
about,
I interrupted you? Is this what you were going to say? All right, thank you. I wanted you to get back to that.
Because this is where you get into the whole building from the studs thing, right? You tear a house down, you get down to the studs, and you can recreate everything you've got inside and make it beautiful, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where it is. This is the sell job Brad Holmes has with Jared Goff. Forget everything that happened in your past. We believe you. We believe in you as a player, and you're getting on the ground level, and we're counting on you to be a leader of this team. We're going to be a young team fighting for this, and it's going to take a little bit, but you're the guy. You're the linchpin of this whole thing. You're the quarterback of this team. And if they didn't show the faith in him, who knows where he'd be at this point. But right now, he's at the precipice of getting a contract extension that's likely to pay him $50 million a year.
So the other thing is, when he talked about how that lasted a long time when he first got to Detroit, the feelings that he was having, it didn't help that the guy that replaced him went out and won the Super Bowl. That did not help at all. And at one point, in part of the soundbite that we're not going to play, but he did, he was talking about how he got out to see the city and realized he was going to be a part of something because he believed in Campbell and Holmes. They sold him on their vision. So, okay, I'm the first piece in these two guys' vision. I believe in them. At one point in this podcast, he says, when we won that first game, when they were like 10-1 or whatever they were, and they won the first game, it coincided right around the time, sadly, of the Oxford school shooting. And he said that, they really felt like, in that moment, they'd given something to the community in just a horrible, tragic time.
Yeah.
But it also speaks to, again, he really is a California kid through and through. Born and raised Bay Area, went to college there, goes to the Rams, who has really embraced Southeast Michigan, our state, and the Detroit Lions. All right, we'll have more from Jared Goff. There was some interesting stuff. That was one of them. And we will get to that coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Still don't like, huh?
Just shut up.
Just get a pair of scissors, man.
I'm not giving up that easily. Scissors are for the weak.
You already said the juice isn't even worth the squeeze.
No, it really isn't. These things aren't great, but I bought them, so I'm going to finish them. I mean, maybe I shouldn't impugn them. Maybe it's your favorite snack, but this turkey snack stick is it's sealed beyond a reasonable measure, and it's now 1, 2, 3, 4 commercial breaks. I'm trying to get this damn thing open.
Are you allowed to use your teeth, or is this just a hands-on?
I started to, and I made a slight tear in it, and then I couldn't get it with my fingers. And let's just say that I'm still working on there's 2 parts of it that look perforated, like I should be able to open it, but it's not working. Okay, so the other thing, just following up on that Jared Goff soundbite we just played about how, throw-in quarterback and all this. It occurred to me this morning, he's Ben Wallace, right? Like, you're not stoked at all about what you got back in a trade. And, I mean, this one, I think Detroit fans were stoked, but they weren't stoked about him. And it just turned out, like in Ben Wallace's case, oh, my God, this guy's incredible. Now, I had strangely watched Ben Wallace, that whole story about my boss and I going to a Pistons-Washington Bullets game, and we're like, who's this Wallace guy with 30 rebounds? Because he was rebounding everything, so I kind of knew who he was. But Detroit wasn't fired up about Ben Wallace, and it turned out to be, in retrospect, a great trade for the Pistons, and Detroit wasn't fired up about Jared Goff, and this has turned out to be a great marriage. Now, it's getting to the mountaintop that counts, right? It's all about the finish line. But they've come closer to the mountaintop and closer to finishing it first on that finish line than any other Detroit team in the last 30 years.
Now, here's why this is absolutely a slam dunk brilliant trade. It's worked out, obviously, with Jared Goff. So when they initially made the trade, we were all thinking the same thing. Great, we get 2 first-round picks each of the next 2 years. It gives us a little bit of time to utilize those picks whenever we'll figure out which quarterback class we like better, and we'll package those 2 picks.
Seems so
move
easy,
up and,
right?
And get the guy.
Yep.
And then, lo and behold, Goff turns things around 10 games into the first season, and all of a sudden looks like, oh, wait a minute, he's a pretty good quarterback. Okay, well, we're not going to use the first-round pick here to move up. We'll wait. We'll wait and see what happens. And then they go ahead and win, 9 of the last 10 games or whatever it was that season, or 8 of the last 10 games in the second season. And now we're like pretty well convinced Goff's good. We don't have to do this necessarily. Let's see what we do. And then they just keep adding with the draft and build around him. And now it is 3 years later, we're going, they just built around Jared Goff.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened.
And it's working.
Think about that. That's exactly what happened. We're gonna draft an offensive lineman. Okay, and these are just first round stuff, right? We'll draft a first round or throughout the draft. You drafted your lineman. You went ahead. You got a young wide receiver that's going to grow with him. You decide to take a chance and get a speedy wide receiver that should grow with him. You've revamped the running back room. You've done these things to make him a better player, and he's made those guys better players. The offense is a well-oiled machine. We have very little complaints about the offense. They built the defense steadily, and they got to the NFC Championship game.
All right, second cut we want to take from that podcast from Jared Goff. He compared his first 4 years in L.A. to his 4 years in Detroit. I feel like this guy's coming across very life coachy here, but it's useful stuff. Sent to a place to die. That was the way this whole thing was portrayed. Completely forgotten man. Rams are going to be a Super Bowl contender, and then sure enough they were, which had to sting. But rather than sulk or how do I get out of here or whatever, he looked at his surroundings and said, how can I make this happen? How can I make this happen? Plus, on top of that, at the very beginning of that, notice what he said. No, I hope when it's all said and done, the LA was just the beginning, few short years at the beginning of my career, and I spent 3/4 of my career in Detroit. He spent 5 years in LA, 4 as a starter. If he spends 3/4 of his career in Detroit, we're re-signing him.
Well,
and that seems obvious that they want to do that, but he's talking about spending 2/3 or 3/4 of his career in Detroit. That means another contract. He expects another contract to come.
You were looking for parallels, and was this like Ben Wallace? And maybe it ends up being like Ben Wallace.
Yep.
But there's also a parallel there because of how highly he was thought of and did take a team to a Super Bowl but didn't win. Kind of like Miguel Cabrera in a way. Although Cabrera won a World Series and it was awfully a good play when they got him, and everybody thought, okay, this is a great move for the Tigers moving forward. But it's a guy who spent more than a few years in Florida and then spent the rest of his career in Detroit. I mean, he played. Yeah. You talk about playing the majority of your years here after you get traded here. I mean, Miguel Cabrera spent.
In that way, I mean, when we traded for Cabrera, it was like, oh my God, we got Miguel Cabrera. It was not, oh my God, we got Jared Goff.
No, but they spent. My point was, it was the 15 years after that he spent here.
Gotcha.
After starting his career off really well with another organization.
All right, here's one more. I've not heard this one Kenny listened through, but he talked about how important it was that Ben Johnson came back to Detroit. Here's what he said. All right, that's Jared Goff talking about Ben Johnson. Thanks to the Trading Cards podcast. Some interesting stuff from our quarterback. It's long. It's interesting. And Jared's dog does some unsavory things during the podcast.
Unsavory?
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
You know what every dog owner doesn't want their dog to do to like a stranger or a friend even?
Sniff somebody's butt? Right to the crotch?
A little bit more intimate than both of those things.
Oh, was humping? Quincy was doing some humping?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
One of the podcasters.
That's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a funny podcast. But we thought we'd play that for you. 248-539-9797.
Something that is interesting there, what he said about when he was talking about Ben Johnson, he said, it's not about the money with him.
Yeah.
And that's what did he say after that? He says it's rare.
Yep.
Does Jared Goff want to be rare?
I wondered about that. Like there's a sequence where he talks about organizations doing things the right way. And he said to the podcasters, he said, you guys probably have ways that you could cut corners. You could save some money, but you want to do it. Do you do that, or do you want to do it the right way? And he said, so that includes paying people what they're worth. And I'm like, what message is he sending here? I don't think this is by any means. I've said I'm antsy-ish or antsy adjacent because nothing's happened yet with either him or Amon-Ra. But when you look at some of the timelines of people signing in the offseason, the entire offseason gets used up. There's not really a re-signing season.
Right.
There's free agency, there's a draft, but there's no hard and fast re-signing season. So he's kind of got some messages there where I do wonder, do you think Ben Johnson's decision to take less money and stay in any way impacts Jared Goff? In the slightest way impacts?
Obviously in the slightest way. Maybe it's a hopeful way for fans to look at it, is that maybe he looks at it introspectively and says, you know what, in the life of this contract extension, I'm going to make it more than enough money. Obviously, I've already made more than enough money, but I know I have to go out there and get somewhere near what my value is, but do I need to push it?
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to get the $55 million a year, or could I come in at 40 and be just as happy? If that thought even creeps into his mind, then okay.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, your reaction to what Jared Goff had to say. Coming up next hour, well, we'll talk about one of my favorite events. That in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Made it. Got it done.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. And then I almost dropped the.
Yeah, you did.
I was celebrating the success of opening up the packaging on the turkey stick, snack stick. And as I was celebrating, it almost slipped out of my hands. Landed on my shirt, though. So
You got lucky.
If it had
Hey,
fallen
you know
on the
how
floor.
funny that would have been if it had actually spending an hour trying to open up his package, and then finally he does, and it spills onto the floor. Knowing what a germaphobe Doug is,
I wouldn't have ate it.
No, you would have not.
Just thrown it away.
After
Yep.
all that?
Yep.
You don't like to waste either. And after all that hard work.
Right.
Yep.
You would have just threw it away?
Yep.
Like you wouldn't have just
That would have been funny.
like, rinsed it off or something like that.
Nope.
Gator, that would have been really funny.
It would have been
I don't
really
believe in
funny.
any.
It
I don't
almost
believe
happened.
in any seconds rule. Like it's on the floor. I'm not eating.
It's the middle of the break, and he's opening this thing. And he's like, oh my God, there you go. And then I see him go, oh, he had a jumper.
But I got it done. All right, let's get to your phone calls. 248-539-9797 plus your reaction. We go to John on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, Doug Gator, how are you?
What's up?
Well, I got two things real quick. First of all, you guys keep saying that everyone thought that Jared Goff was a throw-in, but I was completely opposite of that. The guy was a number one pick. The guy was in a Super Bowl. I told everyone that would listen that he's going to be our quarterback for the next 10 years because I thought he's still a decent quarterback. But now I'm going to contradict myself, and I have a question for you guys if you think this would work or not. So what about taking Hendon Hooker and throwing him in 6-7 plays where he can run the ball, hand it off, or throw it deep to J-Mo? So there's that deep threat, so running the ball is going to open up a little bit, and he's got a little bit stronger an arm than Goff, so he can get it to J-Mo. What do you guys think about doing something like that?
Nope. I mean, I would consider it. I would not. It's a quick nope because I don't think the offense has any issues right now with Jared Goff. I think Goff's the guy, and he's doing just fine. I don't need to, mess things up by bringing in the quarterback unless you have to. I think if you're going to get a chance to see what Hendon Hooker can do in the fall, I'm a huge Hendon Hooker fan. When they get to training camp, I can't wait to see how he does. But I fully expect once the season starts, Jared Goff is QB1 and quarterback 2 is a only in break glass situation.
Well, it's just another wrinkle. It's just like, and I can't remember the guy's name that you guys just talked about that does the same thing. The other guy that
Taysom
comes in every
Hill.
once in a while.
You want him to be used like
Hill.
Taysom Hill.
Yes. And that opens things up, and he only has to play 6-7 plays a down maybe, or even 2 or 3, but I think it's just another wrinkle that would open things up a little bit.
Does the offense need to be opened up?
Well, it doesn't hurt. Like I said, it's another wrinkle.
It's also 6-7 plays where you don't have your best quarterback on the field, but sure. This guy
cracks me up about that the most, guys.
Yeah, let me guess. I can't stand the play Hooker calls. Gator can't stand the Taysom Hill calls. My man checked both boxes in one phone call.
No. But he was a Goff supporter, allegedly. This guy comes in and goes, I'm the one, guys. Hey, hold on, guys, back off. I'm the one who said he would be here 10 years. Right. He would be good. He's a former number 1 pick and went to the Super Bowl. But why don't we play Hooker? It makes no sense. What the hell is he talking about? He's the Goff supporter. If you're like a Hooker guy, I get it. You call in, hey, I think this guy should get a shot, whatever. Hey, I'm a guy who doesn't think Goff's that good. Okay, whatever. He's allegedly the Goff guy.
Is there a head coach in the National Football League that there's no controversy who QB1 is, right? There's no controversy at all. You know who it is. Is there a coach in that situation that would say, for 6 or 7 plays a game, why don't we bring in the other guy? Like, did they consider that with Tom Brady? Like, let's bring in Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's let him have 6 or 7 plays a game. Let's bring in Brian Hoyer. See what he can do for 6 or 7 plays. And I recognize that it's Tom Brady, but I'm just saying, when you have the unquestioned QB1, like Minnesota, were they thinking, let's take Kirk out for a few plays. Let's bring in the kid from BYU. Let's bring him in and see what he can do.
So, 6 or 7 plays a game adds up to.
It's a drive.
I mean, you're talking about, say, 7 plays a game, 70 plus 17, 49. That's 120, 130 plays a season that you're not putting your best quarterback on the field. Can I see Hendon Hooker take this year in a non-backup situation, taking a regular season snap or two? Yes. Yes, I can. Do I see Hendon Hooker, who I'm not rooting against him, okay? But this guy has so far to go to rep and rep and rep. He's still just trying to make sure he's healthy. And the Lions have a desperate need for a quality backup quarterback. I want this guy to get 1 million reps at practice this year. I want this guy to get some junk time snaps. With the Lions up 3-4 touchdowns in that Green Bay game. See what I did there? I chose Green Bay.
Thank you.
I want Hendon Hooker to get experience because let's say Goff signs a long-term contract here. I don't know if you know this. Quarterbacks get hurt.
Damn right.
Last year, it was half the league's starters got hurt. So you need to have a quality backup because you don't want to just give up on the season because Jared Goff's going to miss 4 weeks. Right? So, this is a critical to the Lions' success that Hendon Hooker be developed as a backup quarterback. You know what that means? Spending all your time in practice running the plays you would run if you're going to play, which oftentimes are similar to the plays that Jared Goff runs. Master those rather than make him a specialty gimmick guy. But yes, my man was a Goff supporter and wanted to make sure we all knew that he called the shot. He's going to be here for 10 years. But at the same time.
Yeah, I look, I get it.
He did touch 2 nerves, though, with both of us in one call.
Yeah. People want to see what the next thing is. They want to see behind door number 2 and see what it looks like. You'll get that in the preseason schedule. And if he gets into the games, I would hope that it's in a situation during the regular season where the Lions are up big in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
We're up big, or the defense is completely shut down the opposition. There are absolutely no threat whatsoever. And you've got your last drive, and you don't necessarily just want to hand the ball
20-3.
Yeah, you've got opportunities.
6 minutes to go.
Yeah, you use
maybe
those
4 minutes to go. But
are you getting smoked? Let's just protect our star to get him out, and let's get reps to the backup. That's a situation, yeah. But it's not a situation where it's a competitive game. You're tied halfway through the third quarter, and hey, all right, let's bring a QB2. Why? Because Taysom Hill.
Yep. Okay, so something else I want to talk about.
Good.
The Lions still have, according to Over the Cap and Spot Track, either the 7th or 8th most amount of cap space left in the NFL. Just under $28 million, according to their calculations. It's actually quite a bit of money. And I'm looking at the list of free agents, and I'm not, there's still some guys they could go get. And there's probably a lot of players that say, I'm just going to chill and circle back when training camp starts and see where I fit. But I also love the idea of taking money to the trade deadline. I think there's going to be a misconception. You tell me if I'm right or wrong on this. That the Lions won't make a trade deadline deal of significance because they didn't last season. Do you believe that the book is out that the Lions and Brad Holmes aren't going to want to make a trade deadline deal because of last season?
No, I don't think the book's out on that. I can understand skepticism, but there's $28 million that they may or may not have. A good portion of that goes towards the draft. You have to set aside some money for the draft picks, and then they're still going to have money left over. So when you get to the trade deadline, here's the tricky part. What you know about the Lions and what you can glean from last year is that they're going to be looking for a very specific player. It's not just the guy who's padding the stats and looks like he's great on paper. It seems great, but they do their due diligence and deep dives and background checks on everybody. They're not just going to bring in a guy because, he fits this position. We saw it last year. Did they need an extra defensive end pass rusher? Yeah. Did they pass up on the opportunity to get the two that were out there?
Yep.
Yeah. Did they? We have no idea if they inquired about Danielle Hunter with Minnesota. We have no idea what they were doing there. But it gave the impression that they'd be reluctant. I don't think they're reluctant. I think they're reluctant to take chances on players that don't fit what they're trying to do.
I think they're very picky.
Yeah,
it's got to be the right fit. It's got to be the right fit. And when you don't have a player and these might be guys they evaluate and love come draft time that in a couple of years become available, and they're like, ooh, we can get him now. Let's take him. We loved him back then. Let's take him now. And maybe they didn't like the players that were available the last time around. So I think it's too early to make that call. But as the summer goes on, if they're not spending all the money and they've got some money left, I think it makes sense because you want to have some flexibility come the trade deadline. You're preparing, though, for the unknown. You don't know which team's going to fade, so which team's going to be a seller, so which team and what players that team has. So you're preparing a bit for the unknown.
And not only is it for the trade deadline, but move it up, it's also around training camp time too, where there are going to be some veterans that are going to be released or cut or borderline. Did the team want to hang on to them? Well, obviously those teams would rather trade those players and get something for them. And can the Lions step in and say, okay, we're willing to do this?
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right. Love this event. We'll get to it at 105 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It could be their turning point or their Waterloo. The Red Wings are in Pittsburgh tonight, a game you can hear right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. Two teams tied at 84 points, a single point back of the Capitals for that last wild card in the Eastern Conference. If the Wings beat the Pens in regulation, their playoff odds increase to 44% with 3 games left. If they lose in 60 minutes, those chances crater to under 8%. Derek Lalonde. Tigers Twins rained out today. It'll be made up as part of a straight doubleheader Saturday starting at 1:10. Tigers back at it tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch at Comerica Park. Pistons host the Bulls tonight, needing to go 3-0 to end the regular season in order to avoid setting a new franchise record for most losses in a single season. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage starting at 6:35. And Michigan hockey faces off with Boston College in the Frozen Four. You can hear that on the Bet 1270 at 8. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just got to get it together, man.
Update Jesus. Thank you very much. Okay. Huge Red Wing game tonight.
Oh, is it big?
Yeah, and look, they're coming off of the most non-shutout ever. Red Wings scored with 1.1 seconds left in a 2-1 loss. They scored when it was literally physically too late to tie the game. So,
well, I mean, it's appropriate. They gave up a goal with 7 seconds to go in the second period.
Yeah, well, they'd only scored 6 seconds earlier. They would have given themselves at least a shot at one more. But it was one of those, hey, they tied it, but first you think the game's over. Then they put 1.1 on, and they got to drop the puck. But you're like, what's even the point? But, okay, so look, they kind of got shut out last game. Seems pretty important to score an early goal tonight.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
Oh, important. It's like the Tigers when they had gone through that long shutout streak. Very important to come out and score early. You gotta get the good feeling back, good mojo.
Yep.
And what I've liked about this team over the last 5 or 6 games is that they haven't gotten off to the slow start. That they look like they're ready to play hockey. And
they looked the other night like they were ready to play hockey.
And unfortunately, the other night, it's like they threw all these pucks at the net and none of them went in. All these rebounds are there, and they never got a clean shot off from a rebound because Washington was tying them up. And it was frustrating, but they were playing well enough. They didn't win. Got to keep that same kind of start, but you got to finish it. You got to finish the job. Puck is there, put it in. Easier said than done, obviously. But the effort needs to be consistent with what you've shown lately. And if you can step it up a notch, I don't know how you do, but you do. But you keep reminding everybody, hey, short shifts, whatever it is, get out there, continue to go with the game plan, fire the pucks on net, let's create some traffic in front. Everybody's going to sell out and do what they have to do because this is playoff hockey for them. They need to win games to get in and extend their season. So when Mo Seider's in the post game and he's got 6 ice packs on because he's blocked 10 shots in the game, he shouldn't be the only one that's doing that. And he won't be. Everybody's got to do their job, do the dirty work. Andrew Kopp is out tonight because he broke his cheekbone from getting hit with a high stick that there was no penalty on. That's a whole other story. But he's out. Rasmussen's out. Next man up. People have to step up their game, and maybe somebody else has to fill that role of being that disturber in front of the net.
Okay, so that is on the ice tonight in Pittsburgh. On the ice tonight in St. Paul, Minnesota is the Frozen Four. Gator, you and I have grown up in a state where college hockey has been one of our favorites, and we both follow it. And I think the NCAA college hockey tournament, where everything is one and done, is, well, again, kind of a silly way to determine a champion because, as we saw the other night, no matter how much you carry the play and distinguish yourself as being the team that's got the jump, it doesn't mean you win the game. But Michigan and Michigan State, both very strong teams this year. Unfortunately, they're in the same region. Michigan beat Michigan State, and so the Wolverines are playing in the Frozen Four tonight. And they're taking on a absolute powerhouse Boston College team that is like 33-5, something absolutely insane. They've won 14 in a row. The last game they lost was back in February, early February, in the bean pot to Boston University, who's also in the Frozen Four. Michigan's getting Seamus Casey back. He was injured in the Michigan State game. And they're playing very good hockey going into this thing. And we can talk about the game if you so choose. But Gator, I can tell you that I have watched of the college hockey tournament so far. There have been 12 games played. I have watched all 12 of them in some capacity. Sometimes it was just on the background. Sometimes they had the multiple TV thing going. But I freaking love this tournament. Now, we don't talk about it a ton because it doesn't have the mass appeal. But Gator, I would chalk up the Frozen Four, having been to several and having been to a lot of college hockey of NCAA tournament. To me, it's the most underrated sporting event in the country. You can find coverage of it if you seek it out, but going to the college hockey Frozen Four, the intensity of the games, coupled and hockey brings a different intensity than college basketball Final Four. College basketball Final Four, completely different animal on another level, widespread appeal, got it. But hockey and basketball are different in that hockey keeps you on the edge of your seat, and in elimination games keeps you sweating. It keeps you absolutely sweating. And basketball games are intense too. I'm not saying they aren't. I think hockey is a different kind of intensity. But with that said, I find this to be one of the most underrated sporting events in the country. And those that have been there, you might feel the same way, you might not. But those that have been there, I think it comes through. Gator, what do you think is the most underrated sporting event?
I do love the Frozen Four, and I've been to it, and it's fantastic. But it's an event that I haven't been to, and I would love to go one year. When they do it, it's the World Baseball Classic.
Ooh,
I love baseball. I love that you get the whole nationalism thing. Everybody going for their own country, and we're in a place now where there's no given who's going to win it. United States is good, Japan's good. Canada can field a team. You got the teams in Venezuela, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Mexico. It's all great, and I really enjoy the tournament when they get it underway. I would love to have the opportunity to go down and watch one of those games.
That's a great call. That is a great call. I got one more. It's really weird because it's very specific. Well, I guess maybe it's not very specific. I love the winter X Games. I have no interest in the summer X Games, but especially the snowcross races. I freaking love those things. And it's actually my favorite event in the Winter Olympics. It's one of those X Games events that has now crossed over, and I'm a huge fan of watching a lot of the Winter X Games stuff.
The one I used to love that's they no longer do it is the Canada Cup.
Oh yeah,
the hockey with the nations doing that. I used to love that. That was just awesome hockey.
Yep,
so good. Played in the end of the summer, and you would have just battles. Russia, United States, Canada, Sweden. It was all great.
There's something about playing for your country where the respect and the knowledge of the other team, these guys.
Yeah.
You play with some of them.
Right. They're your teammates, and now all of a sudden you're checking this guy in the boards, and that's your teammate, and you're doing it with violence and purpose.
But the care level is so high. And when you have great athletes that are playing with a do or die, a win or go home mentality, there are game sevens in the NBA Finals, and of course March Madness is filled with them. But I freaking love the Frozen Four. 248-539-9797. You tell us what's your most underrated sporting event. And maybe it's just a you thing. Maybe you even think that it's just something that you love and maybe you only. Because I got a lot of those, but I'm going to leave some out there for others to say if they have them. But what do you think is the most underrated, underappreciated, and one of your favorite sporting events that others don't necessarily get to see? Now, tonight it's Boston University against Denver in the first game at, I think it's 5 o'clock, and Michigan and BC at 5:30. Michigan is clearly the underdog in this group, but it's their third straight trip. And the crazy thing is, as good as that hockey program has been, and it's been great, they haven't won a national championship since 1998, and I think they've made 11 Frozen Four trips in the interim.
Wow.
And they just, I think in those 11, this is the 11th, I think they're 1-9 in semifinal games. They've only made it to the championship game once, and that was it was like about 10 years ago. Sean Hunwick was the goalie. Took them to overtime in the title game. It was against Duluth, wasn't it? But anyway, 248-539-9797. Share yours. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. You want to continue talking about the Red Wing game, feel free. Interesting stuff from Jared Goff we played for you last hour. That and more as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, all this rain is going to yield to greener lawns, and yours will be the greenest of all if you call the folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Telephone number easy, 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time, only, you purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. And you don't want to wait. You hate to see crabgrass in the summertime. So despite the cold weather we've had and all this rain and stuff, that first application is the most important for crabgrass control, because by the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix it. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. So schedule early. Give them a call right now at 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way offers the 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's a big selling point, right? It's a company that I've used for nearly a dozen years. They've been a locally owned company for over 30 years, and they have experts that come out to your yard, check it out, and they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. We're asking you, what's your favorite sort of under-the-radar sporting event? One of mine is the NCAA hockey tournament. Gator, you enjoyed as well. I watched a little bit of all 12 games played so far in tonight's Frozen Four. Michigan playing against BC in the nightcap. This from an unnamed texter. The Frozen Four tournament has been better than the NHL. So, I mean, Stanley Cup playoff hockey is ridiculous. I mean, we have
7 series. I guess I don't know. I think that trumps it right away.
We have not gotten to experience it for so long that when I see like a regular season game acting like a postseason game, like we saw the other night, I got excited. That's what it looked like to me. And in my opinion, Gator, there's that intensity is also fantastic. But it's been so long since we here locally have experienced it. I wonder how many people just kind of forgot what it's like. You know?
I think I shouldn't poo-poo this right away and slam it, but I love the NCAA tournament for hockey has been very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's one and done, and I don't like that to determine for a hockey champion.
I tend to agree with you. It's just like March Madness.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge March Madness guy, but if I'm going to compare it to the Stanley Cup playoffs, to me it's not a comparison because you're living and dying by a series, which is a better way to determine the champion.
Yep.
And to determine who needs to move up. It's not just a fluke. Here's a fluke goal and you're done. In a one and done type series.
Yeah, when there are like I have issues with the baseball playoffs. All season long you need 5 starters. You spend 162 games needing 5 starters. You get to the postseason, you basically play 6 times in 7 days. You get to the postseason, everything's spread out. You don't need 5 starters anymore. You might not even really need 4 starters. And the truth is, if you have 1 or 2 good starters that are making the bulk of your starts in the postseason, it's just all the things that were important to getting you there. And if one of your strengths is depth in your starting rotation and you can't use it the way you could during the regular season, I think that's silly. But whatever. More feedback coming in here. I'm with you, Doug, on the Winter X Games, but I don't watch any of the snowcross. Yeah, I love the Winter X Games. Detroit Rugby, I think the most underrated sporting event in this country is the Rugby World Cup. It is the 3rd most watched sporting event worldwide, but not in the U.S. It has all the size, hitting, and speed of the NFL with no commercials. Have you ever sat down to try and take in rugby?
Yes.
And?
Can't do it. I've tried.
It's okay.
I've tried. I respect what it is. These are real tough guys out there, and no helmets and stuff like that. And it's the whole the scrum thing just seems kind of dumb to me. But it's okay. I don't love it. If it's on in the background, it's on in the background. But it's nothing I've gotten into.
No. Just can't do it. Kang, you ever watch rugby?
I've tried to, but what do you mean? Do I have to sit down for an entire match to really give it a shot? Or is it just, hey, 30 minutes, can I bail? Because I've never watched the full match. I'll admit that. But I have watched.
Is it a match or is it a game?
I don't know. A pitch, whatever you want to call it. I've tried to sit down for more than 15 minutes, and I'm with Gator. I like football, American football.
Yeah. Joe in Toledo, we were supposed to go to the Olympic swim trials in Omaha 4 years ago, and at the same time, the College Baseball World Series. My wife is a swim geek. I'm a baseball geek. Then COVID. So this year, we're going to the Olympic swim trials, but they are in Indianapolis, so we can't do both. Major bummer. The College Baseball World Series seems awesome. I hate the stadium. If you've ever seen the stadium in Omaha that they play in, it looks like a smaller version of it. Now let's look back at all the romance that we had of Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, Busch Stadium in
St. Louis.
In St. Louis. It's got that kind of personality.
Oh, joy.
Yeah, right? It's this big round monstrosity that is built to, when people go, but it just looks like the most bland place ever. And I think
Where is it at?
It's in Omaha, Nebraska.
Is Is it properly selected there?
I can't wait to get your take on this one. Someone writes in, as far as underrated sporting events, he just writes in, NASCAR races in general are fantastic. Now, I had, in another radio life, I went to all the races at Michigan and did lots of pre-race and post-race. In fact, ironically, on this day that O.J. Simpson has passed, and if you're just joining us, yes, O.J. Simpson died today, been fighting cancer.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sorry, got announced today. Thank you. I was doing a pre-race show. I think it was Friday qualifying from MIS the night of the Bronco chase. So I was on air from a booth in the infield trying to watch a TV and pay attention to what was going on with the Bronco chase. By the way, Rabbit Ears TV, trying to watch what was going on with the Bronco chase while interviewing drivers getting ready for the Coca-Cola 400 or whatever the hell it was called back then. So it was really bizarre.
I've never been to a NASCAR race.
But I'm intrigued because it was the first sporting event that came back post-COVID. And you and I did some NASCAR shows.
Started watching it.
Yep.
I don't mind watching a race every once in a while. I enjoy it. And I've been told that, hey, if you go to the event, you're going to love it. I just don't have the desire to go to the event. And it's funny because I've had these conversations with people before about what's the best sporting event to watch live. And I quickly say hockey. And they're like, hockey, why? I'm like, because you have no appreciation for the sport until you see it live and in person. Watching it on a TV is great.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get there live and in person, you see how fast that action really is. And everything just sounds different too when you're live. The puck hitting the wood, not the wooden stick, but the puck hitting the stick is just a different sound live than it is on TV. It's fascinating to me to watch what they can do. And yet I can understand why people would say NASCAR, but
NASCAR
I still
hits different in person.
Yeah,
it really does. There's another one for rugby, the Rugby Six Nations tournament, Doug. There's a series about it on Netflix, was done by the same guys that made Drive to Survive. It's called Full Contact. You'll love it. Maybe I will. Maybe I will check it out. More here, the Little League World Series. It's mind-blowing watching the talent of those kids. That's from Andrew. My favorite under-the-radar sporting event is the Big Ten College Conference Tournament. That's from Anna in Ferndale. Big Ten Baseball. Big Ten College Baseball Conference Tournament. Really? Kristen in Rochester here. The APBA Gold Cup hydroplane races in Detroit. It's finally coming back after years of not hosting. Can't wait to go back in August. Have you ever seen that? I've only seen it once.
Which races?
The hydroplanes.
Never saw it.
No?
No desire.
Okay. The high school state basketball tournaments are great pretty much everywhere. Been to tournaments in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Colorado. Single elimination, best of the best. Always very intense. That's from Carl in Brush Park.
Yeah, I've seen some playoff games in the past when I was growing up, and then the last one I went to was probably almost 10 years ago, when my former high school went to the state finals and lost, but that was at Breslin Center. It was great atmosphere.
Underrated and local, the Michigan Panthers. Fun football, cheap seats, Ford Field experience, best $22 you can spend. So here's the thing about the Panthers. When I was watching it on TV, there were more people there than I expected. The problem with secondary football leagues, they can't seem to capture what minor league baseball, which has been able to capture, and that's the charm of the stadium, the characteristic of the stadium. I think it's, if somebody were ever to have the budget to build an appropriate, I'm going to call it minor league football stadium, I think it would give that sport a real chance. But that's a lot of money to spend on a stadium.
Yeah, it is.
A minor league team's going to host 50, 60, whatever games a year. A minor league football team's going to host, 6?
Yeah. That's why they got to play where they got to play.
Yep.
Along those same lines, going to see the Mud Hens play in Toledo.
Yep.
It's a great stadium.
Yep.
It's such a great stadium. It's a great atmosphere. The heart of downtown Toledo, which you're like, oh, great. No, but I mean, there's a little bit very small downtown, but they've built that stadium to be kind of like a miniature version of what a really cool Major League Baseball park would be. It's better than going to a game at, say, Lakeland. You know, Lakeland's fine, and they do the best they can to try to attract people there. But this is it's just a nicer scale of everything.
Trying to think of the minor league parks where I've actually seen minor league baseball. It's Toledo, Lansing Lugnuts, West Michigan Whitecaps. I went and saw the San Antonio Missions play the Corpus Christi Hooks during the NBA Finals.
There you go.
Back in 2005. I went and saw the Eugene Emeralds play. In Oregon. They got I think they have the best hats in minor league. Better than the Montgomery Biscuits. I like the Eugene Emeralds hats better. I think that might be it.
When we were in Carolina and Raleigh for the Stanley Cup in 2002, we drove past the stadium to see the Durham Bulls.
Yeah.
To kind of take a look at in the stadium there. That was really cool.
I saw an independent league game near Wheeling, West Virginia. We were down there for a baseball tournament. One of the coaches was giving a speech to the kids about going to watch this minor league independent baseball. And he was trying to make a point about the playing for the love of the game. And he said, I want you to go out there and pay attention to these guys because absolutely none of them are going to make it. And we all like, where does this go? But, okay, straight ahead, Gator, I got jealous last night watching, none of our local teams are playing. So I flipped this on, and I got jealous. And I hope we get to experience it soon. Could be coming our way. We'll get to that today at 1:35. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. No Tiger baseball this afternoon. They got rained out. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 A Ticket, keeping you company through until 2 o'clock. That game, by the way, rescheduled as part of a doubleheader. Huge Red Wing game tonight. We've been talking about it throughout the show. Jared Goff called the trade to Detroit the best thing that happened in his career and for his development as a human, which is saying quite a bit.
That's something.
Yep. We talked a little Frozen 4. Masters underway. O.J. Simpson passed away yesterday, announced today. But, Gator, there's also news that there are a couple of reboots in the world of movies and television. I want to know if either of these interest you. And I'm intrigued by the first one. There's going to be a reboot of the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, I saw that Blumhouse is going to be producing this one. And very interesting because the original is one of the creepiest movies I've ever seen in my life.
If I recall, I thought you hated it.
No, I didn't hate
Okay,
it. I was
all right.
creeped. I was just creeped out by it. It was totally creepy. It's one of these.
It was very clever.
Supernatural type things. Yeah, and it was filmed for nothing. They spent like literally tens of thousands of dollars as opposed to tens of millions of dollars.
It's a pretty old movie, but the premise behind it was
not that old. It's like 20 years old.
Well,
I guess. But the premise is that there's. I guess people they're in search of the Blair Witch, which is something that
kind of an urban legend.
Yeah, this urban legend
but
takes place in Maryland and or Maryland or Virginia, one of the two in the forests.
The premise is they find a video camera, and they go back and look at the video that these people who are documenting their search for the Blair Witch and the legend of the Blair Witch, but the people are never seen again.
No,
and they find the video camera, and you kind of see what happened. Kind of.
I'm getting chills right now.
Are you?
Yeah, because movie creeped me out, man. And then they went ahead and made a sequel, and they ruined it. What
was the sequel?
Because the original one is basically black and white because it's like this
handheld
camcorder stuff, right? So it's just really cool without being explicitly gory or anything like that. It's just there's some things that happen in the woods with the different things that are left behind that are just creepy, and then at the end you get really creeped out. And it's a quick movie. I don't think it's nowhere near 2 hours if I recall. And it's not like it's got famous people in it. It's just very well done.
So what was the second one? I don't even remember there being a second one.
I remember it just tried to be. I think there's a little bit of more sexual exploitation in the movie, and it's gorier, and I don't remember.
Hallmarks of many horror films.
Yeah, I don't mind that in a horror film, but when you're following up the original Blair Witch, you fell short.
Okay, so what's the reboot like?
I guess they're just going to redo the movie, the original.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's like a remake.
The last scene in the original is.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Like, what the hell's going on? Yeah.
Creepy
AF. Kang, did you ever see the Blair Witch Project?
Yeah, I got motion sickness issues, so I don't like those type of films.
When you're running with the camcorder.
Not for me, man. So if they reboot, if it's the same or whatever, I'm out.
Okay.
I got to take like Dramamine when I hop on flights, dude.
See, but if they do it now, you think about how different the technology is today compared to what it was 20 years ago. So if let's say it's a tale of looking for the Blair Witch in 2024 in the forest of Maryland, now it's cell phone technology, right? Which is going to make it different. It's going to be in color and
so I'll throw up in 4K or what?
That's right. We want to see you throw up in 4K.
There you go. The other reboot is Melrose Place.
The TV show from the late 80s, early 90s, maybe just 90s. The show with Heather Locklear and Andrew Shue and others. And then it was just every year they'd add more people to the cast, and it just got weirder and weirder. But an entertaining show back in the day of young people living in what they called Melrose Place, which was an apartment complex. And it was entertaining, like I said. A lot of good eye candy for both the men and the women watching the show.
Isn't Heather Locklear a complete mess now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Unfortunately. I was a big Heather Locklear fan, as I think most guys were growing up.
He's the one.
Yeah, I was the one.
He's the one.
But yeah, things they've gone south for a while. Hopefully she's got her stuff together because apparently she is being rumored to be part of this.
Really?
I'm not sure how what is she going to be the landlady at Melrose Place? I don't know how this works. Would I be curious and tune in? I might be curious and tune in to see the first episode and where they're going to go with this and who's going to be in it. But you go back to the original, and I don't think anybody really knew who the actors and actresses were, other than Heather Locklear, maybe Daphne Zuniga, who was one of the characters, knew who she was. But outside of that, not so much. But then these young actors, made names for themselves. And
Gotcha.
I got a question for Gator about viewing, Doug.
Okay.
Roadhouse. All right, Conor McGregor, Jake Gyllenhaal. Apparently this thing is doing huge numbers. Have you seen it yet? Will you see it?
I haven't watched it yet. It's in my queue to watch, but I just, when I say that, I mean, dude, I check out Netflix once a month, maybe, so I just don't go into it all that often. I want to see it, and yet I don't want to see it because the original is so bad and so good that I don't want this version to come around because it's not gonna be the same thing.
You're predicting doom. You think it's gonna suck?
Yeah, because it's not this. They're not doing it like scene for scene from the original. It's a totally different movie, and he's got an MMA background and there's like MMA fighting as opposed to just barroom brawls.
You're watching a new movie. Then what's the big deal?
I'm not saying it's a big deal. It's just, but they're taking the name Roadhouse.
50 million viewers in the first 2 weeks. Record.
Yeah, I saw that.
Record.
It's a lot.
Wow.
It's a lot. And well, put that into perspective. If you had charged $10 a ticket to see it in the theater and you get 50 million, that's half a billion bucks.
They just want you to subscribe, Gator.
That's a lot. Of course they do.
Okay.
You're already subscribed.
I'm already subscribed.
So I mentioned this going into the break. Nobody was playing last night, and flipping around, I ended up on MLB Network watching the Red Sox and the Orioles. And the Orioles were debuting their young phenom, Jackson Holliday, Matt Holliday's kid. And, get my first look at him, and I'm thinking probably what everybody else had the same thought. Oh my God, he's a child.
Yeah.
He looks so young. It literally looks like somebody literally dropped a high school kid into a Major League Baseball game. And, he got the call up and that video went viral. And, he struck out and he had a couple of ground outs. There was a pop-up out towards right field that I'm going to guess that he probably didn't feel great about not catching it. And guys coming in from the outfield, I don't know if anybody called it. I couldn't really tell. And I kind of had it on his video wallpaper in the background. But I'm watching this kid who is all of 20 years old. And I'm thinking about Max Clark.
Yeah.
Max Clark, who's 19. And I'm so jealous because their entire broadcast, and I get why, their entire broadcast was Jackson Holliday scheduled to hit fifth next inning for the Orioles. We'll have that when we continue. Here's the first ground ball to Jackson Holliday. I mean, everything was It was a very Jackson Holliday-centric broadcast. This is their phenom, the number one prospect in the game. And Max Clark so far, I think 2 for 19 down at Single A Lakeland.
But at least it's like the last 2 games he's gotten his hits. He's heating up.
Yep.
Do you want me to play the spring training sounder?
Yeah,
or is it, no, we're out of spring training, so I didn't know.
He is in Lakeland.
Well, why can't we just get excited about Colt Keith? Same thing right now. He's playing second base, starting his major league career. Here we go. What?
Max Clark sat out last night, but the night before against Bradenton, he went 1 for 3 and a walk.
See? It's important he gets on base because he's got wheels.
Yep.
And he is not intimidated by any moment. He's cocky.
Colt Keith is our guy. Colt Keith is a player that we are cheering for and rooting for, but he's not there wasn't going to be a viral video of him getting the call that he made the majors. Jackson Holliday was considered the number one prospect in the game. I want Max Clark. I want that feeling with Max Clark.
Yeah, I hear you. I want to hear that he is tearing it up at Lakeland. They're going to bump him up to West Michigan. And then, you get to the end of May and, oh, look at this. Max Clark getting invited to play at Erie at Double-A. and stay the rest of the season at Double-A, and then next year he gets invited to spring training camp and he hits well, and they're talking about, well, he'll start at Double-A, but he'll get promoted quickly, and is he on a fast track?
Yeah, guys from Double-A can make the jump. Like going from Double-A to the bigs in 1 year isn't unheard of. So Max Clark, probably the goal is to be a Double-A a year from now. And if he gets there this year, that would be incredible.
Well, there's going to be an awful lot of focus on what Max Clark does in the minors here to matriculate to the major league level, given that the Tigers passed up on college bats or the other high school bat to take Max Clark. I mean, there were two other players considered at that spot, and the Tigers went with Max Clark and not with Wyatt Langford or...
And I don't want that to sting, man. And I'm scared because Wyatt Langford's at the major league level.
Well, which he should be, right? Because he was 22 or 21 when he was drafted. I mean, you're a college player. But, yeah, he's there now. And now is he going to produce? We'll see. But Max Clark has a long ways to go, and I'm excited about it. But I'm excited about Colt Keith. Colt Keith, here's what I'm most excited with. And watching it, looking at his numbers, I think he's only struck out 4 times this year. And for a rookie in the major leagues, you know, to get that chance in a league where it's accepted that you're going to strike out well over 100 times, and he's only struck out 4 times in whatever it is, 11 games for him. I think that bodes pretty well that he is bought into the philosophy, or maybe he was already that type of player of what Scott Harris wants, even though he's not a Scott Harris draft pick.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to some Red Wings next. 97.1 The Ticket. Okay. So earlier in the show, we had a soundbite that we first read the quotes, and now we got a soundbite, and we're going to play it for you. We wanted to make sure it wasn't taken out of context. What was being talked about with Derek Lalonde, the head coach of the Red Wings, was that the East is incredibly deep and incredibly challenging. But this year, there have been some teams that have been, like New Jersey, who's been ravaged by injuries. And that the idea that there's a team that probably is going to make the playoffs with I shouldn't say probably, but there's a team that could make the playoffs with less than 90 points, could get you in. And they weren't setting the goal at that to get in the playoffs. They're setting the goal at 96. And so the question, what the topic was about, is there a sense of urgency to make the playoffs this year because next year this total won't get it done? And here's how Derek Lalonde answered the question. Okay. Was it taken out of context? I finally was able to get a hold of the Birchie kid during the break. It was not taken out of context. He meant it.
And apparently this was after the practice and not after the game. So
yes.
I wasn't there for that.
Yes.
Which makes me feel better about myself. Because I would have been like, if he had said that and I was there and I didn't question it.
So you start looking at this roster and you go, okay, how can you possibly say this? How can you possibly say with steps forward, the next year you might not be here? And you get into the contracts. And you're right, okay, David Perron is a unrestricted free agent. Are they going to bring him back? Patrick Kane is an unrestricted free agent. Are they going to bring him back? I'd like to think that Kane is going to be back. And they're getting a pretty good player. They have a pretty good player in Patrick Kane. Like, it's worked out.
Really good.
Yep. Perron is a very valuable member of this team, but his point is you're going to have to let some people, the point being you're going to have to let some people walk. Some young players who never played at the NHL level are going to get their opportunities. I don't love this sort of public acknowledgement that the team is still that far away, that internally they are questioning whether or not they're going to be a playoff team next year. This is, I know we all have our different times of when you get concerned. And believe me, we've gotten fire Lalonde texts for weeks. We've gotten Yzerman isn't getting it done texts for weeks.
Put him on the hot seat.
Yep. And while I'm not like thinking fire Derek Lalonde yet, I'd like to see them make the playoffs. And I'm not thinking Yzerman isn't getting it done. This sort of, at this point, for Lalonde and Yzerman, for that, if that is a prevalent feeling, I can't say I like that at all. And if I were ownership, I'd be questioning what's going on. I'm not saying I'd fire him. But, I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I didn't like the quote when I first heard it. Now that you got confirmation on what kind of context it was, I really don't like it. It almost seems like it's just cushioning the blow for, what could come. And I don't want to hear that. I want to hear that this team is fired up and that they're going to use this season as fuel to propel them to the next level. Not that they could possibly take a step back. Like, we'll worry about that in the offseason when we see what moves are made and who they let go, who they don't sign, who they do sign. I'll have that opinion going into next season that I'll formulate based on what happens. I don't need to hear the preemptive strike now.
No.
And particularly the week that this week is, you just came off a loss to Washington. You're trying to make the playoffs. Your next best effort's tonight against Pittsburgh, a team that's right with you in the playoff hunt. You got to win this game.
They're going to have again, we're putting the cart before the horse here a little bit, but they're going to have a sizable amount of cap space. In the top 6 in the NHL, according to SpotTrack. Now, they're going to have some guys that they either need to re-sign or not, but, we're entering an offseason with a team that doesn't have a lot of cap space and has a player that they don't want to lose, but they're probably going to have to let him walk. And it looks like Sam Reinhart from Florida is going to be on the open market. And the Red Wings should be into play in the mix there for him. And the Red Wings should be getting more out of Simon Edvinsson this year than they got. And the Red Wings should be, with this talent that's in the organization, those guys should be starting to make an impact. I don't want this, hey, we might not be here next year. What?
I don't feel comfortable with that discussion at all.
It's predicting that there won't be a step forward. And this entire time, my support has been based on steps forward. I think that's fair. Personally, some people think, oh, you're being too patient. Fine. But for me, I think it's fair. If you're in a rebuild and you're making steps in the right direction and there's promise, I'm willing to wait a little bit to see it come to fruition. But you're telling me that there might be a step back? That's not what I want to hear.
No.
Now, you and I have also talked about off the air, and I think we brought up on the air, Derek Lalonde does his morning interviews with the morning show, and he is really honest. He's really honest and says some things that make us go, can't believe he said that. But I don't think any that feels this damning.
Yeah, this is I don't understand why it's being said at all, let alone prior
said right
to
now?
Yeah, let alone prior to a monster game with 4 games left in the season to try to get you into the playoffs. I mean, I want to hear this point, fire and brimstone, we got to do this, we got to do that, pick each other up by the bootstraps, take our game to the next level, that kind of stuff. I don't want to hear hey, we may not be here next year. What?
Now, ultimately, what you say in a press conference is one thing. Go win the damn games. Win this game, take care of Montreal, Toronto, win enough, make the playoffs. Because once you're in, anything can happen. We've talked about it. Somebody tweeted us last night. Again, why do you even guys want them to get in? They'll probably be first-round fodder. They might be. But the fact is, every team that goes in as a 1 seed thinks they're going to walk. Well, probably not but fans might think they're going to walk. And wild cards, the last 3 full Stanley Cup playoffs are 6-6 in the first round. That is a literal flip of the coin. Now, I'd rather be a 1 seed. I'd rather be in that position, but that's why you want to get in. And that Washington game the other night is why you want to get in. Because that Washington game the other night, it's a game where if the Red Wings get outplayed, they can still win because it happens all the time. But anyway, score first tonight.
Score early, score often.
I said earlier, it feels like a Dylan Larkin game to me. Like it's time for Larkin to have his moment. I'd
like to see Larkin and Raymond work together to get it done. I think Raymond's another guy who's just chomping at the bit to make the most of every shift that he has on the ice, and they need it. Yep. They need it.
Yep.
They don't. I mean, it has a feel that if they don't win tonight, the season's done.
It does have that feel. It does have that feel.
Because obviously it's not technically, but you have lost to a team that gives them the edge over you. So now you're chasing another team.
It's no good. All right, so Rico Beard has made his way in studio. What's up, my man? How are you?
Good, guys. No, Gator, I think you summed it up best. This feels like an elimination game tonight. It's a game 7.
Yep.
You win, you keep believing. You lose, and now at this point, you're just waiting to see when and if there's going to be a coaching change.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you. What do you guys got planned coming up next, other than that?
Well, yeah, talking about that, are you ready to be hurt again? Because that's what it feels like.
You know what? Because it's Pittsburgh, the old saying, are you ready to love again? I'm ready to hate again. I'm ready to hate Pittsburgh again.
Yeah, I heard you earlier in your show
talking about that. The problem with that is I start thinking about it later. Probably what brings out the deep-seated hatred is a loss, and I don't really want to lose, so I'm not sure that it applies in this case.
So, yeah, not your confidence meter that they're going to make the playoffs. Your confidence meter, they're winning this game tonight.
Well, Tuesday didn't help. It did not help.
No, but if they play like they played Tuesday, they should win.
They should win.
Right?
Should have won Tuesday.
And by all accounts, Pittsburgh raised the white flag weeks ago when they traded away Jake Gensel, and yet they've started to win some games here.
I mean, I think that for them tonight, it sounds cliche, but they got to get an early start. They got to have the lead, and I think the confidence comes back because if we're going into the third period and they're down, now it's desperation.
Yep, I hear him. And what else? What else you guys got planned?
Lions, where they're going. David thinks he's cracked the code of maybe not the person, but the position.
Oh, really?
Where they're going.
All right.
Oh, code cracker over there.
I like it.
And then we may dabble upon some OJ stuff.
Yep. Okay. Hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Do or die tonight for the Red Wings, visiting Sidney Crosby and the suddenly surging Pittsburgh Penguins. You ain't kidding. Pittsburgh 6-0-2 over its last 8. Detroit 2-4-2 during that same span. A Wings win paired with a Capitals loss in regulation at Buffalo tonight puts Detroit back in sole possession of the Eastern Conference's final wild card. No Tigers today. Opener of a 4-game home set with the Twins rained out, rescheduled as part of a straight doubleheader Saturday. Detroit back at it tomorrow night. Pistons bring the Bulls into LCA tonight. Hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starting at 6:35. Michigan hockey faces off with Boston College in the Frozen Four. Hear that on the Bet 1270 at 8. U of M 1-7 in the Frozen Four over the last quarter century. And O.J. Simpson dead today at 76 after a battle with prostate cancer. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Thursday, and Mother Nature has blessed us. No Tigers, because we have no time for them today. Because we have, I think, one of the most thought-provoking opens to this show in history. And I will tell you, I came into work thinking one thing, and I am currently sitting here thinking another, all because of the man to my left. See, I was going to start the day today with a completely different question regarding the now deceased O.J. Simpson. But as I began to ask the question, I'll just tell the people the question. I was going to ask the Holy Ghost revival of Rico and David. Gentlemen, how bad of a person am I that I'm happy he's gone, as I thought he was human garbage? And then all of a sudden, Rico, without looking up, Rico had his professorial glasses on. He was working on legislation. Rico just lowered his glasses right to the edge of his beak and goes, "You know he didn't kill those people." I go, oh no, not this. And what proceeded to take place was as thought-provoking, informational, and potentially mind-altering a speech from Rico Beard as I've ever heard. So what I want to do is this. I want Rico to present this because all I can ever think of when you bring up OJ is I was watching Knicks Rockets, 13 years old, and wait, what's happening?
I was in grad school, and I was rooting for the Knicks, and I'm like, why am I watching this car on the freeway? What is this? What is going on?
Correct. But David, I have to bring you in on this because Kenny and I were taken aback. Rico said what he said to me. You then popped out of the cubicle going, I've thought that for a while. I'd like to do Rico Presents. Can we do that?
Okay.
Because I want you to share what you shared with me. And I'm telling you, it stopped me in my tracks.
So how much time do I have here? Do I need to just speed it up?
Nope. Ready? Microphone's off.
No, it all started because when everything came down, it looked as if OJ had did it. The jury said he didn't do it and he got off, and now it's a whole different subject. But something just never sat right with me because it was like, okay, you hear about what the horrific crime was and how the two, Nicole and Ron, were stabbed to death. And, not to get too graphic, but it was almost a decapitation. And then I saw that the ESPN 30 for 30, it was a 5-part series. Made in America.
Made in America, sorry.
And they actually showed the crime scene, like police footage of the actual crime scene. And you saw the amount of blood that was all around. And then you go back and say, well, wait, they just found like a couple drops on OJ. Like, I'm like, I don't think that OJ did this because there would be blood everywhere. Mike, you're a cook. When you're in the kitchen cooking raw meat, the blood gets everywhere, let alone a person fighting you, a struggle, it's going to go. So what I've often thought was like, maybe, he was covering for somebody. And then it got to the point where, I thought it was his son, Jason. His son, Jason, at the time was in his early 20s, I believe, had the same build as OJ. He was a chef. He worked with knives. He wasn't the most stable person. And I thought that, you know what? I think OJ knew, and I don't ever think that they really pursued it because they wanted OJ to be guilty. But I think OJ was protecting his kid the entire time and knew, you can come after me all you want because in the end, you're not going to have enough evidence because I know it's not me, but I do know who it is. He covered it up. Now, I don't know why. I mean, maybe the son, he could have hired the son. I don't know why the son went and did what he did, but I do think that, I think it's his son. And now Jason Simpson has really pretty much fallen off the face of the earth. You haven't heard from him since that trial. He has just disappeared. Even if you try to call him at his job.
I did. They did not answer.
Now, Dave, people, here's what I want to know. I want this to be an open discourse. OJ's dead. I felt pretty good about that when I heard the news. Then Rico's like, I wouldn't feel good about that. I go, why? Because I don't think he killed those people.
Well, you should never feel good about somebody dying, just in general.
Oh, I think there's a short list of people you can have party poppers for dying. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be sad when they threw Osama over a boat?
No, I said, I didn't disagree. I just said, I didn't think that he was on your short list of people.
Oh, he's human garbage. But the minute you said what you said, David popped up and said, well, I believe that too. Then Powers walks through the door with his normal burrito bowl lunch, and he's like, well, golly gee willikers, I believe the same. So I said, oh, to hell with this. We're opening the show with
Because, Mike, if you would have killed the people in that style, if he shoots them, yeah, I wouldn't believe it. But the amount of blood that it would take to do all of that would be all over you. It wouldn't just be a drop here and a drop there and a little smudge. Man, you couldn't wash it off in that short a period of time, which is why I think Son did it. They never pursued the son, so Son had enough time to burn the clothes and do whatever. And
here are some of the details. Here are some of the questions that have been, because Rico sent me down a rabbit hole regarding OJ's oldest son. Guy was a sous chef, so he worked with knives all the time. He was at work that night. There are questions as to whether he used the time clock to punch out that night. If you're a chef, what do you take home with you? Your knives.
Your knives.
They don't stay at work. Then you have the, what was it called? Random rage disorder, or whatever this guy had. Bipolar. Then there's the thought process of he was supposed to be cooking for the family that night. It would place him at the house, right? He was already on probation for allegedly threatening someone with a knife. Like, Rico sent me down a rabbit hole. So here's all I want to know. David, people, do not be ashamed to walk from the shadows and walk into the light. I want to say something very transparent. Rico had major trepidation doing this because he felt I was setting up a rake. And I would like to tell you, there's no rake. Do you see a rake? I don't see a rake. I want people to be able to walk out of the shadows and into the light if you share Rico's opinion. Because OJ's dead, and I was all pumped up. And then Rico's got me feeling guilty about it because he said he ain't the killer. Have you held the conspiracy that it was not OJ? And the theory of one Rico Lamar Beard is that it was OJ's oldest son.
And let me clarify. I'm not saying OJ was a good person and OJ was a saint. But, yeah, I think when it came to this, he went to his grave protecting his kid. I think his kid did it. And they never really went down that angle because I think with OJ leaving and then the white Bronco chase, he had the appearance of a guilty man. Why would you run, Juice? Why would you do this? I don't think that he wanted to. He was trying to get out of town because he knew, in my opinion, this looks bad. And he knew, this is my kid. I got to protect my kid at all cost. And I'll go on trial, and if he's guilty, I think he would have kept his mouth shut and never said a thing. But there would have been blood all over him, blood all in the like his truck, whatever he had. It would have been everywhere, Mike, because that scene was horrific when I saw it. That particular scene changed everything, paradigm shifting.
Now, you were on the Court TV camera crew for the trial.
No, I was not. I was still in grad school. So,
David,
but it
speak
consumed
now.
everybody because we watched it every day.
It was the trial of the century involving a major sports celebrity and TV celebrity. And I mean, dude, I was 13. Every day, like I would listen to the Howard Stern show. Every day.
Bruh.
Then it was on the news every day.
I had grad classes at MSU driving back to the apartment so I could sit and watch it. Like, oh, let's get this class over with because I don't want to miss this.
Now, David supports your theory.
I do support his theory. I have always leaned in the direction of this. Again, let me just preface this. I was in second grade when the trial was going on. So a lot of the information I get from this is from my father, who has believed for years that OJ did not do this.
It's unbelievable.
And I've gone down the rabbit hole even more so since Rico has said it. It's leaning in the direction that he may not have done this.
I want you people to treat this like confessional, except there's no priest and a screen. There's just us.
Yeah.
I want you to say, is Rico speaking the truth? Your truth. No one will ever know the truth.
You won't. Because
especially now because OJ's dead.
Right. But I just think that the evidence, if you take away the name and just put John Brown out there and you look at the physical evidence, it doesn't add up, Mike. That's what got me. It was like he should have been drenched in blood. It should have been everywhere in his hair. I mean, everything should have had the blood on it. And it was just a few droplets here. It was a smudge there. It was this. It was like, that doesn't add up.
Yeah, because people want to say, oh, well, he changed clothes. Okay, well, then where's the evidence of all the blood from where he changed the clothes?
David, once again, if you're just in the kitchen doing stuff and like stuff gets all, and you're like, oh, how did that get here? Man, how did that get all up my sleeve?
Now, can I just say one thing? I mean, I am thrilled at this discovery because it's a topic that I never imagined we'd be doing. Can you at least give me this? That at best, OJ is an accessory to murder. That OJ played a role in a woman getting her head cut off by, at a minimum, potentially covering up for someone.
I said.
Okay.
Trust this is not me saying OJ was a great guy and father of the year. No.
I just want to make sure.
What I'm saying is he actively participated in a cover-up.
So am I okay feeling good he's dead?
Sure.
Does that get a spiritual blessing?
I can't give you a spiritual blessing, but I'm not going to judge you either. It's one of those, you know what, Mike? If you're okay with that, then I'm okay with that.
If the spirit doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Or the spirit may just look the other way as you celebrate. How about that?
All right. 248-539-9797. Oh, bet your ass we're going to talk some drafts today, 2 weeks from today. Your dream outcome in Detroit. Oh, we also got to talk about our new Hollywood sign.
Do we?
With garbage on the streets.
Do we?
Nice use of $400,000 there. And the Masters starts today. A question that I think Tiger could lead a different revolution. Much like Rico is a thought leader here and people are crawling out from the darkness to share their truth, I think Tiger Woods could do the same. Because a lot of men refuse to admit something. We have so much to talk about. But we start Rico, the rabbit hole. Do you believe OJ's innocent? And do you believe it was his oldest son? Rico presents. That's how we're starting the show today.
Yeah. I always thought it was Jason.
Personal growth. I was going to hit a button. We're not going to do that.
Okay.
Listen, Hungry Howie's baseball season. Nothing beats flavored crust pizza. You watch a ball game. Hey, how about tonight? You're working your ass off. It's pouring out. You just want to go home. Just dial up some dinner. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. $6.99. Any large one-topping pizza for $6.99. 100% real cheese, fresh ingredients, And, of course, any of their 8 signature flavored crusts. They got you covered. $6.99 only at Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the Hungry Howie's app to start your order now. Limited time offer. Online carry out only. It's Hungry Howie's. David, we are exploring the boundaries of our beliefs today. Yes, we will get to the draft, but OJ's dead. I was happy about it. Rico said you shouldn't be because he didn't kill those people. And then Rico began rattling off all of these things about OJ's oldest son. And I'm like, dude, we're doing this topic. Then he's like, no, we're not. You're going to hit me with a rake. You made people think I'm insane about the eclipse, which he is. The point is, not all insanities are the same. This is a legitimate theory.
Insanity.
This is a legitimate insanity.
I will tell you this, Rico. You saying this has allowed people to come out of the woodwork.
Rico walked so you can run. That's how this works.
Family members are texting me right now saying how their mom believed this and how other people in the family believe this.
And
I never knew this.
Mom never had a voice. She died.
No,
come on.
Because it's divisive. It's like there are certain topics that it's either white or black. It's either this or that.
And the fact that they never considered the son a person of interest, even though the son tried. Remember when the son showed up and freaked out when they were trying to coax OJ out of the car? Mm-hmm. They detained him. Never questioned. Nothing.
Well, even to the fact allegedly was like, I'm with my girlfriend that night. And the girlfriend was like, no, you weren't.
Also a lie.
So
Rico presents.
He was built the same. And then supposedly, the skull cap. There's photos of Jason wearing a cap very similar that he never wore after that.
And what are the sharpest knives on the planet? Chef's knives.
And just
that's all I got. This isn't my theory.
No, but for the amount of blood, OJ should have been drenched. Just because with Goldman like struggling and fighting with him, man, it's all over you. It's over your clothes. It's in your hair. It's on your skin.
Do you speak from experience?
No, I do not.
Okay, just want to clear that up.
All right, David.
No, I do not. But remember, I used to work in special effects, so I know how that works.
Oh, the ticket texters are loving this.
See?
Someone says, I always thought OJ did it, especially since OJ didn't try to find the murderer. Didn't know about the son, though. Now, everything Rico said makes sense.
He died trying.
Wow.
Which is how he was able to write the book. If I would have done it.
Except when the Goldman and family sued him and got the rights to the book and changed the title to I Did It.
Jody in the D says, I literally told my college roommate that the son did it an hour before you all came on air.
That's right.
You're not alone, Rico.
Rico's an opinion leader. He's a liberator.
The blood was on his socks. He changed his clothes. There was blood inside the Bronco. OJ did it.
All right.
But the amount of blood, the Bronco would have been just saturated.
What if? Well, I mean, we can theorize. The theory would be, if you believe Rico Lamar Beard, maybe OJ showed up, saw what his son did,
And I was
tried
about
to
to say,
help things out, got some of the nasty on him.
I'm dropping you off. Burn this stuff. We can't talk for a while.
Which means I still get to be happy OJ's dead. I think.
Okay.
Maybe.
So how did
She
Jason...
never celebrated death, but I'll allow you.
But there are really bad people.
I can't put like OJ and Bin Laden in the same category.
Well, they're both human garbage. I don't want to have to do a power ranking of bad people, but I believe he butchered two people, and at a minimum, he helped cover it up.
Some people are garbage, some people are garbage juice, but I get what you're saying.
I don't know. All right, we'll debate that
Go
later.
ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Are the Lions taking a running back? 2-4-8. I mean, come on.
One more here says, so how did Jason Simpson leave his dad's DNA at the scene and in the Bronco?
Because of what we just talked about. The theory would be, if you are a Rico disciple, you believe OJ went to that scene. But it was in a supporting cast role.
And as far as DNA goes, Jason has half of OJ's.
I mean, that's our point structure today. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tom, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Tom.
So, if I can provide, I think that Rico's theory is plausible, but there is another theory that I've always thought is also plausible, and that was there was like two other murders connected to the restaurant that Ron Golden worked at and like these nightclubs in LA. There was a record executive that was murdered in the year before, and actually Ito allowed it to kind of be in discovery in the trials as like very similar like gangland style murders. And then about a year after the murders of Nicole and Ron Goldman, there was a murder of another waiter at the same restaurant, that Mezzaluna restaurant in Beverly Hills that Ron Goldman worked at. So I always thought it definitely could have been OJ's son, or it definitely could have been connected to these nightclubs and these like drug trafficking things that seem to be going on in that area at the time. And also, I do remember watching the Rockets finals and all of a sudden seeing that white Bronco, and as a 9-year-old being like, "Who is OJ?"
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I knew him from TV. Like, you knew who O.J. Simpson was, but you knew him from Hertz, and you knew him from
Naked Gun.
Absolutely. Leslie Nielsen.
Nordberg.
Classic. When he goes down in the wheelchair and then bounces onto the field. Unbelievable. But no, so Tom, Rico, more plausible than not.
100%. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't make OJ a good guy, but
right.
Who knows what happened? We never really found out.
And Tom, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this man is a saint, but I think he knew. I think he took it to his grave. But
Do you understand the courage it takes for you to be doing this right now? You're giving people a voice. Look at you.
Did not realize that.
You know what? I'm going to go to RL. He's up next. Another Rico disciple. What's up, RL?
What's up, guys? Listen, Rico was hitting this on the head. The fact, if you've ever just been in a fight, the way that was shown, we didn't even get to Ronald Goldman. Nicole was one thing as it relates to her head almost being cut off, but Ronald's fight not in that cage, but outside there, right outside of the cage, said that he fought for his life for about 90 seconds. I'm talking about you're fighting for your life. Knives, he was cutting his hand all across his face. There would be no way physically OJ could not have done this from a physical standpoint. And we haven't even gotten to the Mark Furman situation. Let's just take the fight. The Mark Furman thing turned into a whole nother thing for society, racial lines, all of that stuff. But physically.
But yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Physically, that crime scene, when I saw it, you're saturated in blood. You're right. Goldman is fighting for his life. There's going to be bruises. There's going to be a lot of things that go on in that 90 seconds, and it's going to be more than just some blood on the socks and some blood in the car.
And OJ was talking about that, he broke the glass on his finger in the hotel room. If you had just cut someone's head off, just think of that, Mike. Just think of that. If you had just
I'd rather not
cut someone's head off, you would be just in kitchen stuff. I've paper cut and can't get the blood to stop on a paper cut. You fighting somebody trying to kill them, and it's just no way. But again, the Mark Furman stuff, you got to watch the 30 for 30, Mike, if you're really interested.
Oh, Made in America? I've watched it, the 5-parter. Yeah.
That was huge. It won all kind of awards, and it kind of just went into some things. But hey, I'll hang up and listen. I miss you guys, whatever.
Listen, hey man, RL, I forced Rico to do this today. I go, we can't let this go. This is fascinating. Man, we talk about the draft for 3 months. I'm pretty sure we could talk for 2 segments on this.
But I wanted to talk about the sign.
We're gonna get to the damn sign. Which that sign should be as dead as OJ. That sign is terrible. Man, clean up your damn streets. Damn garbage all up and down 75. Where the hell's Caller DJ? Isn't that his line of work?
It is.
I thought you knew that. DJ, clean up the damn roads.
You know what?
Gretchen was supposed to fix the damn things. It's your job to clean them.
Now I realize it. You were off. Stoney was in here when he called up talking about this.
Yeah, don't be giving me that. Pick up the damn garbage.
Oh, no, he's trying. But as he's cleaning it up, in his defense, people are literally throwing it at his cleaning crew. More garbage.
Oh, God.
He's trying. His people are trying.
People are awful.
People in Detroit are like,
wait a minute. This man is trying to clean up the highways.
Yes.
And people's first response to Caller DJ cleaning up the highways.
Can you put that in that bag, too?
Is to throw garbage at the guy picking the garbage up. How did we ever get that much garbage on our highways? Do you know what we don't have in the state of New York? Garbage on the highways. How does the garbage even get there? Like, I've never had the urge while driving 90 on the highway to be like, well, this water bottle can't stay here. Whee! Why us? Answer it. You have the answer to the OJ murder. I need an answer for that.
Why garbage? I got nothing for that.
I've never seen it like this in any other state. Why?
Maybe because we drive more than any other state.
We don't NFL draft 2 weeks from tonight. Garbage everywhere in and around Detroit on the highways.
We're like the only city without a mass transit system, so maybe that's why. Everybody else has subways and L's and stuff like that.
Yeah, the trash is in the subway. You can't see it on the street.
It's just a hidden underground receptacle.
Right. We have it on the streets because we don't have a subway. We got the Q line and the people mover.
No. No. You cannot put this on the Q line.
I said we have the Q line.
248
their fault.
539-9797. More of your phone calls. And yes, top of the hour. 2 weeks from tonight, your dream outcome for the Lions in the first round. I can't promise you a Rico presents on that. I can just promise you I have a definite opinion. All right, Rico is adjusting the thermostat because Doug and Scott, for some reason, want to do a show. I think Doug's trying to kill Gator. I think, speaking of killing and murder, I think Doug is trying to kill Gator. Doug keeps the thermostat in his studio at like 80 degrees. Gator's dressed like it's January out. He's always wearing like full-on sweaters. Doug's trying to kill him.
That's a good theory.
I figured it's OJ's day. We may as well.
30 for 30. What really happened to Gator?
Rico's theories on Doug being a killer.
Well, back in the day when he was my roommate.
Reed. All right, David, some ticket texts. Rico presents to start the show today. Just tremendous. Go ahead.
It's amazing. Great opener to the show. Laughed so hard I just kicked my speaker into the pool. Thanks, guys.
Don't do that. Please don't do that.
Someone else says, OJ is guilty as sin. Why would an innocent man flee with money, a passport, and a gun? Another
Rico. I think that OJ knew what was about to go down. He knew it was going to look like him. He knew his son did it. And OJ was a type that always needed to be loved. He couldn't handle the fact that people
Yeah, well,
Didn't
then
like him.
don't have the cops called on you for domestic violence 8 times.
And I
you
mean,
piece of human garbage.
Once again,
You want to be loved? Don't put your hands on a woman. How about that? You piece of poop.
I'm not going to argue that with you. That's why I say he's not a good person.
I get to celebrate his death.
But
to hell with your spiritual blessing. Guy was garbage.
I mean,
but it doesn't mean he killed them.
Even
for
the
Rico Beard.
Even the police chase was a cry for attention. Let's drive down the highway
The fact
doing
that it
25.
took place in the middle of the NBA Finals. The fact that you were
No, not only that. Unless you've been out to L.A., they had to clear the freeway for him. L.A.'s freeways are packed.
Very much.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
The 405.
They're always packed. This was it. It was almost like a Hollywood movie. People holding up signs, "Go Juice, go!" Yeah, that was David. There's one of those surreal things that I couldn't believe I was actually witnessing.
I mean, they're trying to call the game on NBC with the chase on the TV next to him.
He's calling in the NBC, and some person at the desk is like, "Yeah, you're not OJ. Click." So he's trying to call us back. Yeah, nice try, but we're watching the OJ. He's like, "It's me, Bob Costa lost it." Like
Jim Costa,
Bob. Oh, like when OJ calls again, you let him through.
I still love that when they had the police tape. And, I mean, think of the ego. It's AC. Man, nobody knows who the hell you are.
Bruh, all I got to say is...
Air conditioning coming.
AC became a verb, an adjective. You wanted an AC in your life. AC was the original ride or die. AC has never said a word about anything that's happened in that truck. He knew firsthand.
How about the son?
Nothing.
How about the son disappearing?
Yeah.
Not a trace.
For as much that his father loved being on social media, even though people did, his son,
Not
after
a
that.
trace. We have no trace of this guy. There was even a light trace, 2016. That's 8 years ago. Yeah. Gone, vanished, as if he doesn't exist. RL Beard presents. Let's go to the people. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, guys. I don't know how old you are, Rico. I'm 57, but you brought back some memories because I had completely forgot about the people holding up signs along the freeway. But, in a previous life, and that's just the way I put it, I term it, because I'm no longer in this business. I used to work in sports marketing and management, and, I had a couple of high-profile clients. Dan Marino was one of them. Well, Marino every year held this celebrity charity golf tournament. Long story short, me and my buddy, we're leaving the hotel on our way to the golf course, and we're in the logo vehicle for the event. Who pulls up next to us is O.J. Simpson. He said, "You guys heading over to the tournament?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "You know where you're going?" I said, "Not really." He said, "Follow me." So we follow him. He's running stop signs, red lights, yield signs, all of that. Me and Rich just looking at each other. We're just laughing, man, because we can't believe we're following O.J. Simpson through all of that. But the other reason I called, though, was because Rico brought up the son, which made me remember why I've always had a hard time believing not believing, but hard time sort of coming to a consensus opinion as to whether he did this or not, is because OJ, even during that tournament, and I was a part of another tournament he did just 10 days before the murders, he had a hard time finishing the tournament. I think he had some knee issues at the Marino tournament. He finished it, but he was not in good shape. And I always kind of remembered that because, for one, he was a boyhood idol of mine from a sports standpoint. But two, when it came to this whole murder thing, I just never I had a hard time believing he could go toe-to-toe with Ron Goldman, like that guy, that RL guy said, who was fighting for his life. So you got a 20-something-year-old cat who's fighting for his life against this. I guess OJ was in his mid-40s, I guess, and at
with
that
bad
time,
knees. Yeah,
bad knees and probably bad hips and whatever else. But and I just always had a hard time with it. And it wasn't until Rico brought up the fact that if he had darn near decapitated Nicole, that would have just squirted blood all over him. So, like I said, like I was telling your call screener, man, I can be convinced that he did it, but I'm still on that fence. And then finally,
but at a minimum, it is
Mm-hmm.
impossible to argue. He was at that scene. Now, whether he did the dirt or assisted in covering it up, I'm sorry.
I think he was there. Right. No, and to be honest, man, like I said, I wouldn't die on the hill either way. But there was something. The other thing is this. I don't celebrate the death of people. It's just not in me. Part of it is my faith, but the other part of it is just. I just don't do it. I've never really felt compelled to do it.
I'm not mad at you for it. I just, like I said, there's a short list. Consider it like a VIP list to hell. I think OJ's on it. I think if you're on that VIP list, you don't need to feel any spiritual guilt. He never repented. He never paid a price. Hell, this piece of garbage once publicly said that while Ron and Nicole are physically dead, they killed me. Can you imagine saying that publicly? No. But the sad reality is you don't know what his deathbed confessions were. So, you don't know. Just saying. The guy died with Christ, and he was a bad dude, and he got to go into heaven. Are we talking about OJ? No. Oh, no. I said Christ. Man, you confuse me when you go down this road. Sorry. David knows what I'm talking about. All right. Well, I'm sure it's a great story. I'll get around to it. 248-539-9797. Let's get a little football today. We can get into the draft. We are going to talk about this Detroit sign thing. And yes, at some point today, much like Kenny will visit his bidet, we'll talk about the Wings, who I have no patience for. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason. It's all in stock. There's no mystery. There's no RL Beard presents to this one. They have the stuff right there in their warehouse. You buy it, you get it, you build it. And they will introduce you to a Trex certified pro.
Yes, they will.
All you need to do is, you know what? Rico's Outdoor Living Space, brought to you by Northville Lumber, home of the Eclipse Party. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. All right. Turn our attention to the world of football. 2 weeks from today, the NFL draft will be here. Will all the garbage be picked up by then? Not sure. But hey, we got a sweet new sign. David, music.
So, some things in the news. Let's get this one out of the way first. Rashee Rice. An arrest warrant has been issued for Rashee Rice. He has been charged with 6 counts of collision involving bodily injury, 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of collision involving serious bodily injury. And his lawyers and the report says that he was driving the Lamborghini. Does he play in 2024?
I think he plays because nobody died. I know that the mom of a 4-year-old was sent to the hospital. Walking away was the dumbest thing he could do. Street racing would be the dumbest. Then walking away. He would actually be in more trouble per his lease agreement. Had he been in the vehicle with someone else driving, they could have elevated each of the 6 charges in the state of Texas. That's what I have read. That's my understanding of it. I don't pretend to be a lawyer. David, I will just always lean on the fact the NFL, I've watched people kill people and still play. I always lean on he'll play. Mm-hmm. Now, do I think there's a lengthy suspension in here? Sure. I mean, if poor J-Mo can get popped by some stupid gambling rule, then I'd like to believe there has to be a price to pay.
So you think a 6-game suspension?
Sure.
Something like that?
Sure. But I will always err on he'll play.
Yeah.
He'll have very expensive lawyers. He will fight this tooth and nail. It will be a drawn-out process. I think he plays.
I mean, the weirdest thing was he literally just walked away, gathered his stuff, didn't run. Him and his boys just went down the side of the freeway, and as people recorded them.
Right. Like, what's your plan here exactly? Don't know.
Rico, this next one is for you. As you go around and you see high school prospects and they have dreams of maybe making the NFL, if you happen to run into a future quarterback there, give them this news from Russell Wilson. For me, to be able to go to back-to-back Super Bowls and win one for them, I think opened up a lot of doors. Now you see guys like Patrick Mahomes who've won it. It's really, I opened up the door for black quarterbacks.
Oh, I hate this man so much.
What is this guy thinking?
Wait, he did not say that.
Yes,
David.
he did.
David, you're Kenny. I'm calling a flag. Is this for real, Kenny?
Often,
I'm not listening to you. Kenny, please, is this real?
I've seen it. David has shown it to me. It is absolutely real.
Listen, when I think of the true liberators, I think of Dr. Martin Luther King, I think of the Mahatma, and I think of Russell Wilson.
When you think of quarterbacks, do you think of Russell Wilson first?
No.
Or do you think of Doug Williams and Warren Moon and Randall Cunningham?
Right, we're just going to forget about Doug Williams. Seriously, he actually won the Super Bowl.
MLK.
Right.
Russ.
I'm just saying, like, they literally asked Doug Williams, like, how long have you been a black quarterback? He's like, all my life.
Frederick Douglass. Russell Wilson.
Malcolm X.
Russell Wilson.
Russell standing behind the curtain.
I think Russell Wilson, honestly...
He didn't say real.
No. And I mean this. It's not a joke. I think he's lost his... I think somewhere he lost his mind and is just surrounded by people that allow the delusion. He's insane.
What? You may be right, because literally he wants the NFL and I guess Mahomes and every black quarterback to send him a thank you card.
For what? Doing the worst sandwich commercial ever?
Thanks to you, Russ, I never would have known that I could do this. Forget what happened decades before you.
Man.
Wow.
Man.
Well, that's funny. It leads me into the next story here, where we will have 2 black quarterbacks playing in Brazil on September 6th. That is the first Friday of the NFL season. Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers will face.
Will the Steelers be there? Because if the Steelers aren't there, then it doesn't matter, because Russ needs to be there.
That's right. How could we not take the man who started the black quarterback movement, Russ Wilson?
Don't you know that Russell helped discover Brazil?
So now we'll get
to hell with Harriet Tubman, Russ Wilson.
Right. Russell Wilson and the Underground Railroad.
Who needs Claudette Colvin? Russ Wilson.
So we will get the
Russell
opener.
ain't giving up his seat on the bus.
We'll get the opener on Thursday. Then we have a game on Friday.
What apparatus do I have to download to watch this game?
It doesn't say.
Peacock?
It doesn't say. It just says they'll open up September 6th.
So why are we opening up in Brazil? Seriously?
International game, Michael.
Yeah, but that should not be the opener, and it shouldn't involve 2 playoff teams opening the season. I don't like it.
So it's not going to be a Thursday night game. It's just going to be that one on Friday, or is it going to be Thursday and Friday?
There's going to be a Thursday game. There's going to be that Friday game, and probably 2 Monday night games for the opening weekend.
Because in the world of the NFL, Michael, less is more, or more is more. Let's just keep having more and more games, because what are you going to say? No, I don't want more football? That's what they believe. Now, the game there, I mean, I would be upset. Whose home game is it?
I believe it's the Eagles' home game.
I would be upset.
Yeah.
I mean, either you fly to that game or you can go and see the rest of the games, because you're not going to be able to do both. But, hey.
John Lewis, Russ Wilson. Tough. Push. A push.
Well, let's talk about this.
Wasn't it Russell Wilson on the stand at the Olympics raising his fist?
Right. Jackie Owens, Russ Wilson.
Let's touch on this.
David has always said Rosa Parks was overrated. Maybe David was on to something.
Why? Because Russell did it first.
Right.
Let's touch on this news here that we did not get a chance to touch on yet this week. But Josh Allen received a huge deal from the Jacksonville Jaguars. New 5-year deal, $150 million, $88 million guaranteed. He is now the second highest edge rusher in the NFL.
He had an unbelievable year. He's had a productive career. This is what edge rushers cost. You want to sign a 25-year-old edge rusher who's going to get you 15 sacks a year? Here's what it costs. The only thing I would say as it relates to the Lions is by the time you're going to pay Aiden, if Aiden is remotely improves over the next year or two, you're going to be talking about Aiden Hutchinson getting the same deal, except it's going to be 25% more expensive.
Yep.
The cap will go up. The deals go up with it.
Yeah, you don't want to look at the dollar figure, because proportionally it'll be the same. Because it's like, oh my God, it's like with Goff, like he may make $50 million. Yeah, but you got to look at the totality. It's not that much.
So a couple things about the draft before we close this out. First thing here, I need you to craft a deal, because the Raiders team owner has said he's given his blessing for Pierce and Telesco to make a move, any move for a quarterback, so long as it makes sense. They have been heavily linked to Jaden Daniels, who probably goes in the top 3. What deal makes sense to get from 13 to maybe 2?
David, without having their entire draft table, I just remember they gave up so much to get Russ, and they have so much dead money. Yes, they have to take a quarterback. The problem is they're 13th, and do they even have a first-round pick next year? Look, if they had a first-round pick next year, this is a very easy answer to me. You take the first, you take pick 13, and you got to go higher than the Vikings go. That's it. I don't have another answer.
Yes, the Raiders do have a first-round pick next year and the year after.
I thought you were talking about Broncos. David, I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought we were talking Broncos. I apologize to everybody. Raiders, no-brainer. You play in Las Vegas. You are an absolute attraction.
First round this year, first round next year.
You do what needs to be done. Yes, because, Rico, think about it. Las Vegas, it's a show. You have to have a reason for people to be there, and it can't always be the opposition. They need a quarterback. You can't trot Aiden O'Connell out there. I would say yes.
He's becoming a fan favorite.
Well,
out
good
there.
for you. Enjoy that.
Yeah, he's going to be awful. Then let's get to this one to close it out here.
He's no Russell.
Because Adam Schefter kind of...
I love how I just confused AFC West rivals. Maybe the dementia's setting in.
It is what it is.
Mike, they all look the same.
But Adam Schefter kind of brought up...
Come on, man. That is not remotely relevant.
He brought up something here with the Dallas Cowboys about their future at quarterback, with Dak having a contract situation and them not doing much in free agency. My question, could Dallas be a sleeper at 24 for Michael Penix Jr.?
I hope not, because I'd be forced to hate him, and that would make me sad. I have no idea what the Cowboys are doing right now. I as a franchise, it seems like they're running an off-season, Rico, like much like Doug is trying to kill Gator with the temperature in this room. I think it's like they want McCarthy fired.
They do. and everybody's on the same page when it comes to the coach, but I will say this. I think that Dallas is really going with smartest man in the room syndrome. David, I don't think it's Michael Penix. I think there's a quarterback out there. You may laugh at me, but because they did it with Dak in later rounds.
Michael Pratt, maybe, Tulane.
Spencer Rattler.
Oh, no.
South Carolina, or Joe Milton from Tennessee. Two guys who will be around with that 4th round selection or 5th round selection. Dallas did it before. They believe they can do it again. They're not going to move up. They'll get one of those two guys and says, you know what? You got kind of like what the Lions did with Hendon Hooker. We're going to give you a little runway, learn the game, and then when your time comes, we're going to tap you on the shoulder. You better be ready. Same that happened with Dak. Think about that. They took him late, they didn't rush him, but when it was his time, he took over.
That is an interesting theory, and that is in football today.
Bet the NBA No Sweat Same Game Parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. So you're getting the best games and the best deal. It's the No Sweat Same Game Parlay. You get bonus bets back if your same game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA Same Game Parlay is the perfect way to combine your bets. Chance to score a bigger payday. And however you want to play, FanDuel's got you covered. Masters going on right now. Live betting galore. FanDuel.com/ticket and bet the NBA. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Make or break time for the Red Wings. The difference between winning and losing in Pittsburgh tonight is worth about 40% of Detroit's chances at the playoffs. According to Money Puck, a Wings win in regulation tonight ups their odds of making the postseason to 44%. A loss in 60 minutes drops them down to 7.3%. Hear Wings and Pins here on the ticket, coverage starting at 6:45. Tigers and Twins rained out today to be made up as part of a doubleheader Saturday. Detroit back on the diamond tomorrow night. Pistons and Bulls from LCA tonight. You can hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starts at 6:35. And Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter, Ippei Mitsuhara, was charged Thursday with federal bank fraud for allegedly stealing more than $16 million from the Dodgers slugger to cover his gambling debts. Feds say Mitsuhara bet more than $180 million on sports, wagering dozens of times per day over a 2+ year period. He was more than $40 million in debt to an illegal sports book. Mitsuhara reportedly negotiating a plea deal with authorities. A federal investigation determined Ohtani was not involved and did not know Mitsuhara was illegally authorizing transfers from his checking account. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I know I am supposed to deliver some NFL draft to you, and I'm going to. But, I mean, you just heard that in the update. And guys, I know you're out there. Like, sometimes you shake your head at stuff, and you go, really? Am I supposed to believe? Now, for me to believe that Ohtani had nothing to do with this, you need me to believe that he granted his interpreter independent access to his checking account and then had no idea $16 million went missing? No idea what it was for? I don't even know how you'd get authorization to access Ohtani's. I mean, you guys know how banks roll. Oh, they'll take your money. They just don't want to give it to you. You gotta go through a retina scan for your own money. So hold on. So Skippy McSkipperson over here, whatever his interpreter's name is able to gain access and clear $16 million in withdrawals. And the takeaway I'm supposed to accept from Major League Baseball is nothing to see here.
Not only that, but if I read it correctly, nothing to see here, case closed, and we don't need to audit Ohtani's account. We don't need to audit his bank account.
Right.
We're good, it's done and over with in 3 weeks.
Here's the other thing.
We figured it out.
I don't care what kind of sports book you're running. I don't care if you're straight up La Cosa Nostra. You are the mob. You're not getting $40 million in debt without a backer. No casino would allow it. Like, not even that Bruno Mars rumor stuff. Yeah, different. Bruno Mars making $100 million a year. You're the interpreter. How did he give $40 million in debt?
And that's just it. You're only the interpreter. Your job is to stand there and translate between the American media and Ohtani. You're not his accountant. Like, what happened, when you hear about athletes and their money being stolen from them because of their accountant, because they know the loopholes. They know where you're not looking. They come up with shell companies. His job is to stand there and basically say, this is what they said, and you say it back in his native tongue. He talks to you, and you give it back to us in English. Nowhere in the job description does it say you have access to his money. Now, apparently that's his boy, which, once again, I got a lot of friends. Mike, you got a lot of friends.
Hey, none of them got access to...
I don't have access to your account. You don't have access to my account.
Truth.
And I've known you for a long time.
It's really just...
It's baseball saying, please don't look over here. We got this. Because this man, plea deal, we'll take Ohtani, and we'll take care of you on the back end, son. If you guys serve a little time, don't worry. We'll put something in the kitty. We'll put something on your commissary while you're in there. We got you. We got you.
I guess it's just hard for me to understand. Like, do you understand the level? He had to be so oblivious. He have to be a functioning idiot that the guy you spend 24/7, 24 hours a day with is robbing you blind. And don't for a second go, well, Ohtani makes a lot of money. Okay, 160 mil, $300 million, whatever you want to call it. Government's going to take half of it. When you see withdrawals of the 7-figure variety leaving your account to the tune of $16 million, how? And how would he have granted this guy access to his accounts? Now, here's what's even worse about it to me. The interpreter is, this is the feds getting involved. Mm-hmm. So you mean to tell me Ohtani has nothing, just no blood on it? See, I understand I'm a cynic.
No, this stinks.
I know what Ohtani's value is to baseball. It's in the billions. Mm-hmm. He is a global icon. He is his own industry. We joked about it. Whether he signed with the Detroit Tigers, the Cincinnati Reds, or the New York Yankees, it would be billion-dollar valuation.
Mm-hmm. Rico, like he's the new face of baseball. He is baseball internationally, not just here. When the news broke that and he was overseas for a game that was showcasing him and he couldn't speak about it. You're using your mind because none of this makes sense.
And now let me read this to you.
This isn't a Tim Duncan type of situation where, your accountants are robbing you blind. It's not that.
So let me I want to read to you this paragraph. And if you're in law enforcement, I'm sure obviously, I would hope you're way more versed. It's just unbelievable to accept it as real. And look, just because something's unbelievable doesn't make it true. Ohtani had no idea his translator was gambling millions of dollars, and the feds have concluded not only was the Dodger star not involved in the scheme, he was a victim of fraud. The feds, who launched the investigation last month, concluded Mizuhara was lying and that Ohtani was completely in the dark over the gambling debt, and that Mizuhara embezzled from one of Ohtani's accounts without the pitcher's knowledge. I don't even know how that's possible.
Right. So, because at some point, the bank is going to reach out and say, hey, David, you've been drawing a lot of money. Everything good? Being held hostage? Blink twice? Nah, just go ahead. Just keep giving them more and more money. It doesn't happen.
So the New York Times reported this note. Those briefed on the matter claim prosecutors have uncovered evidence that Mizuhara may have stolen more money from Ohtani than the $4.5 million. Now the number's looking like 16, according to some reports. That he was initially accused of pilfering. In particular, authorities think they have evidence that Mizuhara was able to change settings on Ohtani's bank account so Ohtani would not receive alerts or confirmations about transactions. Okay, now that might be true, but here's your problem. I don't know how your bank operates, but unless this guy had Ohtani's encrypted login, your bank is going to alert you of changes made to your account. You don't get to just turn it off. Your bank would tell you you've given access to Bob. It doesn't work this way. So now I have to go back to, okay, so Ohtani is so good at baseball, but is such an idiot.
Right. Or think about this,
You're
Mike.
handing your login to an account with $300 million in it?
No, because your bank would probably send it to an email saying, did you just swap your phone number out? Or if you do the email route, they'll send it to your phone. Did you just swap this out?
So this guy was able to go in, turn off all notifications. And I'll say it to you again, guys. Let's say Ohtani had $150 million in the bank. You wouldn't recognize if 10% went missing? $16 million, a little over 10%? Mm-hmm. That's unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
But I've always felt he was too important to baseball for this ever to come back on him. Because if it turned out Ohtani, of all people, was involved in bookmaking or gambling in any way, shape, or form, it is a death blow to that sport.
Well, the funny thing is, when it comes to investigations, Mike, this one's done in 3 weeks. Name me another investigation that happened this quickly.
Oh, Connor Stallions.
How about no?
Just kidding.
We still don't know.
No.
But 3 weeks later,
CMU's going to get around to it. Don't you get it?
3 weeks later, it's not only done, case closed. There's no need to look any further. He's admitted to it, and we're just going to move on. That's all we have to say about the matter. Tells me you wrapped it up. You talked to him. Can you be the fall guy? How much will it take to keep you quiet and put this just solely on your record? No books later on. You know, you're not going to be able to talk to the media ever. And that's all they did. They just took care of this man. He's falling on the sword. He is the Chris Carter fall guy. That's him. He's the fall guy.
You know, the other thing I can't believe, like maybe it's just weird, is like I always imagine the super, super wealthy, the billionaires, or guys like Ohtani who, you know, let's say he's got a net worth of somewhere in like a $500 million range, like tooling around with a debit card that's not linked up to like $1 million. The debit card is literally linked to hundreds of millions of dollars when he goes to Walmart. Like, wouldn't you just set up your interpreter with his own card and his own stuff? That way it's never near your stuff. Like,
yeah, because here's the thing.
Ohtani, would you like a balance? It's unbelievable.
No, that makes sense because you know what? In the middle of the night, hey, can you go run up to Walgreens for me? Just use your card. I put $100,000 in just incidentals.
Right.
Yeah, handle that stuff. You know what?
Because you've got Venmo. Ohtani's got Venmo.
Right.
He could just move $100,000 at 3 a.m. to his interpreter.
You give him one of those cards that I give my kids that has a certain limit on it.
Right.
That's
like
yours. This is mine.
You know what? I'm hungry while you're out. Can you stop and pick up some food and bring it back to the hotel?
Yeah, just give me a couple of ticket texts and we'll get to the draft. But Rico's right. A 3-week investigation, neatly buttoned up, clearing Ohtani of even knowing his own name. I know I'm a cynic. I can't help it.
I can't think of any investigation that was done in 21 days. That's it.
Ohtani's bookmaker, tax preparer, and financial advisor knew the account existed but couldn't access it. Mazahara told them that Ohtani wanted the account private. Okay, sure.
Okay, but here's the thing. So at some point, don't you think the accountant, hey, Shohei, let me talk to you for a minute.
You got a problem here. You're missing $16 million.
Did you, let me just pull him aside. Maybe I go get a different interpreter. Did you, your boy came to me last night and said, I'm supposed to do this. I just want to make sure, are you okay with this? Can you interpret that to him, please?
See, now you're bringing up a point that a ticket texter says, now, because of all this news about the interpreter, I can't believe that he was saying everything was right, that Ohtani in the interpretation was right.
Oh, come on. Come on.
People are starting to question everything now.
I mean, you do know the interpreter lied about working for the Red Sox, and he also lied about going to Cal State Fullerton. He's a complete grifter. He's a complete liar. It's just incredible to me.
But the fact that Ohtani knew nothing is what got me. And it's wrapped up. We're done. No need to audit his accounts. We're just going to move on. He's completely innocent, and the face of baseball is saved.
And it might be true. It just because it's unbelievable doesn't mean
Correct.
It's impossible.
Correct.
I know I'm cynical, and that this is from the beginning. This didn't just feel right.
I mean, Mike, at the beginning of the NCAA tournament, we were in Vegas. I was like, wait, there's got to be more to this story. Nope, that's it. We're done. 3 weeks over. Yeah.
Someone says it wasn't Ohtani, it was OJ's son.
Up next on Rico Presents, how Jason Simpson holds the key to the Ohtani investigation.
Well, maybe this is why he wasn't at work when you called him today, David.
All right. Being number one, not easy. It takes experience. It takes dedication and determination. Serta's been doing it for 111 years, making the world's most comfortable mattresses right in our backyard, the state of Michigan. You can pick a mattress out of the box without ever feeling it. You know the quality you're getting. Or you could just trust the millions that sleep on Serta mattresses every night. It's simple. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Okay. So as promised, 2 weeks from today, everyone's going to be enjoying the draft. Whether it's from your recliner at home or you're going to attempt to go downtown and party. 2 weeks from tonight, first round's happening. And what I want to do is this. I want to make sure I leave this so everyone can participate. I don't need you to name a player if you don't have a player in mind. It could be a position group. It could be a move. I'm terming it, what is your ideal outcome? That 2 weeks from today, what is the dream scenario for you as a Lions fan with what Brad Holmes chooses to do? Now, I didn't say pick 29 because if your dream is for Brad to move up and get someone, I want that dream to be in play. If your dream is to trade down and give Brad Holmes more picks to knock out of the park, I want that to be available. If you are happy sitting at 29 and there's simply a dream player or positional group, I want to make sure everybody can play in the sandbox. So I wanted to ask this question, obviously, to you, the listener, and then certainly with Rico, David, and Kenny. Like, I have my own thoughts of what the dream scenario is, but I'll throw the number out, and then we're going to have a little conversation here. 248-539-9797. So, Rico, with those rules, which are not really rules, it's open. What is your dream scenario 2 weeks from today? The NFL draft, and the Lions have just done blank.
I feel bad because I feel like a listener right now because it's the one thing that I hate when they call up to say. But my dream scenario, your Giants pick up the phone.
Don't mind me.
And trade up.
Caffeine.
And to pick 29 to get their quarterback in the first round.
Oh, Penix?
And Lions move back and gain extra picks and extra capital in the second and third rounds.
Simple.
Because
Rico's
the Giants
dream, don't be picking at 29.
Yeah.
Have someone bribe you to get extra picks. That's Rico's dream.
Because there's going to be a quarterback or two out there, and teams are going to get desperate. They want to control that fifth year, just in case this guy turns out kind of what the Ravens did with Lamar Jackson.
All right, so Rico is trade down. That's the dream scenario for Rico. Kenny, 2 weeks from today, NFL draft. Your dream outcome for the Lions, night one.
I don't hate Rico's idea. In fact, I really like that. That might be my second favorite answer. I'd like an edge rusher, and I trust Brad enough to pick the right one, but I need somebody opposite Hutch. Okay. And then you go and you find a corner somewhere deep or something like that.
So you're going position group.
I'm going position group,
defensive end.
Yep.
Okay. David, 2 weeks from tonight, dream scenario.
Dream scenario for the Detroit Lions is that they trade up to grab a corner, whether it's Mitchell or Arnold. Mitchell might cost way too much because I'm seeing him projected at 11 or 10.
Yep.
But
I think the credibility for what David is saying, people, is Brad Holmes, obviously an accomplished scout. His specialty was defensive backs with the Rams. You would be following the blueprint of what the Chiefs did a couple of years ago to get McDuffie and move up and pair him with Snead. David saying, look, he moved up to get J-Mo. He moved down to get Gibbs. He's maneuvered to find his players. I want him to maneuver and get a premium corner, okay? Mine is probably the most boring of these selections, and I do humbly apologize for that. I would sit at 29, and I would take the best interior lineman available. And as long as they have either moonlighted at center or you think you have the ability to teach him it, I want to draft an offensive lineman because I believe this will be Frank Ragnow's last year. And I believe sooner rather than later, you're saying goodbye to Taylor Decker. Why? Because Sewell's going to be paid as the highest paid tackle in the history of the sport. You're not doing that for him not to play left tackle. So with that in mind, let's go get 5 years of cheap team control offensive linemen. And when Zeitler leaves after this offseason or when Ragnow retires, you have strength on strength. We keep the tip of the sword sharp with talent. And whether it's a Cooper Beebe, whether it's a Powers Johnson, whether it's a player you don't even know, I would just sit at 29 and take the O-lineman. I know it's boring.
No,
you could be like, how is that your dream scenario?
Mike, I've said a long time ago, you make your strength even stronger by
That's
bringing
it.
in that O-lineman.
That's their
You're
weapon,
looking towards the future. You're all about protecting Goff. You're running. It makes total sense. My thing is,
I just feel guilty because it's like so boring.
And that's why I said if one of those teams who needs a quarterback, but they have a high second round pick, it could be the best of both worlds. You could still get that guy, the Cooper Beebe, but you also gathered extra picks to get that because you didn't have to take him so high.
Let me throw the number up. 248-539-9797. I mean, guys, again, you don't have the pressure of naming a player. You can just, 2 weeks from tonight, what would bring you out of your seat with hell yeah? Like that's exactly what I wanted. This is awesome. And look, for a lot of people, not picking on the opening night of the draft, that's a buzzkill for them. I agree with Rico in this sense. Anything that gets Brad Holmes more draft picks, good with me. But I also see David's side of it. Look, I do think the way they operate down there, let's say there are 19 players with a first-round grade. Holmes is going to go and get one of those 19 players. He doesn't seem to be a very compromising man, and that's a good thing.
He doesn't.
So for David's deal, it would be move up. I trust Brad Holmes that when he targets a guy that's an A-lister, it's going to work. It worked with Gibbs, despite hating the positional value. It worked with Gibbs.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the beauty of it, though.
Let's hear it.
Because there's so many quarterbacks. And if quarterbacks and wide receivers aren't on his top 10 list, all of those guys start sliding down.
So let's assume 4 quarterbacks minimum, maybe 5.
Mm-hmm.
And at least by the time you pick conservatively 6 wide receivers, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's say 10 to 12 in that crop, meaning you had no interest in those people anyways.
Correct.
You're getting in your mind a top 17 player.
Correct.
Yeah, I get
So
you.
now if you're sitting there and you're like, okay, we have player 5, 8, 9, 10, 15, and 16 all on the board, and the Giants are picking up the phone and saying, hey, Detroit, we'll swap with you. We'll give you our second-round pick and our third-round pick because it measures up in the draft capital.
Pretty sure we dealt our second-round pick, but I love where your head's at. I'm not busting your balls. I'm just shooting you straight. I don't want to see a ticket text to be like, no, they traded the pick, you idiot.
Oh, well, it looks like as of now, it looks like they have a second-round pick. So I'll
What do we give up for Burns? Just to hit me with that.
Let me see.
It doesn't matter. I mean, we gave up stuff. I don't care. We have a good player.
But no, if a team like that says the Raiders or
Anyone,
the Broncos,
anyone come up and take this pick.
okay, and you're sitting there, we're like, wait, we still got 7 guys that we want, and we'll only move down 5 picks. That means we still get one of our 7 guys.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So 2 weeks from today, your dream outcome for night 1 of the draft. Rico wants to move down. David wants to move up. I guess I'm boring. I'm sorry. I'm vanilla ice cream. I'd take the best interior O lineman available and go have dinner. Because truthfully, you're future-proofing. And let's face it, you had a real problem when Jonah Jackson didn't play last year. I want to fix that.
You swapped with Carolina.
Okay.
The second-round pick. So you have one, but you now pick further down.
I would give it to you right now. If I'm the Giants, I do whatever it takes. Why? Because I have no outs.
Yeah.
I would do it. You want me to make the call?
Yeah. You got the number. I don't know why you messing around.
We'll get to your phone calls next. And again, we're leaving it as open-ended as possible because I want you to be not fear saying what your dream is. The dream on night 1 of the draft where you are in the group chat going nuts.
Because I know because I normally hate trade down guy.
I know, but you have a right to say it here.
But because you are so close to the end of the first round, this is a luxury, Detroit.
Yes.
That there's going to be somebody who says, you know what, we need a quarterback, so let's beat this team to the punch and let's go get the Lions' 29th pick and give them a second and a third round pick. So now you got multiple second and third round picks.
We'll get to your phone calls. Draft talk next, 97.1. All right, straight to the people. 2 weeks from tonight, we're going to find out potentially who the hell next Lion is. First round pick, drafts in our city. What is the dream outcome? And if it's not picking at all on night one, you have no shame. I know the crowd would be bummed, but it might be in the best interest of the franchise.
Yeah.
David wants to move up. Why? Because Brad Holmes is a big game hunter. He targets his people. He goes and gets who he wants. And if in
David, is there a person that they move up for? I know, let's not get married to a person.
It's a lot
but
for Mitchell to trade up into the top 10 to probably get him, so you probably can't. So I will be fine with Terrion Arnold.
Okay.
I will be fine with that.
Okay. Let's go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Excellent. Good. What's up?
Hey, my dream scenario is that the Lions trade the 29th pick to Washington. Since Washington got a quarterback at the beginning, let them get a wide receiver with that pick and trade for their 2 picks, whatever it takes to get the second picks from Washington, trade the 29th and, I don't know, 5th, whatever, and get them the next 2 picks, because then we have 3 in the second round, and we can get Robinson, and we can get another quarterback. We can get a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman.
So it's move down. You're in Team Rico. You want to move down, collect assets, plug holes. Okay.
Yeah, but I was about to say, here's the thing. If you make that trade with Washington, you're only going to get one of the second-round picks and probably, according to the value chart, probably 2 fifth-round picks to go along with it. So a second and 2 fifth-rounders to move, for Washington to move up.
Okay. I mean, if that's who you, listen, I'm not judging. I told you I'm very open with.
But that actually makes sense. You know, Washington they may need a wide receiver. It could be a run on receivers, and they're like, you know what, we're desperate. We need to jump in there and get that last receiver.
They need an offensive.
You know, a Keon Coleman type.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Hi, Jason.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Show.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't know, it might be a crazy wish on draft day, but I'm thinking, and to preface it, this player is probably just out of his prime, few years left on contract, and will probably retire when it's said and done. So instead of losing that player, I think we should trade left tackle Decker with the 29th pick, try and move up into the top 10, top 15 range, and then you have on roster Sewell, who played left tackle in college, who's probably better at left tackle than he is right, and he plays right tackle at all-pro level. So you bump him over to left. You draft a guy in that 10-15 range, the best interior lineman or right guard that you can, and you're keeping that O-line with good young talent at a cheap rate. And then, you know, I don't know. I just feel like that is the strength of the team, and you want to keep, you know, adding to that. And then losing Decker in 2 years or so for nothing, it's like, why not trade up and get some value out of him right now?
Well, Jason, the only thing, according to the draft value chart, a team would have to be in love with Decker because these numbers don't add up. But moving up to pick anywhere between 10 to 15, the Lions pick is, for the example, Lions pick right now is worth 640 points. Pick 15 is 1,150. So.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know. We got an extra third round there. I don't know. I just thought,
Jason, this is why I wanted
in the mid round, and then you're pulling out a really good, you know, young talent to add to that.
Jason. Yeah, so you're going to need somebody to be in love with Decker, but you're going to have to sweeten that up a little bit more, Jason.
It's why I wanted people to call. I'm not mad at it. Would I do it? No. I'm in a Super Bowl window, and I just got to go. I'm not in the business of dealing my left tackle. But Jason, it's your dream scenario, and I'm not. Look.
Yeah,
I kept it open for a reason. I want people to. I wanted to hear stuff like this. Would I do that? Absolutely not.
So yeah,
absolutely nothing about trading any of my leader veterans for this year. No, it's a non-starter.
And what Jason is saying, you probably would have to give up a first and a second round with Decker to move up into that pick 10 through 15.
Yeah, that's not for me. I'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm a big fan of this topic. So dream scenario, you trade 29 to Carolina for 33 and their 4th round pick, their day 3 pick. And in the dream scenario, somehow, some way, Kool-Aid McKinstry falls to 33. 61, somehow, some way, Kingsley Suamataia, who's your left tackle of the future and can play left guard for you right now in case one of your interior line guys goes down. Pick 73, Xavier Legette, baby. I wanted to leave days 2 with Kool-Aid and Xavier Legette and a left tackle to be the heir to Taylor Decker like Patrick Paul or Kingsley Suamataia. Day 3 with that 4th-round pick from Carolina, Zach Zinter. There's your draft class.
Wouldn't be mad at all. I'm just impressed that he was nailing the names.
I love it.
Chris, that was beautiful right there.
This is the fun.
And
I'm glad Chris was prepared. This is good.
I like where Chris was going with the Carolina pick because Carolina needs a lot of help, and maybe they want to move up 4 spots. You get the first pick of the 2nd round.
They got to move up, yeah.
It's a glorified first round. Yeah, I like that.
They got to get up in front of Baltimore to get a receiver like Keon Coleman or A.D. Mitchell. Because Baltimore needs a receiver. They let go of Odell. So slide back a little bit, and you take a guy like Kool-Aid, who for some reason is sliding down draft boards, even though to me I think he's the number 2 corner in the draft, but that's just me. But then, you just fill out the lines, build toward the future, and get a freak like Xavier Legette to play the X.
Listen, Chris, that's the fun of it. I'm not mad about it. I mean, Zinner's a guy, you know what you're getting. The problem, again,
Well, here's the beauty of taking Zinner. It follows the Lions' history of taking guys.
Okay.
No. I'm not trying to be
out of your system.
No, Mike. The Lions do that type of thing that I could actually see them taking Zinner because they take guys and rehabilitate them here. That's not a knock on them. That's kind of their thing. So, yeah, you take Zinner, you let him heal here, you work him out, and then in 2 years, you open it there, and there it is.
I think the thing I don't like, I just don't love the whole 3-round projection thing. I kind of want to just stick to the first night, but okay, fair enough.
I can't fault somebody for coming to the show prepared.
He was prepared, and I'm not mad about it. Let's go to Eddie, 97.1. Ed, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, I know you'll like this pick.
Okay. What's that?
Trade Goff to the Washington Commanders and get the 2nd pick and go with JD and see who wins the competition between JD.
All right, I understand your dream.
That's the dream pick.
I understand, but hold on. You can have your dream.
Super Bowl. You will not win a Super Bowl because he's not mobile. He's not mobile.
I just want to consult Rico and his abacus because there is
Purdy. Who ended up winning? Purdy or Goff?
Okay. Can I just try this one more time with you? You can't take Jared Goff and get to number 2. Like there's no world that happens. So like Rico's going to tell you what you would need to put with Goff to do this.
You would have to
whatever they want.
You would have to give up at least 2 first-round picks, a 2nd-round pick, and a 3rd-round pick.
Insanity.
And probably a little bit more to get all the way up because right now that pick is worth 2,600 points. You're sitting at 640 points.
And I understand I invited something like that by asking what your dream scenario was, but I am gravely disappointed in your dreams.
So
that's insanity.
Yes, if you're the Commanders.
Can we just not have trade Goff calls? Please?
If you're the Commanders, if you're doing what Ed did, and they say, you know what, Goff's our guy, you're doing what the Rams did. You're giving up 2 first-round picks in order to get that one.
By the way,
along with your quarterback.
The whole who won, Purdy or Goff. Did Goff drop those 2 passes? Did Goff fumble the exchange? Did Goff play defense? Like, what planet?
Hey. I need you to be a little more negative about Goff.
No, I'm being positive. I can't.
Yeah, we don't do positive here.
Oh, all right, my bad. 248-539-9797. Hungry Howie's, they got you covered. It is baseball season. Nothing better than flavored crust pizza and a ball game, and especially when you don't have to cook it. I mean, look, weather's miserable out today. How about dinner on the table, a large one-topping pizza, $6.99. Every pizza made with fresh dough in-house, 100% real cheese, over 20 toppings to choose from, and there are 8 signature flavored crusts. Make tonight's dinner a home run. Any large one-topping pizza, $6.99, only at Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com or download the app to start your order now. It's a limited time offer, online carry-out only. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, a little bit of football, lots of news around the league, and Kenny in his game day turquoise shirt. Just exciting. David, music, please.
Mike, I'm going to give you some scenarios. These are the teams that are pegged that they have to nail the draft this year in order to stay relevant.
Okay, and that's the ground rule.
That's the ground rule. Start off with the Buffalo Bills. You just had a wide receiver walk out the door. You were on the cusp of winning going to a Super Bowl, and now you're becoming more and more relevant. I give you the Buffalo Bills have to nail the draft.
I don't think it matters. I think they have to do a complete retooling. I mean, 6 defensive starters are gone. You know, what are you going to do? Rely on Von Miller's dead body? You're right. Diggs is gone. Gabe Davis left. I mean, okay, yes, have to nail draft. But, Rico, I actually think it's a little bit of a pause and a retool here for the next offseason. But, yes.
Yeah. So even if it's for the retooling, you got to bring in some new cornerstone pieces because it's all falling apart.
Because the window's closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they've given up so much in this offseason. They need to find their next foundation pieces for the future.
The next team I think we all can agree upon would be the Denver Broncos. The Broncos not only need a quarterback, but they're going to need a lot of other pieces to go with this. But the main thing, even though they're sitting there with the 12th pick, they have to find a way to get a franchise QB, whether it's by hook or by crook.
Everything that you've read, I mean, Peyton loves McCarthy, and they just have no way to go and get him. So do you settle for Bo Nix? There's no way you can not draft a QB. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you're going to have to get creative. You're going to have to make something happen. Here's the problem. You handed the keys to Sean Payton. He didn't make the Russell Wilson deal, and this ownership group didn't make the Russell Wilson deal. So if you're going to hand the keys to Payton, I don't know how they would move up. They gave up so much to get this guy. But, yeah, 100%, because if you don't, you're just walking around aimlessly. There's no direction in Denver.
And outside of that, you're right about the quarterback, but outside of that, because they don't have a lot of picks, who's the quarterback throwing the ball to? They already got rid of Jerry Jeudy this offseason. They don't have a good receiving core.
Well, they still got Cortland Sutton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still got Denzel Mims.
They signed Josh Reynolds.
I mean, that's not terrible.
But it ain't great.
Okay. It's better than the Giants.
Well, you want to go there?
I don't
because
care.
The Giants are a team that they got to nail the draft. You look at what the Giants have. Saquon is now gone. It's a team almost with no identity.
You're kidding.
I'm not saying this to rub it in, Mike. We're just talking about these are teams that, I'm going to make you feel better because there's another team on here that you'll feel good about.
It'll all come down to how do the Giants view the quarterbacks. Look, here's the one thing. The Giants are a bit of a wild card at 6.
I think the draft starts with the Giants.
Or the Chargers, do they trade out of 5? I agree with you. It's just, if they don't love these quarterbacks and you take a wide receiver at 6, it means what? You're committed to Daniel Jones or selling your soul to the devil to move up for a QB later.
Yeah. The team needs
everything.
Offensive linemen, wide receivers, running backs, linebackers, safety, corners, and a QB.
Man, the team needs Jesus. We are hopeless.
See, and I was going to say this. This is, Mike says it all the time. This is New York. They have to hit the draft. Otherwise, they may be looking for a coach next offseason.
That's right.
They have to work.
And
everything.
You have to have something to sell your fans because unlike this town that specializes in no expectations, every year, even as unfair as it sounds, the expectation of fans is to win a Super Bowl. You cannot go back to MetLife Stadium, having only hosted one playoff game since 2010, and offer Daniel Jones in a wheelchair. You can't do it.
Let's stay in the city that never sleeps. Let's have a slice, David, and let's go to the New York Jets. The New York Jets, they need wide receiver, tight end, offensive tackles, running backs, safeties,
I
wide
agree
receivers,
with this
and corners.
This is the one I agree with most. They're all in. They have no outs. This is probably Aaron Rodgers' only year in New York. This is it. 100%. And whatever they do at, 10 or 11?
10.
That's got to be a player that is going to be able to go out there and play 600 snaps. That's got to be, like, if they're going to take Brock Bowers there, it has to be someone that helps them win right now. They're all in. I don't advise doing what they've done, but this is where they are. Yes, totally agree with this.
Yeah, this is it for their coach and the GM. They pushed all their chips into the middle of the table. Yeah. They got to win.
Douglas,
they got to win.
Salah, Rodgers. If this goes sideways, all three of them are gone.
The team at the top of the draft, the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
Need a quarterback, wide receiver. They need a rush edge. They need a lineman. They need D-tackle linebackers.
To acquire all of this draft capital, you have the number one pick. You have to not just hit the number one pick. They got to hit at 9. They've got to cash in. Otherwise, all this capital you hoarded is garbage. No, I totally agree with you. And they actually have a good young defense, too. They just need the offense to come along with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while I don't believe in Caleb Williams like other people believe in him, I think he'll be a good NFL quarterback. I think they more have to hit at 9 on the right decision. Do you get the tackle to protect your quarterback, or do you get the wide receiver a weapon for him? They have to make the right decision and be right on all picks.
David, I don't think they can resist the temptation if a Roma Dunze is sitting right there to I'm going to pass on him and going to take a tackle.
Darius Mims.
That's safe. The Arizona Cardinals. The team needs wide receivers. They lost Rondale Moore. They lost Hollywood Brown. Running back, edge rushers, D-line, corners, offensive linemen, linebackers. They needed all. They're sitting there with the number 4 pick overall. They have to get this, and they're in a spot where maybe they could add more capital and add to the draft class by moving out of 4.
But you have to weigh it against, we've invested in Kyler. He earned their trust back last year by actually not being a burnout and playing video games 18 hours a day. If you can draft the equivalent of Jamar Chase, which is Marvin Harrison Jr., or maybe you're a Roma Dunze guy, you land that type of wide receiver on a dirt cheap deal, it can reignite the offense, your quarterback's career. So you have to weigh out, what will I be getting in exchange for giving up the opportunity to take that player? I understand trading down is always sexy, but if Harrison truly is this guy, Rico, in other years, he'd go number 1 overall. So, don't you have to take him?
You do, because you're telling your quarterback, Kyler Murray, here's your help, here's your guy. We're not going to piecemeal this. Rondale Moore was a pipe dream, never really was that. Hollywood Brown, he really wasn't that guy. Here's your guy. Let's go win. Come on. I give you the LA Chargers. Chargers kind of in cap hell.
They are.
Now, if you nail the draft, you can get young cornerstone pieces to help Jim Harbaugh restart this team.
This is the team that, to me, should trade down. This is the team. Their salary cap is in tatters, and as much as we say the cap isn't real, you eventually, after compounding bad decisions, you'll eventually get to a bad place. And frankly, Harbaugh's got to establish his program. It's going to take time, and it's going to take a particular type of player. I think moving down, if you move down, you have the ability now to ignite the rebuild and get Harbaugh the stuff he needs. Yes, but them nailing the draft is executing a move down, to me.
Yeah, I know it's easier said than done, but they can't overthink this like Arizona can't overthink it. They have to find a trade-up partner, whether it's the Raiders and say, look, here's your guy. They got to find something because they need extra picks.
I mean, if you're Harbaugh and you land pick 11 and 23 with Minnesota,
yeah,
that's how you start this thing. That's how this thing gets really moving.
And I was going to say, Minnesota is on there. I think we're all in agreement. They have to nail it. They got to get a quarterback out of this.
They are the poker player who flipped their cards over. They've shown their hand. Mm-hmm. They made the move to get pick 23 to get a quarterback. Everyone knows you're going to get a call from a Minneapolis area code. Rico, I will be in disbelief if they just sit there at 11-23 and draft in 2 weeks from tonight.
Okay.
Don't you believe they have to move up to get their guy?
Yeah, I do. And now it's just who can we work with? Do we move all the way up to 2? Like, if we're moving, let's just go and do it and go get Jaden Daniels and bring him here. Or do we go with JJ and we're just going to make this work?
See, because I think the important part to the equation is Justin Jefferson. He wants a contract. You got to make him happy. Otherwise, he's out of there.
David, Jefferson, Addison.
There you go.
Hawkinson.
Okay.
Like, it's built. You need quarterback.
So yeah,
it's a great place for JJ, to be honest. As much as I've said, look, I'm desperate for a QB in New York, but the better place for JJ is Minnesota.
But see, if you're Minnesota, is it worth throwing in an extra pick and moving up even higher to get one of the other 3 quarterbacks and not just settle for JJ and say, okay, if we're going to make the trade, let's do it and let's do it big. So
my answer's no, but I'm not mad at it. David, if you agree, go for it. My answer's
I would say no.
All right, rapid fire real quick. Seattle Seahawks.
What about them?
I mean, I said they have to get the draft right because, for one, I don't know what their quarterback is. And, new coaches there. They got a lot of holes to fill, whether it's interior lineman, whether it's linebacker, safety, edge.
I think they have time. It's a regime change.
Okay. And finally, the LA Rams. Do you need this draft to almost restart your team?
Well, I mean, they did a good job with the limited picks they had. Yeah, because in their mind, look, I know people here will laugh because you beat them in the playoffs, but in their mind, they're still a playoff team. They're still a contender, right?
Right.
Yeah, they are, but I don't think it matters with them. I think they're done after this year. I think they're going to reset everything.
Okay, then.
And that's your Blitz, 97.1.
Playoff lives on the line for the Red Wings and their hosts, the Penguins. Both teams 1 point out of the last wild card in the Eastern Conference with 3 games left after tonight. Pittsburgh has come on of late, 6-0-2 over its last 8. Sidney Crosby, a big reason why. He was just voted most complete player by the NHL Players Association for the 5th consecutive season. Wings and Pens face off here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. No Tigers today thanks to the rain. It'll be made up Saturday in a doubleheader. Detroit back at it tomorrow night versus Minnesota. Pistons host the Bulls tonight. Hear that on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starting at 6:35. And how would this sound at Spartan Stadium next season? That's now former Oregon State running back Damian Martinez last season versus Washington. The 6', 237-pounder has entered the transfer portal, alleging an Oregon State NIL collective didn't make good on $400,000 it promised him to stay in Corvallis after Jonathan Smith departed for Michigan State. Martinez rushed for 1,185 yards and 9 touchdowns while averaging over 6 per carry last season. He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so I want to get to something, but real quick, you heard Beanie's update there. Like, I have no belief that happens. Rico and I are both of the same belief. Damian Martinez is going to end up at like an Alabama or something, fill in blank. But it is incredible to me that multiple years into the new era of college football, we are still hearing headlines like what Beanie just said. Oh, an NIL collective failed to pay Damian Martinez. Just like before the Iowa game, Michigan State had all kinds of problems with players getting NIL pulled. I mean, the idea of no rules in the sport are just, it's insane. But the fact that there's seemingly no rules with the collectives, it's crazy.
Collect your money if you want, or maybe we just don't pay you.
Right. Now, the only connection I can make to make that relevant, because I have would I want Damian Martinez? Of course I would. He's a bulldozer. If you don't watch anything else of Damian Martinez, just go watch him in the UW game. This is a Big Ten physical battering ram, one-cut running back.
In bad weather.
Right.
Yeah, he's a Big Ten running back where he's the type that you probably see like at a Wisconsin.
Yeah. But look, he's a back of the same level that when Jahmyr Gibbs left Georgia Tech to go to Bama. This is that type of transfer. He is fantastic. I have no thought that he'll go to Michigan State. And I don't think State's in the business of paying $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 for a running back.
And see,
why, David?
We don't pay running backs.
You're damn right.
Even in
I
college?
wouldn't even do it at the college level. We don't pay running back. No salary cap. Don't care.
See, I don't know if he wants to follow his coach because I don't know how that worked out. Did he feel like, you know what, the staff abandoned me and left me here?
I believe, and I will go back. I believe I read an article where Martinez was very critical of Smith. Because I think the way it went down was Smith had told the team, but it was before the Oregon game, and they're like, wait, we have to play the Civil War here, and I think Martinez threw some shade at him.
Nothing will ever be like what Caden Hauser did. Not that he's going to be this great quarterback, but Caden Hauser just went full blowtorch. Screw this guy. I'm not playing for him. I didn't like him before, and I don't like him now. He told me I was never going to be a good quarterback. That's why he left.
Well, he was right. Caden Hauser blows.
No, I know, but the fact it was just the honesty. He was like, nope. Oh, okay. He's coming here. I'm out. Gone.
Just 2 minutes on what Beanie had said. I want to bring up something. And I heard Cookies and John and Heather do a nice job with this morning. Have you guys gotten a chance to see our major edition for the NFL draft? I mean, it is the equivalent of the leg lamp in A Christmas Story.
I was about to say, you mean the new Lions draft caps or the new color scheme they got coming out?
No. And no, it's not a completely renovated and
rendering accurate District Detroit. Nope, not that either.
It might as well have been. Because the rendering for both flat out lied to you.
Uh-oh. We're talking about our new Hollywood sign. Has anyone seen this puppy? The Detroit sign.
It's pretty much when you order something offline, this is what I'm ordering, but this is what actually came in the mail. Hollywood sign. Nice.
You thought you were getting the authentic Steve Nash jersey. Cutscene. It's a knockoff from China.
Who's Steve Nish?
Nash. Guys, here's my one issue, right? And I want to make this more than just the sign. I have a problem in sum total. Like driving back into the state of Michigan, I was out of town this weekend, and all you see from the time you hit Michigan to get even into Detroit proper using 75 North is garbage. Why are we blowing $400,000 on a sign? Detroit. It looks like a refrigerator magnet. Yet we don't pick up the garbage. Like when people are coming to the draft, that sign is not going to save you when there are used condoms on the road next to it. Like, this is my problem with what we do in this town. You drive anywhere near Detroit on our highways, garbage, blown up roads, nonsense. And we're blowing $400,000 on a sign that looks like a refrigerator magnet.
It's the sign in and of itself is ridiculous.
Whose idea was this?
I have no idea.
This is like the Super Bowl arches. Whose idea was that?
But it was the artist's rendition. It was like this white sign with lights in it. It's like, I don't know if I would get that, but sure.
Can I ask
why
another
not?
question? How is that sign and landscaping not done 2 weeks out? What are we going to do? Have fans from other towns potting plants as they walk in?
Right.
Perhaps bringing some mulch in from another area.
Right. As you look and see the houses behind it, like, wow, this was not thought out whatsoever. It looks like Lego blocks. Seriously. It does. Like they just, you know what? We got some Lego sets. Let's
Kenny
just go ahead and
threw
build
the microphone, or David threw it at Kenny. Go ahead, Kenny.
I was just mocking it back here. David is very upset.
Why? Are we saying anything out of line?
No, you're not saying anything out of line. This is Detroit. I love my city. I never expected it to look like these AI renderings that were out here.
Wait, where's our LED roof?
I never expect it to look the way they say it's going to look.
Where are all the people I was promised in District? I don't see any of the rendered people.
Bruh. The renderings.
The rendered people look so happy.
They were having a picnic. They're on those picnic tables.
Rico and I were strolling. We're going to luxury retail.
Walking a dog. I mean, everybody was out about town.
All right, don't look at that abandoned house because it'll be gone because it's not in the renderings.
I just, maybe the way I want to do this is I mean, why does everything we have to attempt locally have to be underwhelming? But second of all, are we going to pull this off? Are we going to pull the draft off without being a punchline? Because I will say it's fun. We can break the stones of our local town. We live here. You know what I get tired of? I get tired of people looking at me like I'm one of the impoverished children in the Starving Kids ad when you tell them you're from Detroit. And they're like, oh, my God, I am so sorry. And I'm like, sorry about what? It's actually not a bad place to live.
It's not, but when you do stuff like this, you wonder why people make fun of you. Seriously, you could have given me a can of paint and $40, and I could have just painted "Welcome to Detroit" on the Uniroyal tire as you drive in.
Like Rico's featured in the Home Depot commercial where the guy somehow builds a deck in one afternoon on a Saturday. Right. Here's Rico building the Detroit sign.
No, I'm just going to paint "Welcome to Detroit" on the Uniroyal tire as you driving into the city from the airport. Come on. This is why people make fun of you, because this sign was nothing like it was promised. This
show me the original rendering.
Okay.
Because I have not seen the rendering. I've only seen the reality. The reality is I go, that cost $400,000?
Show him the real renderings, please.
Okay.
Because the ones that are going around isn't the real one.
Okay. Oh, you mean not the one in white? That's not the real one?
That's not the real rendering.
Okay. Then what's the real one? Because that's the only one
I have it right here on my phone.
Okay. Are you going to share with the class?
Sure. I mean, I can come in now if you want me to.
But
sure.
I want to throw the number out. Have you driven by this thing? And I mean, what are we doing? Because we're 2 weeks out from the draft, and I know we're very insulated in that we only care about what the station is doing because we're doing 8 million different radio shows that week. But as a city, what is your confidence level we're pulling this off? We've all seen Chicago and Kansas City and Philadelphia and what it's looked like and how good it looked on television. But I'll be honest. I mean, why am I driving around Detroit using the very highway all visitors will use, and it looks like Escape from New York? Like, the amount of garbage. When are you getting around to that?
Was the sign really needed?
I don't get the sign.
Is this the sign in white letters with the green trim? Is that the rendering?
Correct.
Okay.
And according to the story, the original story, I don't know if they're going to be like this, but there will be other signs around the city.
What's the next one going to say?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be like this, but there will be other signs around where as you get into the city on different other fairways that you will see.
Sign saying 8 Mile.
I have no
Look.
I don't know.
The roads are horrible. You got a massive construction project going on. You got garbage everywhere. Let's drop $400K on a sign that I'm pretty sure the kids at David's church could have built. And I'm not mad because it doesn't look like the Hollywood sign. As a caller said to Cookies this morning, we don't have a mountain. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I don't need any sign. I'm pretty sure the roads and the garbage and the construction would tell you you're in Detroit.
Right, but I'm just saying, if anything, I would have. The Uniroyal tire is still there, right?
I pass it every time I'm on 94, yes.
So maybe do something with that. That's iconic to Detroit, especially when you come off the freeway. Make a sign, do something there. Put a sash over the tire, but this.
A sash?
Beats this.
A sash. If you had that on your bingo cards today on a rainy Wednesday. 248-539-9797. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it because honestly, it just, between the way district panned out and this thing, and you're like, okay, the draft is here in 2 weeks. I admit it, using 75 and driving back home, and I'm going, what on earth? I don't even understand how the garbage gets there. How do you have 80 miles of garbage on your highway? I've never seen it in any other state. Ever.
I wish I had an answer. I don't.
America's favorite place to watch the draft, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, David, the ticket text. Morning show did a good job with this. It's just one of those deals. Drafts in 2 weeks. You got garbage all over the freeways. This stupid sign, it's a complete waste of $400,000. I don't even care if you like the thing. Explain how that equates to $400,000. And what the hell does that do to make us more ready to host this damn draft? That was the end of my sentence, David. I'm sorry. I didn't have anything else for you there.
It's weird. I'll read a couple texts here. It says, I drove by it on Tuesday afternoon as they were installing it. It is, in fact, ridiculous. Another person says, I agree with Mike. Instead of the sign, why not spend the money on cleaning up the garbage around said sign?
Yeah. Donate to DJ's company. I never realized Caller DJ was charged with keeping the freeways clean. Well, then DJ better get his ass to work because these freeways look like ass.
Bruh, he's out there working, but the people are just adding to the garbage as they're out there picking it up.
The other thing is, look at the placement of the sign. It's not like the sign has got the ocean behind it or it's got anything good going on. You got a bunch of houses. What are we doing?
Right. Put a white or black billboard behind it to make it stand out, rather than you drove past like, wait, was that the sign? Yeah. Because in the artist renditioning, they shoot it from up, and then you see the sky behind it.
Everybody else.
I do like how the mayor blames the disappointment on the sign due to, quote, bogus AI generated. No. We're disappointed because it's dumb.
But the regular rendering still doesn't look great.
When you talk about a Hollywood type of sign, you've now set the bar. Okay, I know what Hollywood sign looks like. I expect something similar. Now, had they just said, we're just going to give you a sign, Detroit, maybe the expectations would be lower. But, yeah.
Rob in the car has an answer for you all on the trash. Biggest reason is the trash trucks that fly on our freeways. Michigan is a big state that takes other states and Canada trash.
Hold on. They're not flatbed pickup trucks.
Right.
Like where garbage is just getting strewn everywhere.
I guess what he's saying is if there's some garbage in the back of the truck that didn't get pushed in there, as you're driving on the freeway, the wind is going to blow it off and it's going to land on the side. I'm just clarifying what they're saying. I don't know. But I do know that, basically, that's all Auburn Hills is. It was like a garbage dump. It was the Palace. No.
Rico insults entire community, calls it one compost heap.
No.
Film at 11.
Mike, at the Palace, right? That mountain was where they dump garbage.
I'm aware.
So
that's a garbage dump. I never knew you hated Auburn Hills that much.
That's all Auburn Hills.
No,
that's great.
No, because I was like, what are they? Because somebody told me, and I was like, oh my God, they are. There's just garbage trucks go up there, they dump it, and then they cover it with
Here's
dirt.
the other thing. Like, why didn't they use like a Detroit, like the script, like use what the Tigers use on their road unis, or put the Old English D up there? Like, they give us something.
It looks like the new Fanatics jersey.
Because you know what? That was
Rest
probably
in peace, Riley Green's pants.
Because the Old English D was probably $450,000. So they just went a little cheap.
That's the other thing. In a city that ain't got no damn money, how the hell is this how we're using $400,000?
I'm with you. I would have just settled for, how about just a gigantic Old English D?
How is Caller DJ? No disrespect. That's one man. Maybe we should get about 10 Caller DJs and 10 companies to clean up the roads. Gretchen couldn't fix them. The least we could do is clean them. It's a disgrace.
They got 2 weeks.
Go ahead, David.
Why did they make the D look smaller than the rest of the letters? Joe in St. Clair Shore says, why does the T look bigger than the other letters? I don't know.
I don't care.
It's
honestly,
because it's at an angle, that's why. It should have been
the way people behave themselves, there aren't going to be any letters there by tomorrow.
That's what another person says. The Detroit sign, it will be in the back of a scrapper truck for the weekend.
People everywhere. It's 2024. I don't care if it's Omaha, Nebraska, or if it's Detroit. People are animals. They're going to go down there to vandalize the damn thing.
Yeah. Well, no, maybe they'll treat it with, respect.
And reverence, huh?
And people will stop on the freeway, I guess, to take photos of the sign.
We're not allowed to have nice things. That's how this works. Let's go to the people. Go to Alfonso 97.1. Alfonso, what's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing? Love your show.
Thank you. What's on your mind?
The sign. I saw it this morning.
Okay.
It's, first of all, it's too small. That the sign should at least, each letter should at least be 12 feet. At least.
Yeah.
And for what we paid for it, it's just embarrassing. Other cities are going to come here for the draft and laugh at it. We're going to get laughed at. I mean, I laughed at it this morning.
It's not a good sign. Yeah, Alfonso, I think the bigger concern is just, all right, in the past,
why do we pay so much money for that?
I have no idea. The idea that if that's $400,000, I would have sent the invoice back and went try again.
It's like the thing that they built on 94 when the Super Bowl came here.
The arches.
Yeah.
Whose idea were those stupid things?
The footballs. Like, oh, this is great.
Well, and why didn't they talk to any of the local artists around here who definitely had the talent enough to do a much better sign than that for less money?
Yeah, Alfonso, you would have been better off putting up a wall and just letting some artists doing some murals and just paint it. And I would have rather have seen that than the sign. And you can't sit here and say, well, Hollywood likes sign and give you that. That's like saying, oh, well, this quarterback's just like Patrick Mahomes. Okay, I got a new expectation.
David, I'd like to tell you the city of Detroit's going to provide Greater Life with a Sistine Chapel-like rendering. Cutscene. It's a child with crayons on paper. Like, you cannot say Hollywood likes stop.
Yeah.
We don't even have a mountain.
No, not even anything close to that.
Well, I mean,
like even towns that have Mount in their name don't have Mount Pleasant. There's no mountain. Mount Clemens, also no mountain.
Should we be shocked? I mean, the artist rendition, we're going to get a New York-style subway mass transit. Q line.
You can't get enough of that, can you?
Have you seen inside where they give you where it goes? It's in a circle, but it's the same.
It's basically it's a dumber version of the People Mover. It's God's honest truth. It's almost like, here, we can top the stupidity that was the People Mover. Let's do this.
They can't use half of it because the draft is going to be in the way.
Beep, beep. Where's JJ? He's on the queue line. He'll be here in a minute.
Can you imagine? Remember how?
Hey, Rod, just go out there and stall for a little bit.
That's how the players should arrive at the draft. Individual rides on the queue line. Jesus.
Hey, with the first pick of the draft, Caleb, he's not here yet.
Beep, beep.
3 starts away.
He'll be here in 7 minutes. He got blocked.
Just stall. So, Detroit, how you doing out there?
But see, that's what sucks. The draft's going to be great. Like, it's awesome that we got a crack at this, but I'm concerned. I'm concerned at what it's going to look like.
They're putting in a lot of work. I drove downtown just to kind of get a look. They're really...
Well, you were introing Mark Montgomery at U of D.
That's not in downtown Detroit.
No, but you were doing the tour.
Okay, not even close to downtown
Detroit.
I'm
saying you have been out and about all week.
Oh, but no, I was curious this weekend.
Eclipse, Mark Montgomery.
And I'm like, I wonder what this is looking like. And I was like, okay, this is going to be nice.
How's the district look? Go ahead and move along.
Artist rendition.
It's rendering. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. We got a football today coming up. Kenny, I got to ask you about the Red Wings and whether we even want to bother getting hurt again. We'll talk about that too. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, or graphics design artist? Heck, this city could use more graphics design artists. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You're curious, you go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. And, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. And remember, classes are starting year-round. You do not have to wait until the fall. So once you go to the website, find out when that next class is going to start and get your name on the roster. ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
We talk Northville Lumber all the time, the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And look, there's a reason. It's all in stock. It's in the warehouse about a mile down the road. There's no shipping, no waiting. Look at all the things in your life you order, and you're like, where the hell is this stuff? Look, it's real simple. Northville, they'll even introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So start to finish, they're going to help you get that deck built. From pricing, availability, to actual building of it, Northville Lumber's got you covered. So call Northville Lumber today or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We had a fun open to the show where Rico opened our hearts and minds and tested the limits of our brains with his conspiracy theory on O.J. Simpson. O.J.'s dead, by the way. I don't know if you saw the news. But
it's everywhere.
Rico had a real conspiracy theory. I want to get to the Red Wings briefly. We talked about this 2 days ago. I got to be honest, I'm just done with it. That loss against the Caps, the way it looked, the result, the whole bit. This show wasn't doing the whole moral victory theater others were doing. Now they're in Pittsburgh tonight. And they're a moderate underdog. I mean, I don't want to invest in it. It's something where if they're ahead and it's the third period, I will turn this on. But I don't want to get hurt again because this team only frustrates. Ever since we had the magical Friday, February 28th, a magical time, and Kenny Gorilla glued a flag to his schwanz. It was a magical Friday.
The fifth flag.
The fifth flag. Never go 5 flags. But we were all excited. Ever since then, the last 6 weeks have truly been, you can call it a playoff push, but you're 5-12-2 in your last 19 games. It's so hard to feel good about it. And having lost to the Caps, a team, Rico, they had lost 6 straight. The only team with a longer losing streak's the Flyers. I don't know if I'm ready to just dive back in tonight. I kind of am reaching Mocha Joe level where I'm like, you know what? Do me a favor. Exit stage. Just lose. Get out of here. See, had enough of you.
I think you should probably, because tonight's almost like the elimination game. If they lose, you can just say, forget it. I don't need to watch this anymore.
Bit of poetry with Sid the Kid putting you away, even though he's not a kid anymore.
Right. It's over. The run is done. It's not going to happen. They win.
We're so back.
You jump back in, and it's like,
only
okay.
to then lose to Slavkovsky and Montreal in an unprecedented performance.
But tonight it kind of feels like an elimination type of. It's a feel to this game. It's like, win this game, we can move forward. We can go on, and we still got a chance at this. If you
believe
lose,
they're winning? That's a no.
No,
Kenny,
you know what? I'm going to say yes because
they live in the opposite.
Yeah, when you feel like, you know what, this team is done, they're going to come out tonight and win 5-1.
Now, I want you to know I respected your opinion on hockey because we're going to go to a man who has no respect for you, Kenny Cott.
Rico, I enjoy your opinions on hockey.
Kenny,
was that inaccurate?
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it. And no, I'm going into this game tonight. This team has beaten the excitement out of me. I used to long for the days of, hey, we're in a playoff push. Things are exciting around town.
This is not fun.
I haven't had fun in like 6 weeks, at least 6 weeks. I haven't had fun since before the losing streak. Exactly. You know what? Exactly.
I would love to know from the people. Look, it's a Thursday night. We got nothing else going on. Don't tell me you're watching Pistons Bulls. Don't do that. Don't lie to me. Seriously. No Tiger baseball. You don't have an NBA team. And the Lions, their night is in 2 weeks. Are you prepared to be hurt again? Or are you taking the approach I'm going to take, which is, I said to you the other day, it was my MSU basketball moment. That loss to Washington felt like MSU's loss to Iowa or Minnesota. And I went, you know what? F these guys. I'm done. If they win, they get in. I'll watch their game. I'll do whatever. But I cannot do this.
I think people are going to be in. I think they're ready to be hurt again. I think people are ready to open their hearts because they need this to happen. Because you've invested so much in these last couple of months. Tonight's the payoff.
I want to put the bat signal out there. Hockey Elite, I've got open phone lines. We're talking about your game. And we're not even making fun of it. I just want to know, have you recovered from the game the other night against the Caps? Or have you gotten to spite phase? And spite phase is a dark place. A lot of fans don't want to admit they have it. But it exists in all of us. Even Mr. holier-than-thou beard over here.
No, it was called John L. Smith's final year.
Right. Now, and again, it pushed you to a limit. Mm-hmm. The spite phase for me is the last, 17, 18, 19 games. Basically, DeBrincat's last 19 games. I'm done. Tired of being disappointed. I'm tired. I mean, even a game they won, I ended up annoyed, was the Columbus game. Like that was so annoying they needed a miracle against a bad Columbus team. Kenny, they have a cannon. I've reached Latte Larry phase. I just, you know what? If they lose, I'd actually be like, F them. I'm just annoyed.
I just can't do it.
I know, buddy.
I'll be on the last guy on the Titanic holding the flag as we're going.
Oh, I'm not mad.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm not mad at you for it.
Kenny striking up the band.
If anything,
100%.
I'm admitting the ugly side of me as a fan. I'm not telling you I'm proud of it, but I'm not going to lie to my audience. I get very spiteful of teams. And it's almost like I want them to be in pain. Like I want them to hurt the way that they bother us.
No. You do. Mike, what does it mean? I just need them to be hurting like I'm hurting right now.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Mike, just don't watch it. I have to.
No, we have to. I think tonight I'll take a measured approach. I will skip the first period, and I'll let them dictate whether I'm going to participate. I want to know if the people, where are you at with it?
So you'll keep tabs, and if all of a sudden you see, hey, Wings are up 2-0,
let's get involved.
They're down 2-0.
Let's see them choke it away.
All right.
248-539-9797. Hockey Elite, the doors are open. Please tell us where you're at, because I can't do it's the biggest game. No. That was the other night. And while this game's important, let us be clear, you do not control your own destiny. The fact that this team has put themselves in a position that we have to beg for spare change to get in, that I get spiteful of that. People are hanging up on Kenny left and right. Is there a very angry contingent of Hockey Elite? I feel like Kenny is at war with callers right now.
I'm hoping that Kenny is just screening the call, saying, you know what, guys, no. It ranks right up there with, let's just, move up to number 2 in the draft.
No, in fact, they're just not saying anything to him. They're just hanging up. Yeah.
All right. In my mind, I was imagining Kenny like MFing callers and really getting after it. 248-539. If you do just want to yell at Kenny, please call up. Feel free.
Or we can just play the Minnesota Viking horn.
When you hear this sound, you'll get 2 tickets to Aerosmith in January 25. Good Lord. All right. Let's let Kenny screen the calls. The Hockey Elite are lining up. We've got a big game tonight. 8th caller up next. You get a meet and greet with Steven Tyler. We'll get to you.
I'm Roberto.
We'll get to your calls next. 97.1.
With a week until the big reveal, Lions president Rod Wood on Thursday teased Detroit's new uniforms, saying they'll honor the Lions' history with a, quote, modern twist and will be one of the, quote, great uniforms in the NFL. Wood was the keynote speaker at the Detroit Economic Club's NFL draft panel Thursday. The draft begins 2 weeks from today. Red Wings and Penguins tonight in a game both teams need in order to keep their playoff hopes alive. Detroit and Pittsburgh are tied at 84 points, just one back of the Capitals for the Eastern Conference's last wild card. Washington at Buffalo tonight. Wings coach Derek Lalonde says tonight might as well be the playoffs. No Tigers today. They were rained out. Pistons at Bulls from LCA tonight. Hear it on WWJ News Radio 950. Coverage starting at 6:35. And U of M hockey in its third straight Final Four tonight, taking on top-seeded Boston College. Michigan's last national championship in college hockey, 1998. Since then, the Wolverines 1-8 in the Frozen Four. Hear the game on the Bet 1270 at 8. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I don't know what's happening. Welcome, it's 5 o'clock. What the hell am I listening to? Every word is a beep.
GMAC Cash.
Is this our pre-show meeting?
He talking about the sign. He's talking about the sign.
He's talking about the sign.
Yeah.
Am I to believe he's happy about the sign?
He is not happy about the sign.
That's where the beeps come in.
Right. I'm not happy about the sign. All right. Here is the question. We're going to get to your phone calls. It's simple. And maybe the way we could comp it is it's really both ends of the spectrum. You are either, it's akin to David's honeymoon, where you're just all about it, you're all up in it. Or you're Roberto and his marriage, you're over it. Red Wings edition. You are either really into the big game of the year or you've reached spite stage. I'm in the spite stage. The other night was gross.
It broke you.
Gross. You're at home against a team that gets worked on the regular and again had lost 6 in a row, and you got shut out. Don't give me the goal.
And to Kenny's point, you got a ton of shots on goal. They just didn't have.
Kenny went full Ballywood. Oh, they played a winning game. Shut up, you. Did they win? No. Bobby tried hard on his test. Well, Bobby's an idiot and got an F.
We don't say idiot, Mike.
That's what's wrong with the world.
We say dummy.
We say he's challenged.
By being an idiot. David, ticket text coming in, and then we go to the people.
Red Wings, pretty easy. I'll tune in. If they're losing after the first, I'll turn it off and head to bed. Someone else says the coach doesn't care, so why should I? Nate in East Lansing.
Okay.
I'm betting on Pittsburgh tonight, hoping I lose money so the Wings win.
This was what I offered Kenny. I said to Kenny, look, if I'm you and you care so deeply about your team, guarantee yourself a win. Bet the Penguins. That way, if the Wings lose, you still win money. And you can spite them with your profit. Or, in essence, you paid for the Wings to win. It is complete emotional hedge, but it's perfection. You're going to be happy with either outcome.
You know what, Kenny? He's done this before, and it doesn't make sense until it makes sense.
It works.
Right. He's told me, like, no, just put money on this. You can root for that. If your team wins, you don't care about the money you just lost.
Like, whatever. And it's no one's business what you bet. What would you pay for a Wings victory tonight? Place that on the Pens.
One gambling unit I would pay, but, man, Pittsburgh minus 160, the value's horrible. But, like,
5.
That feels like
5 units.
No, absolutely not.
Another.
That feels like atrocious karma. That feels like terrible karma.
No, because if they win, you get the money.
And if they, Kenny, if you lose your bet, it means the Wings won an improbable road game tonight, launching themselves back into the hearts and minds of Metro Detroit.
Just to lose to the Canadians. I mean, doesn't it
Slap
feel like
Popsky.
that? Exactly.
Let's get to the people, shall we? Kenny, I'm just telling you. Rifle a few in there on the old pens. Come on. That way you're covered. No. Let's go to Patrick, 97.1. What's up, Patrick? How you doing?
I'm great. I'm over it. I'm in the I'm over it camp. I just had kind of a philosophical question. You guys and callers or whatever, is 1 point going to make people calling in saying they believe in the Iser plan, and other ones saying they over it and whatever. And if they get in because of a point, all of a sudden everything's great. And,
I love.
Or if they miss by
this.
a point, everything's terrible.
I love your angle here, and I'm going to answer it honestly. 6 weeks ago, if you told me they got in, my belief was, while they were playing great, hey, we've turned a corner here. But the way that this has gone down, and as woeful as they've been, the team is not talented enough. They clearly don't have enough goal scoring, and the head coach may or may not get fired. I'm with Patrick. The only thing that would get me to fully buy the Iser plan, regardless of getting in or out, is how they play in that first round.
I was about to say, I think it would get extended into the first round, and then if somehow you won that, or if it went to 7 games, you would say, you know what, maybe it wasn't that bad. But I do think that, Mike, even if they get in there and they lose in the first round to Patrick, that 1 point will be the difference of you'll have people saying, see, look what Steve did. Because you know what, Patrick?
I know the callers. I know.
Patrick, it would be the equivalent of scoring a goal with 1.1 second left. You didn't get shut out.
Unbelievable.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I love the question, and it's the right one to ask, and ultimately it's up to every individual Red Wing fan. You know, goalposts do move. That's just how it is. Like, goals are not static. How you get there is almost as important as did you get there. Mm-hmm. Like, if we want to believe that this thing is built on bedrock and rock solid ground, you don't go 5-12-2 over your last quarter of your season and collapse. And frankly, look, I think one thing that is becoming crystal clear, not at the high level, and certainly we have seen nothing or nothing written that would suggest that the next McKinnon or next Kucherov or next Bedard or next fill in blank is in your minor league system. We are this deep into this, and you have no superstar and seemingly no path to one. I think that's alarming. Now, it doesn't mean maybe Lucas Raymond takes this launch into space next year and he puts up a 40-goal season, and you go, all right, now maybe we have our guy. But that's the most alarming thing to me. If you think you're bumping along where the guy on your team, leader in points, is 62 points, I mean, that is... That's the Matt Vierling of the NHL. I don't want that.
But I think if they got in by 1 point, it would be enough to satisfy some people to say that was a step in the right direction.
Okay.
Now we'll see you next year, and now we'll have to go and advance another round. Even if they get swept in the first round, they made the playoffs.
Go to Dustin, 97.1. What's up, Dustin?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey.
Good. Yeah, so I am in team spite stage for several reasons. Number one, I've been there since the Arizona game, that debacle where you lost to a high school hockey team and got shut out. And I'm just ready for a complete revamp of the coaching staff. I think Lalonde has no motivation skills whatsoever. You can see it as how the team skates sometimes. It's just there's no effort there, and then worse, there's no accountability for that lack of effort. He just comes in during these news briefings and is laissez-faire and on to the next one, and it was a good college effort. And similarly, Tanguay, I think the special teams have taken a nosedive from the beginning of the season. Our power play entry is atrocious. We get killed shorthanded most of the time. So yeah, I'm ready for a complete revamp, and I'm hoping that we don't make the playoffs so we can start that process sooner than later and rip the Band-Aid off.
Dustin, like I told you, I understand it. I'm not proud of it, but it's how I am as a fan. Once you anger me and annoy me, I'd prefer if you just go away. It's like the other day with the Tigers. You've been awful for 8 innings and wasted my life. Do me a favor. Just go away. Don't give me this fake comeback in the 9th where, bloops and nonsense. I'm like, just get out of here and let me get on the air.
Yep. Don't give me hope to crush my dreams a day later and lose to the Capitals.
Exactly. Or go out in Montreal, beat you 5-1 in one of these listless performances.
I am looking so forward to watching Slafkowski score 5 on us and lose 8-1 like the Flyers did.
Kenny just cried. Thank you for that, Dustin. No, but it's
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Dustin. No, I mean, I understand. I do.
Tuesday night broke a lot of people.
Because how many times have we said big game? How many times have we said, man, they really need this game? And you finally got yourself in a position from win probability. You're favored. You're supposed to beat this team. The other team's playing awful. You have really everything on the line.
Right.
And it was nothing.
Kenny, this will help you out. I don't think there's a Costa lock for tonight.
If I see a Costa lock on the Red Wings for any game upcoming, we will have issues in the station. Me and Costa will.
I think you're good. I don't think he would dare. Not after the other night.
Oh, I think.
Have you seen the smarm on that guy?
Oh, Costa.
I can't be wrong twice in a row.
Guys, I know I was wrong. This one, yeah, Costa lock.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, get some ticket texts as well. Crazy weather. I mean, sunny and 75. Hey, enjoy 48 and rain. Bottom line, storms knock out powers. And if you need service on that furnace or AC, you need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it, they got it. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they take 25% off that next day visit. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. By the way, Kenny, I know we're rapping about the Wings. This Frozen 4 game is on right now. Who the hell did Boston University run out of money making these uniforms? You got one of the coolest logos on the planet with the terrier biting the hockey stick, and the uniforms, it's like East Bay catalog, Boston University. And it's not even in a font. I mean, what? I'll never understand certain things teams do.
Maybe it's tradition. I don't know.
Whatever.
Maybe this is what they wore the last time they won it all.
All right.
Oh, wow. You're right.
I told you. It's not even in a script or something.
It's just right.
It's like dodgeball when the wrong uniforms show up. Like, what is this? David, what's the ticket text got to say?
Penn 7, Wings 1 tonight.
Stop.
That will be the final score.
Stop.
Oh, man. Kenny, I'm a Sparty. And I won so much blood money during the CFP on Michigan that I was able to buy new golf clubs. Trust Mike here and hedge your happiness tonight by betting Pittsburgh.
I've done it with Michigan versus OSU the last several years. I've done it with Michigan in the playoff. You either win money seeing cheating scumbags win, or they get their comeuppance, and it's like, dude, I would have wrote that check all day.
It works.
Maybe I could have bought one of Connor Stallion's busted vacuums.
Glasses.
Oh.
Paid for Blake's LLC.
They will win tonight and then drop one to Montreal. That's the 2024 Detroit Red Wings.
That is why I will not get involved tonight.
All comes down to the final game of the season.
No, because Kenny will die of a heart attack, and we don't want that. You cannot put this into 60 minutes of hockey for them to be in or out. Kenny will not be able to handle it. Plus, we'll get nothing from him that day.
I feel like they would lose that game just because that's the way their season has gone.
So bet the Pens. We're going to go Oppo Kostelok. We're going to go Kotsalot. You bet the Pens as a reverse jinx on the Kostelok. If you lose, you would have paid the money for them to win tonight. You know you would have. And if the Pens win, your spite has put money in your pocket.
Can I wait till after the show's over? Do I have to do this right now?
Live, the entire account.
Okay, let me find the No, I'm not going to do that. I'm standing on my ground here. This is horrible karma. The Red Wings need to win this game.
No, it's not.
I'm not betting against
It's actually good karma for you.
It's bad karma for me.
Kenny, if they lose, you win. If they win, you win.
That's like blood money.
It's win-win. What, blood money doesn't spend?
Just feels gross, man. It just feels so gross.
Okay, well, I can't help you then. It's going to feel worse when the Pens win tonight and you make nothing. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
I'm a big Wings fan. I was at the Buffalo game on Sunday. The Washington game hurt. Yeah, there were some missed calls, but they ran into a hot goalie, but they should have won it. They played better for the first half of the game. I can't watch tonight. I will be watching Michigan in the Frozen Four, though, because they've been a hell of a lot more entertaining to see. Quick hockey, good passes. Even if they lose, at least I've watched a good hockey game.
Now, what will it take for you to tune in tonight? You check your phone or you check the score. What will it take for you to lock in?
Third period, if the Wings are up, I might watch it on my phone while I got Michigan on the TV. If it's tied with a couple minutes to go, maybe I'll watch the last couple minutes on my phone.
Okay.
But the Michigan game is going to have my attention because I feel like that's just going to be a more entertaining game.
No, John, I'm not mad at you at all. I don't advertise like it's never a good idea to tell your listeners you're not going to watch something. Like that's bad. I'm doing it purposefully.
Really? That's bad.
Well, I hate when radio hosts do that because it's like, well, dude, that's part of your job. Now,
I'm joking.
I watch more than I should. This is one of those things. Tonight, it's results oriented. Yeah. It wouldn't matter how they won or how they lost. We have reached a point in the season with a couple games to go. It's pass or fail. So in that sense, there won't be any breakdown of a game. This is a results oriented affair tonight. And Kenny won't be able to do what he did to poor fans out there the other night, berating them for their hockey takes.
Right. And I'll say this.
Goal lead.
I can attest that Mike does watch a ton of games because that time you had me in that 10-leg parlay game, and I'm up till 2 a.m. to make sure that we won. It hit. I'm like, why am I up? Oh, yeah, I got to watch this.
Because Arizona State. Brought to you by the Mountain West.
Right.
That is why.
I saw the first 9-point play in that Arizona State game. A 3-pointer, a foul, and 2 technicals.
All in the same possession.
Right. It was a 9-point possession.
Never seen it before. Probably never see it again. Go to Tyler, 97.1. What's up, Ty?
I'm fed up, Mike. How you guys doing today, though?
We're good. So you're on the Spite store.
Listen, man. I've been on the Spite store since. Let's go back to you remember the streak. You remember the playoff streak?
Yes.
I'm a big hockey fan, former season ticket holder, and that was the time where we were bad, and we just wanted to make the playoffs to keep the dumb streak alive, just to go in and get killed in the first round. And fast forward to now, I mean, is that really what we want? Like, I'm just not one of those. Let's just make the playoffs, so we can have cupcakes and tea, and celebrate a little bit. And my fear, I'm going to be harsh. My fear is that the Yzer plan is just turning into a cameo appearance. Tobey Maguire, coming back to be Spider-Man for 20 minutes in a film just to get people to go see it. Because what's changed in 10 years, really? We've gotten a little better, we've gotten a little worse, but I mean, nothing has really changed for me since the Nyquist and Tatar experiment. I just kind of find us in the exact same spot.
Tyler, what's changed is there's not a bunch of aging veterans on this team. I think it would be very valuable to...
Hold on. That's actually not true when you're the third oldest team in the league.
But there's not... But those teams didn't have youth you were trying to build and develop around. We have Mo Sider, Lucas Raymond, guys that we actually want to see be a part of this team for a future. I think it would be invaluable to have these guys play, in a playoff series, even if they get crushed by, New York or something like that.
I 100% agree with that. I do. We're in way better hands than we were when Kenny Holland was running the team, for sure. I'm just frustrated as a fan because I love hockey and I want to watch. But Mike, like you're talking about, and I've been like this for years. Like, I pretty much check the scores on my phone, and if it looks like a good game in the third, I'll turn it on and I'll watch. But I've committed a couple times this year. We get hot. I go down to the game. I've been to a couple. And it's why I stopped buying season tickets, is the games I choose to go to. I just see lack of effort. People look like they don't want to be out there. We're getting circle skated around us. It's just frustrating. I just want better. I'm not saying fire Stevie Y.
You know what,
I'm not
Tyler?
saying fire Stevie Y, but something's got to change.
Oh, you know what's funny? You're not saying it, but somebody else does.
Well, yeah, right. I'm not paid to make those decisions, but.
Unbelievable. Tyler, listen.
Would I be heartbroken if it happened? No, not really. I mean,
but I think
it is what it is.
I think what you're bringing up, Tyler, is reality. If this team was the youngest team in the league, if this team was littered with 7, 8, 9 regulars that were kids, Yzerman draftee prospects, I don't think I'd be in the Spite store. But by the fact is, they're one of the 3 or 4 oldest teams in the league. And he chose this pathway of, basically Scott Harris took over his body. We're doing all one and dones or short-term guys. None of these guys will be here when they're ready to win. It's the same thing as the Tigers. So that makes me spiteful because
trust me, it'll work.
I want to see the youth, but only 2 of his guys play.
And that's what makes this offseason even more important, is because you need to make a splash. The same way we thought about DeBrincat last offseason.
Hold on.
This upcoming offseason.
Ready? Mm-hmm. This is the year.
Right, exactly.
Yzerman gets it right.
We all wanted DeBrincat at the time, so I don't want to hear about
there's
that.
Nothing wrong with DeBrincat on surface. He was the best available player that wouldn't cost you a 10-year term and picks and prospects that you cared about. He was never a perfect elixir. It's that he's on a team that has no 30-goal scorers and barely any 20-goal scorers. He is a guy who has 2 40-goal seasons. The problem, what we're watching. He's not an alpha. He's not a lead dog. He needs to be the third or fourth best player on your team. We're lacking the other players. But that doesn't mean I didn't want him or don't want him here now. I do. But I mean, like, if you're pinning your hopes on this rebuild that Patrick Kane's coming back at 48 years old next year, or that we're just going to run it back with the Andrew Kopps of the world, I can't help you.
The Andrew Kopps and the David Perrons, I'll agree with you completely. They're gone as far as I'm concerned. Patrick Kane's a point-per-game player. If they wanted to bring him back on a contract that's not too lucrative,
that's my fear, is everyone has seen what he's done.
Yeah.
Doesn't that raise, because
It does.
You know other GMs are idiots. It's like the NBA. It's some of the dumbest people in the world run NBA teams. And you're like, oh, God, Patrick Kane played too well, and now in the open market, we have to spend what? Or heaven forbid if it's a multi-year deal.
A lot of that comes down to, does he want to play for Steve Yzerman? Because that still carries weight around the league, believe it or not.
No, why would I not believe that?
I don't know. I mean, people would accuse me of being a Steve bot for complimenting the man in such a way. Not say that.
It's so stupid, but it doesn't get old to me. I don't know if the listeners hate it. I'm sorry if you do. 248-539-9797. Get a little football today in the mix as well. Winter can do some terrible things to the roof, including this thaw we're coming out of. Now, all of a sudden, it's frozen. It's not frozen. It's frozen. It's thawed. Your shingles become brittle and crack. Now you got a major roofing problem, and sometimes you don't even know it's happening. The best advice, get with Victor's Home Solutions today. Schedule an appointment for a spring roof inspection. And we say today because not only is it pouring rain, and if your roof's got a problem, you're in real trouble, but their schedule fills up quickly. When you call Victor's, you're taking the guesswork out of choosing the right contractor. You'll find cheaper options. Never told you otherwise. You're not going to find better. They'll do a free 21-point video roof inspection. They'll get to the bottom if any issue is there, and then they're going to give you a menu of options. And the best part, they are so confident in their work, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Just call today, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or book that appointment online at victors.com. All right, playoff time, NBA and the NHL and baseball. You know it's in full swing. FanDuel has got you covered right now. New customers, $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. You can bet on everything from the Masters, which is, to me, one of the best betting events of the year. Yes, home run props are huge in baseball. Whatever you like, FanDuel's got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make sure that first bet is an automatic win. It's FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. You missed anything? Odyssey.com Rewind. We got you covered, including an absolutely scintillating conspiracy theory by Rico to lead the show. But, David, some ticket texts, and then, Rieger at LCA? Bulls and Pistons?
Is this the home finale tonight?
It may be. I don't know. I don't know what their schedule is anymore. I don't pay attention
Grand
to them.
opening, grand closing. Why the hell do we have Rieger down there? What did he do to anybody to deserve this?
People want to hear the Pistons.
Do they?
They need we have to have a presence there. Yes.
I won't hit the
I was
button.
about to say, that was growth, Mike.
I was going to hit a button.
I saw you looking at the board, and then little Mike hopped on your shoulder.
That's right.
Just let it go.
That's right. Too late in the show to play that. All right, David, some ticket texts as we wrap it up. Obviously, Wings and Pens will have most people's attention tonight. If you're watching Bulls and Pistons, I question where your life is at. David, what do you have?
I'm ready for this team to get smashed by the Penguins tonight. It is needed to get this coach out of here.
All right.
Okay. Someone says it is SOW tonight, the same old Wings.
So if it's same old Wings, they would win.
Thank you. Yeah.
They lose when they should win. They win when they should lose.
It depends on how old that person is, though. Same old Wings may be dead wings for him. John from Shelby says, big hockey fan my whole life, played the sport, and so I'm unfortunately going to watch tonight. It's going to have been such a struggle. Here's hoping we actually win tonight.
Kenny, come on. Last chance.
I am that texter, by the way. I'm gonna watch.
You can affect change right now. Bet the Pens.
Kenny, would it help if I joined in on the bet?
Yes. He's the Black Angel of Death. If he bets the Pens, the Wings win 6-2.
I'll tell you what, Rico. You bet it, I'll bet it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but hold on. You got to be like Voltron for my 1980s kids out there. Voltron, this has to be entire account Penguins. We need an intergalactic bet tonight.
Let me find my account with the least amount of money in it.
The entire
Do you want to cosmically shift things tonight?
I don't know if I want to do the
I want a 1 unit cosmically shifted.
I was thinking,
would that be enough if we both bet 1 unit?
I was thinking Doug Karsh.
The faces you all made were amazing.
I was thinking about being respectful and responsible.
Man, F that. Doug going on the radio. I had $1 on Mickey Mantle. Nobody cares.
All right, $1.50.
Show up. You want to be happy either way. So what's an amount of money that's going to make you happy? If the Wings, what would you pay for the Wings to win tonight? Keep the number to yourself. What would you pay?
So, Kenny, are we just doing the money line?
Yeah, the Penguins money line.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just checking.
No, you're good. You're good. Relax. Guys, if the Pens win, you get paid for your spite. At least your anger, you will be paid. If the Wings win, you offered it to the hockey gods. You would have paid for them to win. Rico, in your case, what would you pay for the content tomorrow of the Wings winning? You have to view it in these terms. That's the emotional hedge here.
That's why I was trying to get Kenny on board. Kenny, I've done this. It sounds ridiculous.
Kenny, all accounts, it's like you're a DD destroyer in the Korean War. Load the cannons, all guns firing tonight. All accounts, zero them out.
Rico is the angel of death, so if he puts a unit on it, I'll put a unit on it.
All accounts.
No, not all.
Zeroed out.
No, absolutely not.
Another.
1 unit or nothing. You get your pick.
Well, it's got that. Then one.
There you go. All right.
You have to partake tonight, because if they lose, I don't want you angry tomorrow.
I'm going to be angry tomorrow regardless at that point, because I would have lost $5 or $6 or $7 or whatever I'm going to put on this.
Just a whole account.
No.
Pens.
Absolutely not.
Sid the Kid. Destruction.
No.
By the way, what did you make of him being voted most complete player for a 5th year in a row? Reputation or fact?
Reputation.
Who is the most complete player in your mind? Who should have won the award, not Sid the Kid?
Ooh, that's a good question. It can't be a guy like Austin Matthews because he doesn't play any defense. I'd say probably Connor, right? Because he back checks, he forechecks, he skates, he scores, he passes.
In essence, this is the Peter Forsberg Award.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. As I wondered. I go, geez, that seems like a reputation award there. All right.
He's too old to have earned that at this point in his career.
Isn't it sad? Don't you feel old? 08, 09, he was Sid the Kid. Now he's Sid the grandfather. So time just flies, man.
Sid with kids. I'm in.
All right.
I'm in.
Excellent work. You two are changing communities. Everyone bet the Pens. That way you're happy tomorrow no matter what. That's my advice.
All right, Kenny.
David, get in that general fund.
And I'm in. All right, we're both in.
David, bet a couple of those double bow ties your uncle wears. Get on the Pens tonight and be happy tomorrow.
No, I'm good.
Are you going Red Wings?
I can't watch this game tonight. I can't bet on this game tonight. I'm done with them. They're dead to me.
All right, noted. Let's go to Rieger down at LCA.
Fan Appreciation Day, right?
Oh, they're giving away fake buffs, guys. I just saw some. They're pretty cool. That's right.
Hey, we appreciate you.
I'm not even kidding, by the way. That's the giveaway today.
What is?
No way.
Fake buffs.
Fake buffs. Yes.
Well, that's perfect because we got a fake team.
And Kay's not even playing tonight.
No. Once again. By the way, I one-upped you guys. I just did Penguins minus a goal and a half. That gets me plus 150.
That's not
so, yes,
smart.
there's a chance I lose, but
Yes.
the Wings win, I'm happy.
There's a large chance that you lose. Oh, God. Okay. But now.
So, wait, the Pens could win by 1.
He loses.
And you lose.
I'll lose, yeah.
You never touch the puck line, ever.
Yeah, the plus 150 is very sexy to me.
Okay.
Call the number, Jeff.
Yeah,
Please
dude,
call
stop.
the number.
I was just trying to give you an
Well, I did
emotional
the Doug
hedge.
Harsh bet, okay? I bet $1.
Well, then don't waste time talking about it. Now, listen, what is up next? And are you building off of this or are you going a different direction?
So I have a quote, a cut, audio from one Derek Lalonde that is so offensive, so egregious, so despicable that we're going to lead off at 6 o'clock with it. And then I'm going to ask a question. It obviously has to do with the Wings, but just really Detroit sports as well. Once you hear this cut, you're going to say to yourself, like, what are we doing here? So we're going to lead off at 6 o'clock.
Is this another one where just no expectations again?
Yeah, but he adds on to it.
Oh, God.
I don't want to give it away.
No.
You just got to listen at 6.
You're fine, and we will. Your monologues have been strong lately.
By the way, guys, very quickly, Crosby, 42 points in his last 37 games, 34 in his last 28, and 22 in his last 14. He's getting Hart Trophy votes, so I'm very worried about tonight.
Hey, don't worry. DeBrinket's also on fire.
1 goal, 7 points in 19 games. Sweet.
Yikes. All right, Rieger, next. We will talk to you guys tomorrow at 2.
Boys.
Kenny, rifle another unit in on the Pens. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.